Chapter 1411. Large numbers of year beasts, chickens, goats, monkeys, dogs, pigs, horses, tigers, and rabbits pounced at Feng Jioge with their claws and teeth or roaring. Feng Jioge was soon surrounded. But he was skilled and bold. His expression did not change. His eyes were filled with calmness. "Come at me," he shouted. His body shook as he activated an immortal killer move. Ding ding dong dong. A series of crisp and melodious sounds came from the battlefield. It was as if countless jade pearls of different sizes were landing on a jade plate. Immortal killer move, green jade song. The year beasts inside were injured one after another. Their bodies were corroded by the song and turned into pieces of green jade. The year beasts' ferocious attacks were immediately stopped. But soon, 8 ancient year beasts charged out from the year beast group. Dragons, snakes, tigers, and bulls attacked Feng Jioge from 4 directions. Feng Jioge snorted coldly. The sound waves on his body expanded rapidly. With him as the center, a jade-green sound wave spread out in all directions. Boom boom boom. The 8 ancient year beasts were struck by the sound wave, and were sent flying back to where they came from. Before they could even land on the ground, they had all completely turned into jade statues. Then they suddenly shattered, turning into pieces of jade of different sizes. They had lost their lives. What a powerful green jade song. The Shadow Sect immortals who were hiding were shocked at this sight. Feng Yuan's expression did not change. He knew some information. Back then, he had obtained information about the battle between Qin Baisheng and Feng Jioge through Zishan Makoto's temporary inheritance. Feng Jioge's green jade song is several times stronger than in the Battle of Luopa Valley. It seems that he has improved greatly. Green jade song is secondary. If he uses submission song, I'm afraid half of the year beasts here will turn against me. But even so, hee. Feng Yuan laughed internally. In his right palm, there was a ball of water. This ball of water emitted a faint dark light. At first glance, it looked like water from the river of time. But in fact it was a rank 8 immortal goo. Years flow like water. Indeed, this immortal goo obtained from He Fan's true inheritance had been sealed all along. But at this moment, Feng Yuan had already removed the seal and taken it out to use. Immortal killer move, year beast summoning. It was the same name, but the Nian beast summon that Feng Yuan used was completely different from before. Because this time, Feng Yuan was not using year goo, he was using rank 8 immortal goo. Years flow like water. The contents of He Fan's true inheritance were very comprehensive. There was year beast summoning that used year goo as the core, and also year beast summoning that used years flow like water immortal goo as the core. Ordinary Nian beast summoning could only summon one Nian beast. And now, the Nian beast summon Feng Yuan had summoned an army of Nians. Immortal killer move, submission song. Sure enough, in the following battle, Feng Jioge used this extremely effective killer move. Everyone was silent. The song could not be heard. It resounded in every goo immortal's and every year beast's mind. The year beast army fell into chaos. Because many year beasts sided with Feng Jioge, they started to fight against their former comrades. Submission song covered wisdom path, enslavement path, sound path, and soul path. It affected people's hearts. It was an inspiration that Feng Jioge obtained from Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword during his battle with Qin Baisheng. Many desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts changed sides, temporarily listening to Feng Jioge. There was a huge change in the battle situation. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit who were watching the battle gasped. However, Feng Yuan was still very calm. He was still activating the immortal killer move year beast summoning. Rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water could be used even by rank 6 goo immortals. And this immortal killer move year beast summoning. Feng Yuan not only had experience in using it, he had also tried to use it in his past cultivation. It was for the day when he would have to use years flow like water in battle. If one did not plan for the future, they would face immediate problems. Feng Yuan's vigilant nature and his early preparations finally allowed him to gain a lot at this moment. His expression was calm and unperturbed. Year beast summoning will continue to summon year beasts. I want to see how many your submission song can control. At a certain stage, even immemorial year beasts will respond to the summon and be attracted. Year beast summoning was a time path method. It had the effect of enslavement path. And enslavement path was most proficient in battles of attrition. Feng Jioge was a huge enemy. Feng Yuan did not expect to get rid of him in a short period of time. Furthermore, Feng Jioge had the Celestial Court behind him. There might be other rank 8 Gu immortals lurking around. Because of these two reasons, Feng Yuan chose to conceal himself and use the Year Beast to attack. Year Beasts charged out of the tributary of the River of Time. Summoned by Feng Yuan's killer move, they attacked Feng Jioge. Soon, the number of Year Beasts in this battlefield exceeded 100. Most of the Year Beasts formed a circle, firmly surrounding Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge relied on submission song to control the Year Beasts. Using them to suppress them, he formed a circular defensive line in the encirclement. Both sides fell into a deadlock. This scene was clearly seen by Fairy Myrtle. She was in Central Continent's Celestial Court, but using her investigative killer move and star constellation chessboard, she could clearly observe the entire battlefield. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with deep thought. Killing Feng Yuan and obtaining or destroying Red Lotus' true inheritance was her current main mission. She had already made the arrangements. Feng Jioge was only one of the links. Although the battle was in a deadlock, Fairy Myrtle knew that Feng Jioge had not used his full strength. Even if he used all his methods, he still had a rank 8 immortal Gu that Celestial Court had lent him. Right now, everything is under my control, Fairy Myrtle willed. The scene on Star Constellation chessboard changed to another battle. Two Celestial Court Gu immortals were fighting with the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. This Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle was naturally the one that escaped Feng Yuan's control and flew away. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out in pain. It was already injured. It did not have an immortal Gu. Even though it was an immemorial desolate beast, it was still too forceful against two rank 8 Celestial Court Gu immortals. The situation was very disadvantageous to it. Feng Yuan has already planted a tracking method on this Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. As long as we capture it, we will be able to deduce Feng Yuan's location. Of course, right now, Feng Yuan and the rest have my investigative killer move on them. The main reason for capturing the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle is to prevent Feng Yuan from regaining control of this immemorial desolate beast in the future. Fairy Myrtle calculated in her mind. Feng Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. He was not part of fate to begin with, he was the greatest variable in the world. Now that he had Giant Sun's true inheritance, the otherworldly demon and luck path, the variables were stacked on top of each other. After Spectral Soul's main body was captured, Feng Yuan was definitely the biggest threat to Celestial Court. But Celestial Court could not use its full strength to deal with Feng Yuan. Firstly, Feng Yuan had strong luck. If too many people went to find trouble with him, it would be a blessing in disguise. Only people with similarly strong luck could prevent Feng Yuan's luck path advantage from showing its effect. This was one of the reasons why Fairy Myrtle specially arranged for Feng Jioge to deal with Feng Yuan. Secondly, Celestial Court itself needed to expand. The Great Era was coming. The regional walls of the 5 regions would melt, and the 5 regions would become one. Without geographical obstacles, Gu immortals would be able to move freely. It would definitely cause chaos. In this unprecedented chaotic battle, Celestial Court's position was very awkward, because it was surrounded by southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, and western desert. Central Continent was the battlefield of 4 wars. It was connected to the other 4 regions. Once chaos broke out, Central Continent would face huge pressure. It might even fall into a troublesome situation. Thus, Celestial Court had to conserve its strength. At the same time, the Will of the Stars had also instructed Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle that she needed more rank 8 Gu immortals to hibernate in the future. Although Fairy Myrtle did not know the intention of this arrangement, she believed in the Will of the Stars and Duke Long. Lady Ziwei, there is great news. At this time, a Celestial Court Gu immortal sent a letter Gu to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle immediately knew that this person was the recently recruited Supreme Elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects. Yuan Xiongdu. Ever since the Battle of the Dream Realm, Fairy Myrtle had promoted several Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects to become members of Celestial Court. The 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals who instructed Feng Jioge and attacked the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle also had such status. As for this Yuan Xiongdu, because he cultivated path, Fairy Myrtle had given him the important task of repairing Fate Goo. What good news? Fairy Myrtle asked. Not long ago, I bought a large batch of year beasts from Jewel Yellow Skies. The seller might not know, but these year beasts are different from ordinary year beasts. They are all over Providence. I can use these year beasts as immortal materials to repair Fate Immortal Goo. Not only can I save time, I can also use Providence to speed up the effects of each repair. Yuan Qiongdu said excitedly. Very good. Fairy Myrtle's eyes also shined. Continue to work hard. Yes, Lady Ziwei. This was truly great news. Fairy Myrtle was very happy. This way, Fate Goo's recovery can be accelerated until all of its injuries are healed. Moreover, Spectral Soul's main body was captured and suppressed. Once this news spreads, it will shake the world and shock everyone. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle was filled with admiration and respect towards Duke Long. It was Duke Long's wise decisions and attacks that created the huge advantage that Celestial Court had right now. If the 5 regions started a chaotic war, Central Continent would definitely take the lead in the early stages. However, there was only one crucial factor that would decide the outcome of this chaotic war. That was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Western Desert. Feng Yuan was at a crucial moment. Immortal Goo Fight was activated. Around it were a large number of supplementary goo worms. Immortal Killer Move. Enslavement after victorious battle. After the killer move was activated, Feng Yuan's gaze became extremely sharp as he looked at the year beasts in front of him. Strength Path giant hands flew out one after another, defeating these year beasts. The defeated year beasts soon stopped escaping. Under the influence of enslavement after victorious battle, they became Feng Yuan's slaves, surrounding Feng Yuan. Chapter 14:12. Under the effect of the immortal killer move enslavement after victorious battle, any life form that was defeated by Feng Yuan would have a high chance of submitting to Feng Yuan and being enslaved by Feng Yuan. The core of this move was the rank 7 immortal Goo Feng Yuan had just obtained, Duel. With the help of all kinds of wisdom path goo worms, this rule path immortal goo started to display its unique value. Enslavement after victorious battle was created by Immortal Zombie De Li. Immortal Zombie De Li was one of the second-generation split souls of Spectral Soul's main body. He was called Martial Dual Heavenly King. He cultivated Strength Path and Wisdom Path. He had the great strength true martial physique. After the first-generation split soul, Zishan Makoto, turned into a purple gold rock, he inherited the position of Shadow Sect's leader. However, later on a mysterious Goo immortal with a red lotus insignia on his forehead came to find him. After an intense battle, he lost and was suppressed by the immortal Goo House graceful chaotic duel stage. This was the origin of enslavement after victorious battle. This was an outstanding killer move that contained the profundities of Strength Path and Wisdom Path. After Feng Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he learned of the contents of this killer move. Of course, he was not familiar with enslavement after victorious battle. This was his first time using it. However, unlike other moves, this move only needed Feng Yuan to activate it in advance, and it was not difficult to maintain it. Feng Yuan could not use most immortal killer moves in battle because he was not familiar with them. If he used them wrongly, he would be shooting himself in the foot. But at this moment, Feng Yuan had the initiative. He set up an ambush for the Celestial Court's pursuers. Thus, he had ample time to prepare. After failing several times, he succeeded in activating enslavement after victorious battle. Next, Feng Yuan maintained enslavement after victorious battle, while using year beast summoning. Summoning a large group of year beasts in this tributary of the River of Time. But even though the year beasts were huge, year beast summoning still had a flaw. That was, the year beasts would not work for Feng Yuan to the death. Once their injuries were severe or the enemy was strong, they would take the initiative to retreat. This was different from summoning soul beasts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created soul beast summoning. Any soul beast could fight to the death for the Goo Immortal. They would disregard their own safety. Year beast summoning was created by He Fan after all. Even though He Fan was a time path great expert, he paled in comparison to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Of course, even so, they couldn't ignore how powerful the year beast summoning was. All in all, this move was very practical. With the rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water as the core, the goo immortal could summon a year beast army. Against enemies, they could often form a strong encirclement, unless they met a special rank 7 expert like Feng or a rank 8 goo immortal. But in the goo immortal world, how many rank 8 great experts and people like Feng were there? Pa strength path giant handprints flew everywhere, causing the retreating Nian beast will to fall to the ground. These year beasts were affected by year beast summoning and fought with Feng. But after suffering at Feng hands, they wanted to retreat. They wanted to use the tributary of the River of Time to leave this place. But Feng Yuan had already blocked their path of retreat. He used strength path giant handprints and slammed the year beasts to the ground. Most of these year beasts were subdued by enslaved battle, becoming Feng Yuan's slaves. But there was also a portion that resisted. Towards these stubborn resistance, Feng Yuan's response was to continue using strength path giant handprints. Pa. After a few slaps, very few year beasts refused to submit. After all, these year beasts were not in perfect condition. They were already injured by Feng attacks. More and more year beasts were subdued by Feng Yuan. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and kept these year beasts into the sovereign immortal aperture. There were also some year beast corpses. These unlucky fellows were usually heavily injured. They could not control the strength of Feng Yuan's strength path giant handprints and were smashed to death. Even though they died, these were rank 6 and 7 immortal materials. Feng Yuan did not let them go. On the battlefield, the year beasts were mostly killed by Feng Feng Yuan used year beast summoning again, summoning another batch of year beasts. Next, he stayed in the goo formation's concealment and used Feng strength to capture these year beasts. A moment later, there were 70 to 80 year beasts in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Most of them were desolate level year beasts, while a small portion were ancient year beasts. At this rate, I might be able to gather hundreds of year beasts. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Even though he could not buy those year beasts from Jewel Yellow Skies, he managed to capture many by himself. But with my soul foundation, I can only enslave over 100 year beasts. Feng Yuan estimated. Even though his soul foundation was strong, he still had a large number of eagle beasts under his control. Maybe I should sell these eagle beasts? Feng Yuan was hesitating when his scalp turned numb, his body tensed up. A strong and ancient aura rose from the tributary of the River of Time behind him. An immemorial year beast. It was attracted by my years flow like water immortal goo. Feng Yuan realized. Feng Yuan did not put years flow like water immortal goo into the sovereign immortal aperture, so the immemorial year beast was attracted by the immortal goo's aura, and came here through the tributary of the River of Time. Sensing the immemorial year beast's aura, the year beasts on the battlefield went berserk. They became very courageous. Feng felt immense pressure, especially when he used submission song to control those year beasts. The difficulty of enslaving them also increased greatly. Rumble. A huge tiger claw suddenly burst out of the tributary of the River of Time. As the River of Time surged in the sky, the tiger claw attacked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was prepared. He kept the year beasts and the shadow sect immortals in his immortal aperture. When the tiger claw attacked, he was already sent flying. The huge tiger claw smashed down like a hill. The small formation that Feng Yuan had set up meticulously was destroyed by the tiger claw. Roar. The tiger-shaped immemorial year beast's attack had missed, and it also felt that this wonderful delicacy, years flow like water, was getting further and further away from it. It suddenly roared, and a thunderous explosion sounded, shaking the heavens and earth. Swish, swish, swish. Waves surged in the tributary of the River of Time. The tiger immemorial desolate beast was unwilling to give up. It tried to drill out of this tributary of the River of Time. But it was clear that it was too huge. Its foundation was too strong. The entrance of the tributary of the River of Time was too small. But it did not matter. The tiger claw slammed everywhere. The tiger immemorial year beast tried to expand this tributary of the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time's water level rose rapidly. Its size expanded rapidly. This excellent time path resource point was already destroyed. Even though the tributary of light had expanded by several times in a short period of time, it had already lost its original balance. After some time, this tributary of the River of Time would completely return to the main river. Of course, this was nothing to the immemorial year beast. It did not care about it. Feng Jioge saw Feng Yuan charging over. His eyes shined with bright light. He was already prepared for battle. Feng Yuan was blocked by Feng Jioge in front of him, and chased by the immemorial year beast behind him. He seemed to be in a dangerous situation. But the truth was he had a smile on his face. He was very confident. He did not even use reverse flow protection seal. He activated rank 8 Immortal Gu Year's flow like water again. Feng Yuan also has a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk. But he was not very shocked. Since Feng Yuan inherited Shadow Sect, it was normal for him to have such an inheritance. I wanted to see the Celestial Court's pursuers all die in one go, but only Feng Jioge came. Feng Yuan sneered. Years flow like water. Immortal Gu started to shine with pure white light in his hand. The radiance illuminated the surroundings, illuminating the originally pitch-black tunnel. In the light, a huge Gu formation started to activate. This is... Feng Jioge realized that he was already inside the Gu formation. It was just that this huge Gu formation had not activated earlier. It was hidden very well and fused perfectly with the environment. Rank 8 years flow like water was the core of this Gu formation. Under its influence, the Gu formation started to activate. Feng Jioge was on full alert, but the Gu formation's power was not targeted at him. Rumble. Like a dam that had been accumulating for many years suddenly releasing water. The tributary of the River of Time turned into a raging river in a few breaths of time. It turned out that this Gu formation's true target was this tributary of the River of Time itself. Feng Jioge subconsciously held his breath. At this moment, this tributary of the River of Time crazily flowed, as if it had turned into the main River of Time. The river water surged, creating huge waves that covered the sky. The huge waves directly engulfed Feng Yuan, before sweeping towards Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge naturally wanted to retreat. There were many Nian beasts, but with his graceful and agile movements, they were unable to obstruct him in the slightest. However, the surging of the River of Time was not something ordinary people could comprehend. So fast. Feng Jioge was dazed. He found that the waves of the River of Time had already reached his head. The River of Time was a time path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Where it flowed to, there was no concept of speed, only time. The River of Time could spread for millions of li in an instant, or it could take thousands of years to cover an inch of land. I can't dodge it. Feng Jioge instantly understood this. He immediately activated his defensive methods to protect himself. Rumble. The sound of surging waves could be heard. Feng Jioge's body was engulfed by the huge waves, vanishing in an instant. And Feng Yuan's figure emerged from the River of Time under the effect of the Gu formation. Flood discharge formation break. Feng Yuan shouted inwardly. The entire Gu formation crumbled. Without the Gu formation's guidance, the tributary of the River of Time was pulled back by the main river. This was because of the flood discharge earlier. The size of this tributary of the River of Time had already surpassed the standard. The main River of Time would not allow a tributary of this size to be separated. This was no longer the power of the Gu formation. It was heaven and earth itself, the supreme power of the River of Time itself. Rumble. With a loud sound, Feng Jioge was swept into the main river by the flood of time. Even the tiger-shaped immemorial desolate beast that wanted to charge out felt like it was hit by a huge rock. It was stuck in the main river. After a few breaths of time, the tributary of the River of Time vanished, only leaving behind a large area of rippling light. It was silent. The year beasts on the battlefield were also swept back into the River of Time. Chapter 14-13. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. In the A Group Gu Refinement Hall, the Gu refinement that had been going on for several months had reached its most crucial moment. Land Spirit of Langya was standing at the edge of a refinement path Super Gu formation. He was staring at the blazing fire inside the Gu formation. This fire was icy blue in color. It was not hot at all, it was cold instead. Even the Super Gu formation could not completely isolate the power of this intense ice fire. Land Spirit of Langya was standing at the edge of the Gu formation. His eyebrows and hair were covered in a thin layer of eerie blue frost. But he did not care, he was concentrating on the fire. More accurately speaking, it was the profound ice at the center of the fire. The Xian ice was constantly melting and being regenerated. The initial profound ice had sharp edges, but now that it was personally refined by Land Spirit of Langia, its edges had already been smoothed out. It had a sense of roundness. 5 strands of Fandor wind. Land Spirit of Langia suddenly said. His assistant was the hairy Mangu Immortal 6th Hair. He heard this and quickly took action. Using a special method from the immortal material storage, he took out 5 strands of Fandor wind. This Fandor wind was a rank 7 immortal material. It was very special. It did not grow in deep mountains or forests. It was not in the sky of great swamp. It was on the door of a mortal's house. Whenever such an immortal material was produced, the mortal's door could not close. It could only open and close continuously. This strange phenomenon had attracted the attention of Gu masters a long time ago. Gu immortals took action to collect it. But at the start, Gu immortals could not use an immortal material like Fandor wind. They did not understand it. But now they were familiar with the method. They could make full use of it. The 5 strands of Fandor wind were carefully sent to the center of the ice fire by Land Spirit of Langia. Soon, the 5 strands of wind revolved around the profound ice. It was as if 5 hands were sculpting jade. It intensified the changes in the profound ice. Oh no! Good times did not last long. Land Spirit of Langia's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in shock. 6th Hair's heart jumped. He quickly looked over. The ice flame was suddenly extinguished, and the Xian ice shattered. Even the 5 wisps of wind from the Fandor vanished into thin air. Ah! I failed again. The Land Spirit of Langia stomped his feet and roared, looking extremely flustered and exasperated. 6th Hair sighed deeply. What a pity. He had really reached the last few steps. But he failed. The previous few months of hard work had all gone down the drain, all for naught. If I had used the hairy man heaven-earth style, this would not have happened. Land Spirit of Langia snorted coldly. 6th Hair hurriedly reminded. But first Grand Elder, according to the sect's rules, since Elder Feng Yuan spent a lot of contribution points to issue this mission, we have to follow his requirements. Sigh. This Feng Yuan's brain was muddled. Why was he thinking of using human Gu refinement methods? Is he trying to embarrass me on purpose? The failure of the Gu refinement made the Land Spirit of Langia's mood very bad. 6th Hair hurriedly put in a good word for Feng Yuan. Elder Feng Yuan has always been mysterious. Although I don't get along with him, and I usually don't like him, he's a very good person. However, this time he seemed to have used all his capital, spending a huge amount of sect contribution points to refine the immortal Gu. He wanted to refine 3 immortal Gu. If they deliberately wanted to embarrass First Supreme Elder, they wouldn't have to pay such a huge price, right? I'm just saying it casually. The Land Spirit of Langia hung his head dejectedly and waved his hand. Let's take a break first. This was the 5th failure. Moreover, Feng Yuan doesn't have enough sect contribution points. Contact him and tell him the result of the Gu refinement. If he wants to refine it again, he needs to have enough sect contribution points. Yes, 6th Hair replied. Feng Yuan was like a sharp arrow, flying in the sky. He was not in the mood to appreciate the vast beauty of the desert. At this moment, his mind was still thinking about the fight with Feng Jioga. The tributary of the River of Time in the Sand Whirlpool was a secret cultivation resource of the Shadow Sect. It was recorded on the Shadow Sect's map. Before Zishan Makoto died, he specially told me in his will to go to the River of Time as soon as possible and contact spectral souls, while in the Ghost Face Red Lotus. Although Feng Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance, and had a large number of killer moves, immortal Gu recipes, secrets and so on. But he had only inherited more than half of the entire wealth of the Shadow Sect. And the Ghost Face Red Lotus in the River of Time contained Spectral Soul's will, which controlled almost all of the Shadow Sect's cultivation content. It even had a portion of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's true inheritance. The Shadow Sect had existed for 100,000 years. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was alive, he rampaged through the world and slaughtered all living beings, causing them to fall silent. Although the entire shadow sect no longer existed, the cultivation content it had was unimaginably vast and abundant. For example, immortal gu houses. Currently, Feng Yuan only had the complete construction content of 12 immortal gu houses. But in fact, Spectral Soul and the Shadow Sect definitely had more than 12. The rest of the cultivation content required Feng Yuan to go to the Ghost Face Red Lotus and receive it personally. And the Red Lotus True Inheritance is also in the River of Time. I have Spring Autumn Cicada. It is the key to the true inheritance. Feng Yuan was definitely going to the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time in the outside world of the 5 regions was his entrance. Although Feng Yuan lost one to eliminate the pursuers of the Celestial Court, it was not a problem. In the records of the Shadow Sect, there were still 5 to 6 tributaries of the River of Time. However, currently, in Western Desert, the Shadow Sect only has 1 tributary of the River of Time left. To be safe, I will go to those 2 resource points first. Without absolute confidence, I will not go there. Feng Yuan made up his mind. He was in Western Desert now. Western Desert was connected to Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border. But Feng Yuan could not go to these 3 regions. Central Continent had the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. They were forbidden areas for Feng Yuan. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had issued a warrant for Feng Yuan's arrest. Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals had even attacked the Shadow Sect not long ago. Western Desert was the best hiding spot. As for Eastern Sea, the Shadow Sect only had the location of 1 tributary of the River of Time. But unfortunately, this tributary of the River of Time had already been taken away by Miao Mingshun. Speaking of which, this was Feng Yuan's fault. Because after Feng Yuan discovered it, he informed Miao Mingshun's group. Once, to understand the situation, Zishan Makoto used the tributary of the River of Time to go to the Ghost Face Red Lotus. When he was in Eastern Sea, he could not find that tributary of the River of Time. He could only go to Southern Border to get his wish. My biggest problem now is that I have an investigative killer move. My location is exposed to the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. At the same time, without Dark Limit Immortal Gu, Providence is also plotting to kill me. Most importantly, I lack Immortal Gu. I have countless killer moves, but I lack the core Immortal Gu. With the core Immortal Gu, I can get rid of the investigative killer move and deceive Providence again. While he was thinking, Feng Yuan received 6th Hair's letter. Feng Yuan sent his consciousness into this letter Gu. The content made him frown. The Gu refinement had failed again. Damn it. Even though he framed Feng Jioga, Celestial Court would not only send him to kill him. Celestial Court definitely had a backup plan. It was just a matter of time. This Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Self-Love Immortal Gu, it is quite difficult to refine it to rank 7. I have participated in the recent Gu refinements. Land Spirit of Langya did my best. I did not do it half-heartedly. 6th Hair said. Feng Yuan did not doubt his words. Land Spirit of Langya was pure and honest. Feng Yuan believed in it. It was normal that he could not refine it. After all, it was a rank 7 Immortal Gu. The success rate was low. But this Self-Love Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan had to refine it. And it had to be fast. With it, Feng Yuan could use a killer move from Zishan Makoto's inheritance to get rid of the investigative killer move on him. This was completely possible. Feng Yuan had full confidence in it. Refine. I have to continue refining. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I will not hesitate. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, making up his mind. It was extremely easy for him to obtain Langya sect contribution points now, because Zishan Makoto's inheritance was extremely plentiful. But I cannot remain indifferent anymore. This time, I succeeded in framing Feng Jioga because I caught him off guard and used the rank 8 Immortal Gu years flow like water. This is information that Celestial Court cannot obtain for now. Now that this trump card has been exposed, I need to hurry. It seems that it is time to use that method. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with determination. He replied, "This time, I will ask 6th Hair to take charge of the Gu refinement, while Land Spirit of Langya acts as an assistant." 6th Hair received Feng Yuan's letter Gu, and when he saw the contents, he could not help but feel surprised. He knew that his Gu refinement standard was inferior to Land Spirit of Langya, and Land Spirit of Langya did not cheat. But why did Feng Yuan want him to take charge of the Gu refinement? In the River of Time, the rumbling sound of water could be heard endlessly. Feng Jioge was swept into the river by the surging waves. This is the River of Time? He tried to stabilize his body. He immediately felt the incomparable power of time path corroding his immortal body. Strong. Incomparably strong. Feng Jioge's immortal body's defense was also quite impressive. But in this short instant, he felt that he was being rejected by the surrounding environment. Feng Jioge knew clearly that this was because his body was full of sound path Dao marks. They were incompatible with the time path Dao marks here. As expected of the River of Time, I need to leave as soon as possible. Feng Jioge wanted to leave, but when he looked back, the tributary of the River of Time had already been destroyed. Only a thin layer of the multicolor of time was left. This layer of multicolor was huge, but to Feng Jioge, it was no longer an exit. This is troublesome. I am not a time path Gu immortal. I cannot leave with just the multicolor of time. What should I do? Just as he was hesitating, Feng Jioge's ears suddenly exploded. A tiger's roar resounded. A huge tiger year beast emerged from the bottom of the river. With a loud sound, the river water splashed everywhere. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk to pin size. Compared to this tiger year beast, his body was like a mosquito beside an old bull. An immemorial year beast. Chapter 14:14. Ding ding dong dong. Feng Jioge was giving it his all at this moment, as the melodious and crisp sounds rang out incessantly. Immortal killer move, Green Jade Song. The song covered hundreds of steps. The immemorial tiger year beast's claws were dyed in a jade color. But its claws were too huge, they still attacked. Feng Jioge gritted his teeth, quickly dodging. At the crucial moment, he almost brushed past the year beast's claws. Even if he was not hit, the terrifying shockwaves caused by the claw still crashed into Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was like a broken kite. He was sent flying. G.U.H. He was thrown high, drawing an arc in the River of Time as he spat out a mouthful of blood. No, my battle strength is greatly suppressed here. The River of Time is filled with time path Dao marks. It is the place with the most time path Dao marks in the world. The Dao marks conflict. My sound path killer move's effect is less than 10% of its original effect. Feng Jioge endured the pain, activating a killer move to heal his injuries. In the outside world, healing methods that were almost unstoppable were barely satisfactory here. Not just healing methods, even Feng Jioge's movement killer move became slower. His Emerald Jade Song was extremely powerful, but after the tiger year was injured, with just a slight tremble, the thin layer of emerald jade on the tiger's claw was completely shattered. It was obvious that the effect of the Emerald Jade Song had been weakened to the lowest point. Feng Jioge only had rank 7 cultivation level. The reason why he had rank 8 battle strength was because his sound path Dao marks were on par with rank 8 Gu immortals. But after he was plotted against by Feng Yuan and got dragged into the River of Time, his greatest advantage became his greatest weakness. Compared to the time path Dao marks here, the sound path Dao marks were too lacking in quantity. This was also why Feng Yuan was very confident that Feng Jioge would die in the River of Time. The immemorial tiger year stuck out its bright red tongue and licked the wound on its right claw. Then, its eyes revealed a fierce glint as it once again charged at Feng Jioge. It was strong to begin with. It grew up in the River of Time. Its time path Dao marks complemented the River of Time. It had an obvious home ground advantage. There were no rank 9 year beasts. Immemorial year beasts were the overlords of year beasts. The tiger's roar resounded and the wind and waves surged to the sky. The enormous tiger-like Nian leaped forward and launched a ferocious attack at Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge parried with all his might. But soon he was injured again. He was at a complete disadvantage and had no hope of winning. The only way to survive was to find a tributary of the River of Time and retreat. But this hope was also very slim, because it wasn't easy to encounter a tributary of the River of Time. Even if they ran into a tributary, it might not be as big as this one, allowing Feng Jioge to escape. Feng Jioge was a sound path Gu immortal. He was not a time path Gu immortal. He did not have any special methods to escape the River of Time. Am I going to die here? Such a thought flashed through Feng Jiuji's mind. But at this time, a female immortal's voice resounded in his ears. Use that rank 8 immortal goo. Rank 8 immortal goo life armor? Feng Jiuge hesitated. The celestial quartz goo immortal gave him this immortal goo to protect his life. This was a rank 8 defensive immortal goo. But Feng Jiuge had his doubts about this. Why? He didn't have any shortcomings in defense. Even when facing Wu Yong, his defense could hold up for a period of time. Rather than lending this immortal goo to him, the celestial court might as well lend him other immortal goo to attack or move. After all, Feng Jiuge was inferior in terms of movement and movement. And his 7 great songs, even though they were powerful, were killer moves. It was not as efficient as using a rank 8 immortal goo to attack. After Feng Jiuge received this immortal goo, he tried to activate it. Life armor goo's effect was very strong, but the immortal essence absorption rate was also very shocking. Even a person like Feng Jiuge could not endure it. If I want to delay time, I should use my defensive methods to endure and heal myself. If I use life armor immortal goo, my immortal essence might not even last 50 breaths of time. Feng Jiuge calculated rapidly in his mind. At this time the immemorial year beast roared. It was already in front of him. Feng Jiuge gritted his teeth. At the crucial moment, he chose to listen to the mysterious female voice. Rank 8 immortal goo life armor at once. Red date immortal essence was expended intensely. A thin layer of light armor appeared on Feng Jiuge's body. But it was this layer of light armor that remained unmoved under the ferocious attacks of the primordial year beast, protecting Feng Jiuge. Even though Feng Jiuge was not injured, under the immemorial year beast's fierce attacks, he could not avoid falling into the river of time. Once he fell into the river, the boundless water of the river of time pressed and washed at Feng Jiuge from all directions. But life armor's performance was outstanding. It did not budge. Only some small cracks appeared on the surface. This was already very impressive. After all, it was only a rank 8 immortal goo. And in a secluded domain of heaven and earth like the river of time. The Tao marks were often on par with rank 9 immortal goo. The immemorial year beast moved along the river and chased after Feng Jiuge again. Feng Jiuge thought to himself, how bitter. He struggled with all his might. He wanted to fly up and leave the river of time. But the immemorial year beast had a lot of intelligence. It did not let Feng Jiuge achieve his goal. Feng Jiuge was obstructed in the river. Not only was he toyed with by the immemorial year beast, he was also being pushed away by the water of the river of time. The situation was getting worse for Feng Jiuge. He had already lost the initiative. If this continued, his immortal essence would be used up and it would be time for him, Feng Jiuge, to die. Could it be that I made the wrong choice? That female voice was just a trap? Just as Feng Jiuge was feeling puzzled, a tornado-like stream of water suddenly swept over and wrapped around him. Feng Jiuge was caught off guard. He was about to struggle when a voice could be heard. Don't struggle, Feng Jiuge. I am a goo immortal of Celestial Court. I am here to help you. You can call me Lord Huangshi. Saying so, the tornado-like flow of water expanded to dozens of times its original size. Countless bubbles gushed out, obstructing the immemorial year beast's vision. Feng Jiuge did not dare to deactivate fate armor, but he allowed himself to move along with the force of the tornado-like flow of water, flying towards the sky above the river of time. There, a yellow-clothed bald goo immortal was already waiting for him. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air. In front of her, Star Constellation chessboard was clearly displaying the scene of Feng Jiuge being saved. The voice that reminded Feng Jiuge at the crucial moment was naturally Fairy Myrtle. The true use of rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Goo was to give Lord Huangshi a clear clue, allowing him to find Feng Jiuge quickly and accurately. The River of Time was very hard to enter. It was much harder for Goo Immortals to enter than Black Heaven or White Heaven, because rank 8 Goo Immortals were rare to begin with, and Time Path rank 8 Goo Immortals were only a small portion of rank 8 Goo Immortals. But even so, the huge Celestial Court definitely had rank 8 Time Path Goo Immortals. Lord Huangshi was a part of Fairy Myrtle's plan. Originally, Fairy Myrtle's plan was to let Feng Jiuge force Feng Yuan to enter the River of Time and search for Red Lotus True Inheritance. At this time, the Time Path rank 8 great expert, Lord Huangshi, would take action and kill him. But Fairy Myrtle did not expect Feng Yuan to give up a tributary of the River of Time and set up a trap, almost taking Feng Jioge's life. Feng Yuan, this otherworldly demon, is truly crafty. But after this battle, the foundation of He Fan's true inheritance is more or less revealed. Even though he gave up a tributary of the River of Time and used it as a trap, it made me even more certain of my earlier guess, that Feng Yuan will definitely enter the River of Time and take away Red Lotus' true inheritance. With Feng Yuan's vigilance, it seems that he has at least one tributary of the River of Time's location in Western Desert. No matter. My investigative killer move is still here. Feng Yuan's location is still exposed. Feng Jioge managed to survive. Fairy Myrtle activated Star Constellation chessboard again, letting her see the other battle. Feng Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was already heavily injured. It was flying in black heaven. 2 newly advanced Celestial Court Gu Immortals were chasing it. They had some injuries, but they were light. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was strong, against 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals who had countless immortal killer moves and could coordinate with each other, it could not beat them. Sensing the threat of death, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's survival instincts drove it to fly into black heaven, trying to shake off the enemies behind it. Unfortunately, its actions were already within the expectations of the 2 great enemies. Bam! A killer move struck the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle screeched in pain. It almost fell down, but soon, it flapped its wings and tried to climb back up. Eagle blood spewed out, drawing a long line of blood in black heaven. Immemorial desolate beasts had strong self-healing abilities, but the Celestial Court Gu Immortals' killer moves were clearly extraordinary. The outcome is set. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was still struggling, the battle situation was clear. The 2 Celestial Court Gu Immortals could not fail. Especially when one of them used an immortal killer move to keep himself behind the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The faster the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle flew, the faster he became. Wherever the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle flew, he could follow it effortlessly. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had intelligence, how could it be smarter than humans? Even human Gu Immortals could not break immortal killer moves in battle. The 2 Celestial Court Gu Immortals were worried about the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's fierce counterattack. On the other hand, they wanted to capture this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle alive, so they continued to bleed it and weaken its battle strength. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle seemed to sense its gloomy fate, but it did not give up. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Passing through black heaven, it arrived in white heaven. The heavenly wind chi wall was not an obstruction to it. But it was different for the Celestial Court Gu Immortals. It was not easy for the 2 Celestial Court Gu Immortals to pass through Celestial Court's chi wall. But they were prepared. How could Fairy Myrtle not be worthy of their immortal Gu house? Stay here. I will chase it and prevent the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle from flying back. The 2 Gu Immortals cooperated seamlessly, sealing off any possibility of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle escaping. Chapter 14-15. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Talked.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Western Desert. Love Gobe small say net kunite shrouded the sky. Stars shine brightly. In the desert, the temperature difference between day and night was huge. The day was extremely hot, while the night was bone-chilling cold. Feng Yuan landed lightly on a nameless sand dune. After flying for half a night, I have not seen any pursuers from Celestial Court. Could it be that Feng Jioge is really the only one chasing after me? Feng Yuan's heart was filled with doubts. Forget it, let's not care about this. Feng Yuan calmed himself down. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest. Next, Ing Wuxia and I will use our killer moves. Our battle strength will fall. I will leave our safety to you. Feng Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, and He Lulan. The 4 immortals received the orders and dispersed, starting to patrol their own areas. Feng Yuan set up an immortal Gu formation. With precaution immortal Gu as the core, The original version of the Gu formation was a mortal Gu formation in Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Feng Yuan was a formation path grandmaster. It was not hard for him to modify a mortal Gu formation. After adding precaution immortal Gu, the defensive strength of this Gu formation could not be underestimated. Of course, there were many flaws and weaknesses. They were only used for emergencies. In Zishan Makoto's inheritance, there were 4 immortal Gu formations. The strongest was the Purple Blood River formation. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan lacked the immortal Gu needed for these Gu formations. He could not set them up successfully. If he modified the Gu formation and used a vast number of mortal Gu worms to replace the missing immortal Gu, he would need at least 2 to 3 days to deduce it. Because of all these factors, Feng Yuan set up this Gu formation. This Gu formation was more or less enough. It was mainly used to defend against enemies' sneak attacks. And most importantly, Feng Yuan needed to make full use of his time. Celestial Court did not send any pursuers. This made Feng Yuan even more worried. The Gu formation closed, creating a simple temporary space. The Gu formation space was very simple. It could not compare to the palaces in southern borders Super Gu formation. The space was white. Only Feng Yuan and Ing Wuxia were present. Sect leader, let me do it. For Shadow Sect, for the great cause, I will do my best. Ing Wuxia was full of fighting spirit. Feng Yuan nodded. Then you go first. Ing Wuxia sat down and started instilling his immortal essence. After preparing for a while, his aura suddenly shook. Immortal Killer Move Burning Soul Bursting Luck was successfully activated. In an instant, Ing Wuxia's karmic luck suddenly increased by several times. At the same time, he felt dizzy and drowsy. Burning Soul Bursting Luck was a killer move that expended the foundation of the soul to temporarily increase the luck of the Gu Immortal. Thus, the activation of the killer move not only meant that Ing Wuxia's luck rose sharply, it also meant that his soul was extremely weak. But it did not matter. Feng Yuan directly took out Guts Gu. During the cultivation process, Feng Yuan had been paying attention to storing Guts Gu on himself, in case of any mishaps. His cautiousness had provided him with a lot of help, and now it was reflected on Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia quickly recovered. He was no longer in a daze, but his face was still pale. Even though his soul was healthy, his soul path Dao marks were reduced by a lot. Burning Soul Bursting Luck technique would permanently reduce soul path Dao marks. Moreover, this killer move had a requirement on the number of soul path Dao marks. To activate it successfully, a certain amount of soul path Dao marks had to be expended. Precisely because of this, on Feng Yuan's side, only he and Ing Wuxia had the qualifications to activate this killer move. The others might have high battle strength, but their soul foundation was very weak. Everyone had their own specialties. No one could cultivate so many paths like Feng Yuan. In fact, Feng Yuan could cultivate so many paths because of the sovereign immortal body, and also because he used dream realms to raise his attainment levels in many paths. After Ing Wuxia's activation, it was Feng Yuan's turn. This Burning Soul Bursting Luck killer move used Soul Path Immortal Gu Soul Howl. With Ing Wuxia's guidance, even though it was Feng Yuan's first time using it, he succeeded after 2 failures. Rumble. At once, Feng Yuan had auditory hallucinations. He seemed to see the luck above his head surging and expanding. It was like smoke rising into the sky. He nodded and informed Sixth Hair to start the Gu refinement. Sixth Hair and Ing Wuxia had a connection of luck. Before the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Feng Yuan chased after Ing Wuxia and the rest, chasing them all the way from Eastern Sea to Northern Plains. In Northern Plains Earth Trench, Ing Wuxia and the rest were rescued by Sixth Hair. Ing Wuxia and the rest escaped, while Sixth Hair obstructed Feng Yuan with Dark Flow Giant City. Ing Wuxia and Sixth Hair's luck was connected at that time. At that time, Ing Wuxia had Connect Luck Immortal Gu. To delay Feng Yuan as much as possible, Ing Wuxia had to strengthen Sixth Hair in all aspects. Luck was one of them. As expected, Feng Yuan's pursuit was greatly slowed down. Sixth Hair did not die. He returned to Langya Blessed Land safely. Right now, Feng Yuan's plan was to make use of this connection to help Sixth Hair's luck rise sharply. Back then, when Ing Wuxia was in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, he had used this killer move to refine fixed immortal travel. Unfortunately, the celestial court succeeded in refining it. His efforts were not in vain. It benefited Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan managed to refine change-form immortal goo. Feng Yuan had obtained this information from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He wanted to use it in this situation. After all, luck was the best method to assist in goo refinement. This point had been fully verified long ago. Back then, with the help of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path, Long-Hair Ancestor was able to help Giant Sun Immortal refine so many immortal goo and construct 88-point Jinyang Tower. Perceivable Dao Immortal Goo. After using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Feng Yuan used this goo to check the soul path Dao marks on his soul. His Dao marks were reduced by a lot. His soul foundation fell drastically. It was like he was going back to normal overnight. Feng Yuan had been cultivating his soul for a long time. Ever since he acted as Chang Shan Yin and traveled in northern plains to participate in the imperial court contest, it had started. Using Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, Feng Yuan's soul cultivation progressed rapidly. The efficiency was extremely high. After a long period of cultivation, his soul had accumulated a lot of soul path Dao marks. But today, after using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Feng Yuan's efforts were all for naught. Feng Yuan did not feel much pity or regret. Dao marks could be regained after being used up. If he lost his life now, everything would be over. If other Gu immortals like Bai Ningbing used this move, how could they have so many soul path Dao marks to expend? Feng Yuan had a thought. He asked Ing Wuxie, "How many more times can your soul foundation last?" Ing Wuxie answered honestly, "I can use it twice more." But sect leader, you inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. You must know that Burning Soul Bursting Luck's effect cannot be stacked. If I use it again, it will not be of much help. Feng Yuan nodded. I was just asking casually. He felt a deep sense of admiration towards Spectral Soul. Ing Wuxie was a split soul of Spectral Soul. But he had the Soul Path Foundation to use Burning Soul Bursting Luck 4 times. Spectral Soul was indeed the legendary person who created Soul Path and cultivated to rank 9. Burning Soul Bursting Luck has already been activated. We have done everything we can. Let's go, let's leave this place. Feng Yuan sorted out his emotions and stood up. Soon, he packed up the Immortal Gu formation and kept the other Gu immortals in his immortal aperture before setting off again, flying rapidly. He had to keep moving. Not only did Celestial Court know his location and send Gu immortals to hunt him down, there was also Providence's arrangements. If Feng Yuan and the rest stayed at a certain place for a long time, many problems would arise. In the white sky, the upper extreme heavenly eagle flew up while spraying blood. Behind it, an immortal Gu house carrying 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals chased relentlessly. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is almost at its limit. That's right, it can really fly. Alright, let's close the net. This attack will stop you completely. The immortal Gu house quickly surged with an aura. Next, a dazzling golden pillar of light shot out. The golden light was extremely fast. It hit the upper extreme heavenly eagle immediately. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was heavily injured. It quickly flapped its wings and tried to dodge. But the golden pillar of light was long and thin. It followed it like a shadow, enveloping the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's injuries became more severe. Its body was covered in a layer of golden light. This made it more difficult to move. But at the next moment, a change occurred. A white cloud appeared and intercepted the falling upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle entered the white cloud and vanished. Oh no, it is the black and white overturning cloud. Quickly retract the killer move. Don't destroy this cloud. The 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals cried out in shock, but it was too late. Everything happened too quickly. After the upper extreme heavenly eagle disappeared into the cloud, the golden pillar of light hit the white cloud and dyed it into a golden cloud. The golden cloud became extremely heavy, and soon, it fell from the sky. At this time, the golden pillar of light disappeared. The 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals had stopped their killer move. But at this moment, these 2 smug expressions had completely vanished, replaced by dumbfounded expressions. How can this be? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? This kind of black and white overturning cloud connects the black and white heavens. It can allow anything to enter the cloud and move between the two heavens. We were also wary of this factor, so we had already taken action along the way and destroyed the suspected black and white overturning cloud. To think that an overturning cloud would actually appear, and it was even hit by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This damnable luck. The two celestial court Gu immortals felt like they were going crazy. They were about to vomit blood from anger. They had worked so hard and expended so much immortal essence, but when they were about to succeed, this happened. Chase. The upper extreme heavenly eagle still has our investigative killer move on it. We will go back the way we came, past the heavenly wind chi wall and return to black heaven. Chapter 14:16. The upper extreme heavenly eagle actually escaped. How could this happen? Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle used Star Constellation chessboard to quickly discover the situation in White Heaven. She furrowed her beautiful brows, and a sharp light flashed through her eyes. Is it luck path? A guess appeared in her mind. She thought of 88-point Jinyang Tower. The culprit behind the collapse of this tower was Feng Yuan. What was the probability of Feng Yuan inheriting Giant Sun's true inheritance? It is a pity that my investigative killer move can only track the location of Feng Yuan and the rest. It cannot see their current situation. Fairy Myrtle sighed as she activated Star Constellation chessboard again. At the next moment, Star Constellation chessboard showed the scene in the River of Time. Feng Jioge and Lord Huangshi had already flown near a tributary of the River of Time. This tributary of the River of Time is not small. It is enough for you to enter. Lord Huangshi smiled as he pointed ahead. I will use an immortal killer move to send you out, do not resist. Feng Jioge nodded as he bowed elegantly. Thank you. Lord Huangshi was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Is that tiger immemorial year beast chasing us again? Feng Jioge's expression also changed slightly. No. Lord Huangshi looked ahead without blinking. On the surface of the River of Time, a thick layer of fog had suddenly appeared. Strange. Since when did fog appear in the River of Time? Feng Jioge frowned. Lord Huangshi, however, had an excited expression. He had great anticipation in his eyes. Such a thick fog could it be? At this moment, the two of them saw a shadow suddenly appear in the thick fog. The shadow was faintly discernible. It was covered by the fog and could not be seen clearly. Lord Huangshi's expression became even more excited, while Feng Jioge was still confused. Soon, the fog fluctuated, revealing a corner of the huge shadow in the fog. This allowed Feng Jioge to see the face of the shadow clearly. It looks like a stone island? That's right, that's the Stone Lotus Island. The legendary location of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Lord Huangshi's voice trembled slightly. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable and the Celestial Court were irreconcilable enemies, he was at the pinnacle of time path. No one could compare to him. As Lord Huangshi, who specialized in the Time Dao, the Red Lotus True Inheritance was extremely attractive to him. You stay here, I'll be right back. After Lord Huangshi threw down these words, he immediately shot out like lightning. His speed was inconceivable. However, the entire fog seemed to have a mind of its own. The closer Lord Huangshi approached, the more the fog retreated. After trying for a long time, not only did Lord Huangshi fail to shorten the distance between him and the fog, he even distanced himself further. A moment later, the thick fog dissipated, and the stone island in the mysterious fog also disappeared. Lord Huangshi returned in a daze. His expression was very ugly. Even in the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, who was observing this, had a disappointed expression. But soon she frowned again. She fell into deep thought. Why did the Stone Lotus Island suddenly appear? Is it because Feng Yuan detonated a tributary of the River of Time? However, Lord Huangshi and Feng Jioge's positions had long since left that place. And the more important question is, how can we enter the Stone Lotus Island? Do we need the key, Spring-Autumn Cicada? Southern border, Wu Clan headquarters. A super Gu formation had already been constructed. Wu Yong stood in front of the Gu formation. After inspecting it for a while, he nodded slowly, showing a satisfied expression. he said to a Wu clan supreme elder beside him. "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Wu Bei. It is my duty to serve the clan, it is not hard work." Elder Wu Bei had a respectful and humble attitude. Among Wu clan's Gu immortals, he specialized in formation path. Not long ago, he had been guarding the Super Gu formation in place of Fang Yuan. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan returned from northern plains and used a scheme to force Wu Bei out, while he entered the Super Gu formation again. Because of this, Supreme Elder Wu Bei avoided a calamity and did not participate in the Battle of the Dream Realm. In this battle, Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals lost a lot. Even the immortal Gu that were used to construct the Super Gu formation were taken away by the Celestial Court. However, not long ago, Wu Yong failed to kill Fang Yuan, but he made a secret agreement with the Celestial Court. Wu Yong let Feng Jioge go, while the Celestial Court handed the immortal Gu that were taken away to Wu Yong. Wu Yong returned to Southern Border's Righteous Path, and returned these immortal Gu to their rightful owners. This action directly pushed his reputation to the peak of Southern Border's Righteous Path. Southern Border's clans were moved by Wu Yong's benevolence. Not only did he negotiate with the Celestial Court, after the negotiation succeeded, he did not covet the immortal Gu at all. He returned them to their rightful owners. They were very impressed. Furthermore, after Wu Yong exposed the rank 8 immortal Gu house, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, and displayed his powerful battle strength in the Battle of Purple Blood River formation, all of Southern Border's super forces were wary of him. Thus, even though they did not kill the Shadow Sect members, Wu clan's situation had undergone a huge change. The various large clans that had invaded the Wu clan's resources had all taken the initiative to withdraw from the territories that they had invaded. They even made a roundabout way of compensating the Wu clan. Xiao clan was a vassal force of Wu clan. The territories that Ba clan and Xia clan had taken over were also returned to them using Wu clan's prestige. Wu Yong was naturally not satisfied with such a result. After returning, he had been taking charge of the situation and negotiating with the super forces, trying to get them to hand over more benefits. Currently, both sides were still arguing. Wu clan was showing a strong stance, but the other clans were not pushovers. They had to protect their own interests. Wu clan's losses this time were truly huge. Many of Wu clan's Gu immortals died. They even lost 6 immortal Gu to Fang Yuan, as well as 100,000 immortal Yuan stone. But Wu clan could only keep this matter to themselves. They could not openly settle the score with Fang Yuan. Wu Yong wanted to use the other super forces to make up for his losses. At the same time, he would not forget this demonic path scoundrel, Fang Yuan. This Super Gu formation was personally arranged by Wu Yong. Not only was Wu Bei in charge of it, he even asked Qi clan's Gu immortals to help set it up. "Alright, let's do it." Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He said to Wu Bei in a plain tone. Wu Bei's heart shook. He could feel the anger and hatred behind Wu Yong's calm appearance. To think that Wu Yihai was actually someone else in disguise. Humph, he is truly daring. He dares to deceive Wu clan. Now I will show you my power. In this world, there are many people you cannot offend. Wu Bei snorted coldly in his heart, starting to activate the Gu formation. This immortal formation used the Earth Vein as the foundation, Fang Yuan's Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu as the clues. It used close to 10 immortal Gu and countless mortal Gu to create this. Its power was to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Every time the Gu formation was activated, it would burst out with a formless power that could cross Southern Border and affect Fang Yuan. This immortal formation's power was naturally very powerful. It far surpassed the killer move that Wu Yong used against Fang Yuan earlier. At the same time, it was very durable. This was one of the advantages of a Gu formation. Once the Gu formation was set up, it was easy to activate and stop. It was not like killer moves. Each activation required a complicated process. Every step had to be correct. If they were not correct, the activation might fail, and the user would suffer a backlash. A Gu formation was different. After it was set up, unless it was destroyed, there was no need to worry about backlash. Use half of its power first. Wu Yong instructed. Wu Bei nodded. Wu Yong was not doing this out of kindness. It was to make it easier to negotiate with Fang Yuan. After all, Wu Clan's immortal goo were still in Fang Yuan's hands. Wu Yong naturally wanted to get it back. Even though Fang Yuan went to Western Desert, Wu Yong did not give up on this plan. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal is powerful and can reflect all attacks, but it is a pity. This move uses too much mental energy and expends a lot of immortal essence. How can Fang Yuan use it all the time? With this goo formation, we can attack and stop whenever we want. We have complete control over the situation. Let's let him have a taste of his own medicine before we negotiate. Wu Yong had already thought of a plan. The goo formation started to activate. It was about to activate, but right at this moment, the ground started to shake intensely. Rumble. The whole of Wu Yi Mountain shook intensely. What is going on? Why is there an earthquake? Which goo immortal is undergoing tribulation? It is not a tribulation. It is an earth vein shaking. It is affecting the whole of southern border. This is 100 million times more severe than a tribulation. Oh no, Elder Wu Bei. The spectating Wu Clan Gu immortals exclaimed as they realized something amiss. Boom. The immortal formation self-detonated. Wu Bei coughed out blood as he screamed pitifully. He fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Sixth Hair was sweating profusely. His hair was completely wet from the sweat. It had condensed into a lump. He was in a sorry state. The final step. Sixth Hair's eyes were bloodshot. The land spirit of Langya heard this and immediately handed the prepared immortal material to Sixth Hair. Even though he was the first supreme elder, since Fang Yuan had already requested it, and the rules of the sect were set by him, the land spirit of Langya, he had to abide by them. Thus, he did not mind helping Sixth Hair. At most, he had some complaints towards Fang Yuan. A long and crisp sound could be heard from the ice flame. It was like the sound of wind blowing on silver dollar. Soon, the sound dissipated, and the blazing ice flames were extinguished, revealing the spherical mysterious ice in the center. Sixth Hair breathed roughly as he muttered. Come out, rank 7 immortal goo self-love. Crack crack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the profound ice. The profound ice shattered and an immortal goo flew out. Chapter 14-17. Rank 7 Self-Love Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan held this immortal goo in his hands, feeling joyful. His soul foundation that he had cultivated for so long did not go to waste. He finally obtained some results. Luck Path was truly a path that could allow one to become a goo immortal and reach rank 9. I have Luck Immortal Goo. I also connected luck to Yi Fan, Hong Yi and Han Li, these 3 people with strong luck. Adding on the 2 times of burning soul bursting luck, my luck path at that moment had probably reached an unprecedented level. Thus, it is not strange that I refined Self-Love Immortal Goo. After this Self-Love Immortal Goo was refined by Sixth Hair, he used Jewel Yellow Skies to hand it over to Fang Yuan. Jewel Yellow Skies naturally caused a small commotion, but the scale of the commotion had already decreased. After all, using Jewel Yellow Skies to transport immortal goo had happened many times already. It was no longer so rare. Especially recently, Wu Yong used Jewel Yellow Skies to send a wave of goo worms. And 1,000 transformations ancestor soul-deer beasts. The commotion was even greater. The influence had not subsided yet. This is self-love immortal goo? Bai Ningbing asked. Before Fang Yuan answered, Ing Wu Xie said. Of course. This immortal goo came at the right time. With this immortal goo, we can use the immortal killer move self-cleansing. We will no longer be afraid of investigative killer moves. Ahaha. Ing Wu Xie placed his hands on his waist as he laughed loudly. He was wearing Fairy Chui Bo's body now. His chest was huge. He had a beautiful face, but he was laughing foolishly with his mouth wide open. He looked like a hot-blooded young man. It was quite comical. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing shook her head inwardly. Initially, she had some sympathy for Ing Wu Xie, but now, that sympathy had completely vanished. That's right, this immortal goo self-love is the core of the immortal killer move self-cleansing. This move can allow goo immortals to cleanse their own Dao marks. The bad Dao marks are washed away while the good Dao marks are left behind. Be it investigative killer moves or alliance agreements, as long as they are harmful to us, it can take them away. Fang Yuan explained in detail. He Lulan's eyes shined with bright light. She thought to herself. This means that the killer move formed from this immortal goo can undo the restriction of Shadow Sex Alliance agreement on me? She saw a glimmer of hope. She was reluctant to join the Shadow Sect. Of course, she wanted to leave, but she had no way to do so. Self-love immortal goo had a unique appearance. It did not look like a worm, but a horn-shaped dumpling with a layer of green leaves on it. There were gray-white lines on it. But that was not the case. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that the bamboo leaves on the surface were actually one with the inside. The gray-white lines were just the flickering traces of self-love immortal goo. These flickering traces would stay at a certain location for a few breaths of time before changing locations. He Lulan engraved the appearance of self-love immortal goo deeply in her mind. Feng Yuan used his finger to touch the surface of self-love immortal goo, saying resolutely, "Let's relocate first, then use the killer move to undo the investigative killer move on us." The goo immortals chose a direction and moved 100,000 li away, landing behind a huge sand dune. Feng Yuan started to activate the killer move, while Ing Wuxie and the rest scattered around, protecting Feng Yuan. First was to activate self-love immortal goo. This rank 7 immortal goo floated in the air in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It did not shine, but emitted a sweet and refreshing smell. Attracted by this smell, a large number of mortal goo were activated, surrounding self-love immortal goo, forming a river of goo worms. This was the first step of activating self-cleansing. Evidently, self-love immortal goo was needed for the first step to be activated. Feng Yuan was stuck at this earlier, undeniably. Even with a vast number of immortal killer moves, he could not do without a core immortal goo. Next, Feng Yuan started to activate some crucial supplementary goo worms. These goo worms were all immortal goo without exception. Wisdom Path immortal goo, obtained from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Most of them were rank 7. The difficulty of this immortal killer move was that every Wisdom Path immortal goo that was added in would cause an intense tremor to the original goo worm river. Only skilled techniques and extraordinary controllability could complete such a step. A Wisdom Path rank 6 immortal goo was carefully placed down. The river of goo worms surged with great waves, but it calmed down after a while. Feng Yuan's heart sank. This was only a rank 6 immortal goo, but it was already so difficult. If he placed a rank 7 immortal goo, the result would be terrible. But the second immortal goo was a rank 7 immortal goo. Feng Yuan prepared for a long time. After experiencing the extremely precious experience, he placed the second immortal goo. Advancing slowly like this, at the third immortal goo, Feng Yuan suffered a failure. The entire goo worm river broke. Feng Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. Man as before. Once this immortal goo was used, his injuries disappeared. But the killer move's activation failed. He needed to leave. Feng Yuan and the rest packed up and left. They could not stay in one place for too long. They had to keep moving at all times. Celestial Court and Providence would not be able to deal with them easily. On the way out, Feng Yuan carefully analyzed his gains and losses, summarizing his experiences. It could be said that the whole team was relying on this killer move of his. This was the key to changing their current situation. Even though this killer move did not have any offensive power, he tried to activate the killer move. After failing, he would relocate, and then he would summarize his gains and losses along the way. Repeating this until the 4th time, Feng Yuan finally succeeded in activating this rank 7 immortal killer move, self-cleansing. It was not easy. A gentle light that resembled flowing water poured down from Feng Yuan's head, flowing into his body and heart. Initially, this flowing water-like light was extremely clear, but when it reached Feng Yuan's feet, it became turbid like a desert. "How is it?" After the killer move was activated, Ing Wuxie quickly asked. The other goo immortals also looked at him with concern. Feng Yuan activated perceivable Dao immortal goo, inspecting himself. The result was not what he had hoped for. "This is troublesome." His expression was grim. Southern border. The super goo formation had already been cleared. Wu Bei Supreme Elder, who had fainted from heavy injuries, was also being treated. Wu Yong looked at the huge pit with an ashen expression. "Why did I have to die? I actually encountered the earth vein's vibration." This super goo formation uses the Earth vein as its foundation. The Earth vein rarely vibrates in tens of thousands of years, but it actually happened at this crucial moment. But thankfully, I managed to protect Feng Yuan's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo at the crucial moment, even though I had to sacrifice a rank 6 immortal goo. Wu Yong's gaze was deep after this matter. His hatred towards Feng Yuan increased by another level. Lord Wu Yong, the situation is not quite right. At this time, Wu Fa came over and reported. Not only here, Tai clan, Yi clan, Chai clan, Qi clan and others also encountered earthquakes not long after. Wu Yong's brows rose. You are saying this earth vein vibration affected the whole of southern border? I'm afraid so. Wu Fa frowned deeply. Earth veins were not small matters. Such a large-scale vibration had never occurred in southern border's history. This change was no small matter. Wu Yong suddenly looked at his palms. The two mortal goo that he was holding suddenly had cracks on them. They crumbled and were completely destroyed. Wu Yong was shocked. Feng Yuan's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo self-destructed? Did Feng Yuan use some method? Chapter 14-18. On this day, all of southern border's mortals and immortals were shaken and panicked. The earth vein trembled completely, affecting the whole of southern border. The important regions were turned upside down, mountains collapsed, rivers were blocked, and sinkholes were buried. The heavenly power of heaven and earth displayed an unparalleled and terrifying power at this moment. Unlucky mortals died tragically in this vast and sudden earthly tribulation. All the super forces were calculating their losses. Many mortal forces were instantly annihilated. Even super clans had many resource points destroyed. They suffered heavy losses. The sudden earth vein tremor caused the tense political situation of southern border to turn silent. The various superpowers temporarily set aside their previous conflicts and began to actively investigate the cause of the earth vein's upheaval. Such a tremor had never happened in the last 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even in the olden antiquity era and remote antiquity era. This was the first time in all of history. In southern border's goo immortal world, be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all very nervous and curious. What was the reason for such a large-scale earth vein tremor? The signs of the Great Era have appeared. Far away in western desert, Feng Yuan obtained information about southern border's earth vein tremor through jewel yellow skies. He sighed deeply. At this moment he had already moved again. He arrived at another location. The curtain of night gradually faded, and the distant horizon began to show the color of dawn. Dawn had arrived. Soon, the rising sun illuminated the horizon. The grand light scattered over the vast desert. This was a new day. Feng Yuan wore a white robe. His face was covered in frost. He looked at the rising sun with a heavy gaze. His heart was heavy. The sun was rising. His future was not as bright as the scene in front of him. In the past, he was kept in the dark. Now that he obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he understood the relationship between the Great Era, Spectral Soul, and Shadow Sect in his previous life. The Great Era should have arrived at this time. But in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, because Spectral Soul succeeded in defying heaven and changing fate, he suppressed the Celestial Court and Providence, using supreme methods to forcefully delay the Great Era by 500 years. Providence was forced into a desperate situation by the Spectral Soul, and had no choice but to cut off all means of retreat. They chose Feng Yuan as a chess piece and used the spring-autumn cicada to send him to the past, staking it all on one throw and destroying the Shadow Sect's grand plan. Thus, the entire world was back on track. Without the delay of the Spectre and the Shadow Sect, the Great Era had slowly begun. The trembling of the earth veins was just the tip of the prologue. With the arrival of the Great Era, the 5 regional walls will disappear. However, the condition for the 5 regional walls to disappear is that the earth veins of southern border, northern plains, central continent, western desert, and eastern sea must all come into contact and merge into one. In the following period of time, the earth veins will shake more frequently. Not just southern border, but the other 4 regions, central continent, eastern sea, western desert, and northern plains will also shake. The reason why southern border's earth veins shake first is because southern border has the densest earth path down marks in the 5 regions. Thus, southern borders earth veins are the most abundant in the 5 regions. Precisely because of this, when the Great Era arrives and the world changes, it will be the first to be affected. Feng Yuan's gaze revealed a pondering expression. The arrival of the Great Era no doubt greatly interfered with his cultivation plan. According to his original plan, there was plenty of time, and he could take it easy. Feng Yuan continued to cultivate, using dream realms to raise his attainment level, accumulate wealth, and raise his cultivation level. By the time the Great Era of the 5 regions chaotic war arrives, he would have rank 8 cultivation level and immense wealth. Even if he was not a grandmaster in all paths, he would be close. That way, he would be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the 5 regions chaotic war. But now it was clearly impossible. The Great Era arrived too quickly. Feng Yuan's plans were completely disrupted. Not only that, he was currently being pursued by the heavenly court and encircled by the heaven's will. He was in an extremely difficult situation, and he was constantly on the run. He had to be vigilant because a powerful enemy might suddenly appear in the next moment and attack him. This is a great change throughout the ages. Currently, I'm afraid only me, the Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, and a few other forces know the meaning behind the earth vein tremors. But other Gu immortals are not stupid. After some investigation, they will more or less realize this. After some time, this consciousness will form a common understanding. The entire Gu immortal world will understand. An unprecedented change of heaven and earth is about to arrive. Sigh, one of my advantages since rebirth is going to disappear. If not for the Dream Realm battle, I would still have Wu Yihai's identity. Southern borders earth vein tremors would create a large number of earth trenches and sinkholes, as well as countless ore veins, rare beasts, and strange plants. They would all be dug out. This is a grand feast. All the forces and Gu immortals will fight for them. This will happen in all 5 regions, but southern border will be the most affected, because southern border's earth vein is the thickest and has the most valuable treasures. The worst is Eastern Sea, because of its vast body of water. During this earth vein tremor, Eastern Sea will have the least fortuitous encounters. Feng Yuan recalled. Eastern Sea had always been the region with the richest resources in the 5 regions. This attracted the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions to take the risk and search for them, to aid their own cultivation. But during this earth vein tremor, Eastern Sea had the least gains. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Gu immortals had commented. This fortuitous encounter was like heaven and earth giving Gu immortals countless treasures to balance out the strength of the 5 regions. If Feng Yuan still had Wu Yihai's identity, he would have a huge fortuitous encounter at this moment. With his memories, he remembered many places where large numbers of treasures, and even wild immortal Gu would appear. Unfortunately, his identity was exposed this time. This huge fortuitous encounter would most likely be lost to him. Feng Yuan felt pity, but he did not know that this earth vein tremor actually helped him. Because of the earth vein tremor, Wu clan's immortal formation was damaged. Wu Yong's plan failed. Feng Yuan was able to get through this tribulation safely. He was not plotted against by Wu clan. The earth vein tremor was bound to happen, but it happened at this time. It was clearly because of Feng Yuan's burning soul-bursting luck. Thankfully, I have the rank 7 immortal Gu self-love this time. Earlier, I successfully used the immortal killer move self-cleansing, and got rid of all the Dao marks on my body, including Wu clan's alliance agreement. This way, Feng Yuan had completely broken away from Wu clan. He had no relationship with them anymore. My life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu must have broken by now. Wu Yong won't be able to use this against me anymore. His worries in this aspect were resolved, but it also made Feng Yuan see the shortcomings of maintaining a clean body. Self-cleansing was extraordinary. It could get rid of Dao marks that were harmful to the Gu immortal, but it was not flexible enough. For example, right now, Feng Yuan's alliance agreement with Wu clan was cleansed, but his alliance agreement Dao marks with other forces, Chu Du, Land Spirit of Langya, other variant humans, Crazed Demon Cave, and others were not affected. This was because these alliance agreement Dao marks were not harmful to Feng Yuan. Self-cleansing would not get rid of them. However, once Feng Yuan betrays them, These alliance agreement Dao marks would be harmful to Feng Yuan. The alliance agreement would activate first and punish Feng Yuan harshly. By then it would be too late for Feng Yuan to use self-cleansing to save himself. Most importantly, it was the investigative killer move that Fairy Myrtle planted on Feng Yuan. These Dao marks were very harmful to Feng Yuan. Self-cleansing was used to get rid of them. However, what shocked Feng Yuan was that even though the killer move was effective and got rid of some of these Dao marks, they soon started to recover and regenerate. At this speed, in 6 hours, the Dao marks that represented Celestial Court's investigative killer move would recover. Self-cleansing is the strongest method among Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Even though it is effective and helpful to me, the opponent this time is too strong. The investigative killer move on me should have been planted by Fairy Myrtle using Star Constellation chessboard. Even though Feng Yuan was guessing, he was certain of it. Because he had encountered this phenomenon of Dao marks growing on their own before. That was his original body, that rank 6 strength path 8-arm heavenly demonic immortal zombie body. Right now in this body, the second immortal aperture had already vanished, while Spring Autumn Cicada was still sealed in the first rank 5 aperture. Spring Autumn Cicada could not be used, because Providence was hidden inside it. Furthermore, Ing Wuxia had used soul path methods to set up a sinister trap in his body. Once Feng Yuan placed his soul inside, the trap would activate and kill the soul, nourishing the body and creating more soul path Dao marks, making the trap even more vicious and persistent. This was the first time Feng Yuan encountered the phenomenon of Dao marks growing on their own. Even though it was Ing Wuxia's killer move, it came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After obtaining Zishan Makoto's inheritance, Feng Yuan learned that only rank 9 Gu Venerables could create this type of Dao mark growing killer move. Thus, Feng Yuan guessed that Fairy Myrtle used Star Constellation chessboard to use this investigative killer move. Because Star Constellation chessboard belonged to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thanks to Feng Yuan's current identity, his knowledge of Celestial Court had increased greatly. Feng Yuan thought about it now. Actually, other Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables had similar methods. Dao marks grew on their own without expending immortal essence. For example, Giant Sun Immortal created the rank 8 Immortal Gu Fortune rivaling Heaven. Ma Hong had used it, and the effects of good luck were still present until his physical body died. The essence of good luck was luck path Dao marks. Ma Hongyun's body was engraved with luck path Dao marks. He also absorbed the luck of the people around him, increasing the number of luck path Dao marks on his body. Moreover, in the entire process he did not need to expend any immortal essence or primeval essence. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable also had a killer move of this level. That was Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment. These two ultimate defensive killer moves weaved a layer of Dao mark Dharma clothes on the soul. The former allowed the target to escape the attention and deductions of Providence, while the latter made the soul undetectable. Such a killer move's effect existed all the time. It did not expend any immortal essence. At the same time, if there was any damage, the Dao mark clothing would regenerate on its own. It is publicly recognized that every rank 9 Gu Venerable's main path is Supreme Grandmaster. According to the cultivation experience that Zishan Makoto gave me, Grandmaster attainment is to comprehend by analogy. Great Grandmaster is to use natural Dao marks. Supreme Grandmaster is to use natural Dao marks. Supreme Grandmaster is to grow Dao marks on their own, and even move on their own, breaking away from the shackles of immortal essence. Everything was clear at a glance. Zishan Makoto's inheritance gave Feng Yuan a clear and comprehensive understanding of the entire Gu immortal realm. Now with his personal experience, Feng Yuan had a deeper understanding of the entire Gu immortal realm. Feng Yuan already had a way to get rid of the soul path trap on the 8-arm heavenly demonic immortal zombie's body. But Feng Yuan was having a hard time dealing with the investigative Dao marks on this sovereign immortal body. I can use self-cleansing to get rid of a certain amount of investigative Dao marks, but the more I get rid of, the faster they grow. I can use self-cleansing to get rid of 10% of the Dao marks every time I use it. But after more than half a day, the Dao marks that have disappeared will regrow. This way, if I want to completely get rid of the investigative killer move on my body, I will need to use self-cleansing at all times for at least half a month. not for a long time and without any rest in between. Feng Yuan made a rough estimation based on his current information. It was very troublesome. The investigative killer move on Feng Yuan was much more troublesome than he had expected. And most importantly, it was unrealistic. Self-cleansing was not a continuous killer move. It could be used multiple times. Every time it was activated, it would last for a fixed amount of time. Even though he had self-love immortal goo and successfully activated the killer move self-cleansing, Feng Yuan did not get rid of all the harmful Dao marks on his body as he wished. He encountered another problem. What should he do? If you have enough time to prepare, there might be a chance to get rid of it. Unfortunately, you will not have that chance now. Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle smiled. She was very confident in the investigative killer move she used on Feng Yuan and the rest. Because this was a method from Star Constellation Chessboard, the killer move that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created, Inextinguishable Star Target. Among all investigative killer moves, Inextinguishable Star Target could only mark the target's location. But this ability was far inferior to the investigative killer move that Fairy Myrtle used on Feng Jioge and the rest, Star Shadow Derivation. The latter allowed Star Constellation Chessboard to display the target's experience in scene. It could be seen at a glance as if the target was there. But the strongest aspect of Inextinguishable Star Target was that it was endless and could not be destroyed. Normal methods could not get rid of it. It could be said that as long as this killer move existed, Feng Yuan would be a chess piece in Fairy Myrtle's chessboard. He could not escape from Fairy Myrtle's control. Getting rid of him was only a matter of time. In the battle against Feng Yuan and the rest, Fairy Myrtle had the complete initiative. She had the upper hand and was unwavering. Moreover, as long as Feng Yuan was not given the chance to develop freely, as time dragged on, Fairy Myrtle and Celestial Court's advantage would increase. It could be said that Fairy Myrtle was already in an invincible position. Chapter 14:19. Compared to fate, luck cannot last for long. Even though there was a small accident, so what? Fairy Myrtle smiled elegantly. The star constellation chessboard in her hand showed the figures of those two Celestial Court Goo Immortals. The Immortal Goo House was flying. The two Celestial Court Goo Immortals had grim expressions as they conversed. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle escaped to Black Heaven through the black-white overturning cloud. But according to the time now, it is already daytime in the 5 regions. We are currently in daytime. Black Heaven is already above our heads. So this time, we need to fly to the sky and pass through the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall to enter Black Heaven. That's right, we have already placed an investigative method on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. As long as we reach Black Heaven, we will have a weak reaction. We will not have to worry about not being able to find it. If we encounter the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle again, we cannot repeat the same mistake. We need to do everything we can to prevent it from happening again. The two Celestial Court Goo Immortals were full of fighting spirit. Their confidence had completely recovered after this setback. What gave them confidence was the strength they had. The difference in strength was clear, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had great luck a second or third time. So what? Could it be like this every time? As long as it failed once, the Celestial Court Goo Immortals would win, and the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle would be trapped, unable to make a comeback. Star Constellation Chessboard shook lightly, the scene changed and Feng Jioge appeared. At this moment, Feng Jioge had already left the River of Time, returning to Western Desert. But this time, because he used a different tributary of the River of Time to return to Western Desert, he could not return the same way. Fairy Myrtle instructed him. According to Feng Jioge's current distance, he was quite far from Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge is a Dao Guardian. His luck is as steady as a mountain, unshakable. Only with such a strong luck can he resist Feng Yuan and the others. If I send other Celestial Court Goo Immortals, there would be too many people. Their luck would be countered by Feng Yuan. It would instead help Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is an obvious example. Two Celestial Court Rank 8 Goo Immortals working together could escape. Let alone against Feng Yuan? Let's first have Feng Jioge keep pressuring Feng Yuan and force him to search for the Red Lotus True Legacy. Even if he can't achieve this goal, we can force him to keep revealing his trump cards. When he reveals all his trump cards, it will be time for me to personally make a move. Murderous intent flashed in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. It wasn't that she didn't value Feng Yuan, but she valued Feng Yuan very much. In order to kill this complete otherworldly demon, Fairy Myrtle had to act personally to be at ease. But now was not the time. Firstly, Feng Yuan's trump cards had not been revealed yet. He was not in a desperate situation yet. Secondly, Celestial Court needed to be guarded, because Duke Long was still deep in Celestial Court, trying to suppress Spectral Soul's main body. The entire situation of Central Continent needed Fairy Myrtle's control and coordination. Thirdly, the Great Era was approaching. Southern Border's earth veins were already shaking. Central Continent's position was the most disadvantageous. They needed to make ample preparations. Even though Feng Yuan had self-love immortal goo, he could not escape from Fairy Myrtle's control. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle escaped once, it was still being chased. It was not out of danger. What Fairy Myrtle cared about was not these two, but the stone lotus island that suddenly appeared in the river of time. Why did Red Lotus True Inheritance suddenly appear and vanish mysteriously? Fairy Myrtle frowned. She could not understand. She, who had Star Constellation chessboard, was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the world. But facing the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in human history, Fairy Myrtle still felt her own powerlessness and inadequacy. Red Lotus. Fairy Myrtle sighed internally, because she knew that among all the demon venerables, this Red Lotus demon venerable had the deepest connection with Celestial Court. In fact, he was once likely to become Red Lotus Immortal Venerable and enter Celestial Court, Black Heaven. Yellow-green fungus grass was like a giant carpet, growing quietly in a corner of Black Heaven. Heaven-attached fungus. This was a rank 6 immortal material. It could only grow in the immemorial 9 heavens. The conditions for its growth were very harsh. It had to grow in a single location. There could not be any Dao marks or other life forms around it. Not even meteors could exist. But thankfully, even though the immemorial 9 heavens had groups of ancient-level life forms and immemorial-level life forms, there was still a lot of space. There would always be an environment for the heaven-attached fungus to grow. However, at this moment, there were 2 figures lingering on the heaven-attached fungi. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A series of urgent bird cries could be heard. A goo master who looked like a young man raised his right hand with difficulty. His forearm and right hand were covered in a layer of rainbow aurora light. This aurora light was very lively. It seemed to want to leave the young goo master's arm. It had its own spirituality, but it was still lacking. The young goo master gritted his teeth, trying to hold on. His forehead was soon covered in sweat. Go Aurora Bird. The young goo master had reached his limits. He knew he had to take a gamble. He shouted as he swung his arm forward with difficulty. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At the next moment, the aurora light's cries became even clearer. Next, the rainbow aurora light really jumped out of the young goo master's arm, jumping into the air and turning into a bird. The bird flapped its wings. The rainbow aurora light shot forward at an astonishing speed. Boom. With a loud sound, the rainbow aurora bird hit the nearby heaven-attached fungus, causing it to fly everywhere. After the aurora light faded, a hole the size of a well could be seen on the heaven-attached fungus. The young goo master saw this and was surprised and joyful. He was happy because he had worked so hard for so long, training hard, and risking his life so many times. He had finally gained some results. He managed to learn this killer move. He was shocked because this killer move's power was so great. It was just like what his master had predicted. Master, I succeeded. The young goo master came to the other person and bowed, saying excitedly, not bad. His master commented plainly. The young goo master saw his master's expression and calmed down a lot from his excitement. His expression immediately became much calmer, and he immediately bowed once more before saying in a gentle tone, Disciple has lost his composure. No worries. The young goo master's master waved his hand as he slowly walked away. After a few steps, he stopped and raised his head to look at the horizon. He was wearing a gray hemp robe. It was very simple. It fluttered in the wind, His strong bear-like body could not be concealed at all. He was wearing a conical hat. It was huge and wide. The edge of the hat cast a heavy shadow on his face, covering his face. Even though the young Gu master acknowledged him as his master, he had never seen his master's face. In fact, only now, when he looked at the sky, could the young Gu master see his master's face. But he could only see his chin. His chin was wide and thick. It gave off an unwavering and sturdy feeling. Master, thank you for your guidance these days. Otherwise, with my hard work, how could I have made such progress? The young Gu master said. His master was silent for a while before speaking. Oh Yi Fan, you are talented and have incredible comprehension. This killer move was created by you in the first place. It condensed your comprehension of transformation path and light path. I only gave you some pointers, that's all. Even though you have learned this killer move once, you need to practice it more in the future. But be careful. I am not around anymore. Master, are we going to separate? The young Gu master was shocked. He asked anxiously. This person was Southern Border's Yi Fan. He secretly admired Shang Xianci. When Shang Xianci became the clan leader, Yi Fan stood up and helped Shang Xianci resolve Shang clan's mortal problems. But there was always someone stronger. Yi Fan met by Ning Bing. Not only did he lose, he even went through a terrifying life and death experience. He narrowly escaped with his life. He was in a daze. This unforgettable experience made him calm down. He started to think about life and himself. It was an accident that allowed him to meet his current master. And they became master and disciple. To think that his master was a Gu immortal. To nurture this disciple with great comprehension, his master personally brought Yi Fan to Black Heaven to train him. Even though they had only known each other for a short time, Yi Fan respected this mysterious master of his. When people interact with each other, they need to get along. Some people can be strangers after interacting with each other for a lifetime. Some people can become close friends after interacting with each other for a short time. Even though Yi Fan had not seen his master's true appearance, he could feel his master's sincerity towards him. He had complete trust in his master. He did not suspect his master had any ulterior motives. The rise and fall of fate. We do not have much fate as master and disciple. If we use it today, it will run out tomorrow. It is better to wait for the future. Yi Fan, do you know why I brought you here? His master asked. Yi Fan blinked. Master, didn't you say that Black Heaven's environment suppresses my light path? Even though it is difficult to cultivate here, it is safe because of the suppression. This is one of the reasons. The second reason is that I deduced that you have karma here. His master said in a low voice. Karma? Yi Fan was confused. In this world, there is a cause and effect. There is a cause for every effect. Look, your karma is here. Saying so, the mysterious Gu immortal pointed at the sky. Yi Fan looked over and gasped in shock. There, an upper extreme heavenly eagle was flying towards the heaven-attached fungi. Such a handsome divine eagle. Ah, it is injured. As the distance between them shortened, Yi Fan saw the upper extreme heavenly eagle's heavy injuries. Even though Yi Fan had a master, his knowledge could not compare to Gu immortals. In fact, even ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals might not recognize the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was in a daze now. Its wounds were bleeding and had not healed. Even though it had gotten rid of the celestial court's pursuers, Black Heaven and White Heaven were filled with danger. It was not safe. When it saw the heaven-attached fungi, it flew over, trying to win a precious chance to catch its breath. But before it could reach the heaven-attached fungi, it fainted from exhaustion when it was still a few thousand steps away. However, Yi Fan's master acted in time, grabbing this upper extreme heavenly eagle. He opened his palm. Using some unknown method, under Yi Fan's shocked gaze, this giant upper extreme heavenly eagle was affected by a formless force. It shrunk until it was the size of a chick, falling into Yi Fan's master's palm. Yi Fan, this mysterious master, stretched out his other hand and lightly touched the upper extreme heavenly eagle's surface. Instantly, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's injuries healed. It fell into a deep sleep peacefully. Yi Fan, you are entangled by karma. This upper extreme heavenly eagle might be the key to resolving it in the future. Bring it with you. When it wakes up, it will bring you away from Black Heaven and back to southern border. I will go now. Saying so, this mysterious goo immortal in conical hat and gray robes floated up, flying far away. Master, take care. Yi Fan received the bird-like upper extreme heavenly eagle and quickly chased. His eyes were filled with tears. He was very reluctant. He chased all the way to the edge of the heaven-attached fungi. Seeing his master's figure getting smaller and smaller, he suddenly shouted, "Master, can you tell me your name?" "Mortals fear karma, I fear cause. You can call me Lu Wei-yin." His master's voice was faintly discernible, entering Yi Fan's ears. Chapter 1420. Western Desert. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, seeing a green forest of palm trees. There was a lake, blue to the core, like a sapphire embedded in the sand. It was exquisite and moving. This was a small oasis. It had a naturally formed spirit spring. A small oasis like this was often the foundation of a mortal clan. If a Gu master lived here and nurtured the spirit spring, if it developed well, it could even become a medium or large oasis. Humans chose a suitable environment to live in, and at the same time, the environment was modified by humans. This was the coexistence of humans and nature in Western Desert. But now, this small oasis that had formed not long ago was destined to face the fate of complete destruction. Because every time Fang Yuan and the rest moved to a new place, they would completely erase the traces and clues they left behind. Even though they had Celestial Court's true inheritance killer moves, this could also defend against some Western Desert enemies. Especially when Providence was constantly making arrangements. I have finally made some progress in my deductions. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, feeling slightly happy. Ever since he saw the power of inextinguishable star target, Fang Yuan had been trying to solve this problem. Immortal killer move self-cleansing could be used over and over again. The duration was fixed, but Fang Yuan could modify it and make it last longer. Fang Yuan had the foundation to do this. Because he had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, and self-cleansing was a Wisdom Path killer move, he could modify it. Furthermore, he had a crucial immortal goo. Because of this immortal goo, Fang Yuan was very confident. This immortal goo was Perseverance. Rank 7 Perseverance immortal goo's effect was to support, to prolong the effect of other immortal goo or killer moves. For example, when Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, his sword light dragon breath could be shot over and over again. But if he used Perseverance immortal goo, the sword light dragon breath could be shot over and over again, until Fang Yuan's throat reached its limit. Perseverance immortal goo was suitable to modify self-cleansing. These last few days, Fang Yuan had been moving around, deducing time and time again. He finally obtained results. He successfully used immortal goo Perseverance as the second core, fusing it into self-cleansing. This way, the killer move self-cleansing could be used continuously to get rid of the harmful Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. However, this result isn't enough for me to get rid of the marks. Fang Yuan's gaze was heavy. He didn't relax. He clearly knew that he was facing another difficult problem. Even though self-cleansing could be used continuously, Fang Yuan did not have the time. He was being chased at all times. Even though the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were nowhere to be seen, they might have secretly followed him. At any moment, Fang Yuan and the others had the possibility of being sneak attacked or being chased down. Using self-cleansing to completely remove the inextinguishable star target on Fang Yuan's body would take at least a month. In this month he had to constantly use killer moves. The inextinguishable star mark was very difficult to deal with. The more Dao marks it eliminated, the faster it would recover. Fang Yuan had already done his best. He could not raise the power of self-cleansing any further. According to the current situation, I have to be prepared to escape at any moment. It is impossible to gain a month's time. And even if I have a month's time, what about the others? They are also affected by the inextinguishable star target. There was no possibility of using it. Fang Yuan's biggest worry was that when he was about to succeed, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals would come out and disrupt him, causing his efforts to go to waste. If that happened, He would expend a lot of immortal essence but would not be able to get rid of the inextinguishable star target. Next, when he fought with the celestial quartz goo immortals or escaped, the inextinguishable star target would continue to recover. The Dao marks would grow and Feng Yuan would waste a lot of effort. And self-cleansing is an immortal killer move. Activating it not only expends immortal essence, I also have to maintain it at all times. My mind will be greatly exhausted. I have not been in contact with this killer move for a long time. The number of times I can use it is limited. I am not familiar with it. Including the situation where I fail to activate it, not only would I waste immortal essence, I would also need to heal my injuries. The more I use it, the more I don't need to fight with the celestial quartz goo immortals. My overall strength would fall sharply. Escaping to Langya Blessed Land is also impossible. Not to mention the fact that I would be monitored by the celestial court at all times. It would expose Langya Blessed Land's location. The journey is too far. There would be too many dangers on the way to Langya Blessed Land. Not only Central Continent's celestial court and Providence's encirclement, there is also Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Of course, there were difficulties and solutions. Feng Yuan quickly thought of a countermeasure against this point. He had the ability to implement this countermeasure. That was to use formation path. He wanted to modify self-cleansing again, turning it into an immortal goo formation. This was not a fantasy. As mentioned earlier, goo formations were killer moves in essence. They were just formation path killer moves. If Feng Yuan had the self-cleansing goo formation, it would be much more convenient. The amount of immortal essence and mental energy needed to maintain the goo formation was usually much less than killer moves. Moreover, self-cleansing was only effective on Feng Yuan alone. If other goo immortals tried to use it, they would need to practice self-cleansing diligently. If it was an immortal goo formation, then as long as the Shadow Sect goo immortals entered the goo formation, the Dao marks of inextinguishable star target on them would be destroyed and reduced by the goo formation. So, I not only need to modify the killer move and turn it into an immortal goo formation, I also need goo worms like formation plate goo, formation flag goo, or formation diagram goo. And it would be best if they are immortal goo. Langya sect had one immortal level formation plate goo. This immortal goo's effect was to control all sorts of goo worms, and set up a goo formation. The goo immortal only needed to provide immortal essence and put in all their effort. They did not need their formation path cultivation level. Formation flag goo was used to control a goo formation that had been set up. When the goo immortal activated formation flag goo, they could directly store a goo formation into formation flag goo. Then within a certain range of vision, the goo immortal could move the formation flag goo around. After finding a suitable location, they just needed to activate formation flag goo again to set up the goo formation that had been set up earlier. And formation diagram goo was an expendable goo worm. Formation diagram goo recorded the details of the goo formation. Its effect was similar to formation plate goo, but the error rate was much lower than formation plate goo. These three goo worms were very suitable for the current Feng Yuan. Vibration desert. This mystical sea of sand would have intense vibrations every once in a while. Deep under the vibration desert, an immortal goo formation was slowly activating. Hanli walked in slowly with a nervous expression. He encouraged himself. This is the final test of goo immortal Zhen Yuanzi's formation path true inheritance. Hanli, you need to work hard. Chapter 1421. It was a palace made of bronze. At the center of the palace, there was only a brass crane neck lamp. The crane's neck was long and slender, drawing a smooth arc in the air. At the tip of its perfectly straight beak, there was a peach-sized candle. It was this candle light that illuminated the whole palace. The candle light was weak, and many corners of the bronze palace were immersed in darkness. A skinny young goo master was standing on a huge brick of the palace. Coincidentally, there was a huge red pillar next to him. It was so thick that it would require 3 adults holding hands to encircle it. The candle light was blocked by the pillar, causing half of the young goo master's body to be illuminated, while the other half was shrouded in darkness and shadows. It was Hanli. Right now, Hanli's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could not decide what to do. I was too careless. This senior Zhen Yuanzi, although he is a righteous path Gu immortal, his true inheritance is not something someone like me can obtain. Being able to reach this step, I have already exhausted all my efforts. There were even several steps that purely relied on luck. Han Li had experienced these. He was very clear about the dangers of this bronze palace. Now that he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. In fact, righteous path inheritances were usually not dangerous. Demonic path inheritances were full of schemes, and were extremely dangerous. Zhen Yuanzi's inheritance test might be dangerous, but it was nothing to Gu immortals. But to Han Li, who was still a Gu master, it was too dangerous. Han Li was a person with strong luck, and because of his connection with Feng Yuan's luck, he had many fortuitous encounters, and now had rank 4 cultivation level. At his age, without a Gu immortal backing, this was very rare. Han Li stood on the spot, not moving. He tried to turn his body and look at the path he had taken. He wanted to retreat. This Zhen Yuanzi's Gu immortal true inheritance was too high a level for him. Although it was extremely tempting, Han Li had completely woken up now. He pondered for a long time before trying to move his right leg to the left and right. At the next moment his vision suddenly changed. I moved forward instead? Han Li quickly looked around and his expression turned pale. He discovered that he had already left the giant red pillar behind him. He was now more than 10 steps away from where he had been standing. He was one step closer to the brass crane-necked floor lantern. So long as he could reach that place, Han Li would be able to obtain the acknowledgement of Zhen Yuanzi and inherit his true inheritance. However, Han Li had already decided to retreat. This step forward was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse, accidentally bumping into it. His true intention was to leave this place, but he ended up moving forward instead. It was easy to imagine that if he had chosen to advance in another direction, he would have ended up in a terrible state. As a rogue cultivator, Han Li's foundation in the Tao of formations was extremely shallow. To put it nicely, it was the skill of a country bumpkin. He had relied on his intelligence, calm thinking, and luck to make it this far. Among these factors, luck was the most prominent. As a result, Han Li became less and less confident. Because luck was very unreliable. If a rational person only relied on luck, it would be a gamble. I'm gambling with my life. It seems that retreating to the right is safer. Han Li observed his surroundings. At this point, he was completely confused and could only rely on his intuition. Then he took a step back. Whoosh! His vision changed again, and the result shocked him. This time he had advanced by more than 10 steps. The brass crane-necked floor lantern that represented success was already within reach. Han Li could almost touch it if he stretched out his arm. Of course, Han Li was still a hair's breadth away. So close was the end of the world. Han Li hesitated. In this situation, he couldn't help but waver. After all, success seemed to be within reach. He only needed to take one more step. But will I be able to do it? Han Li fell into a difficult decision. Time passed quickly, and he felt as if only an instant had passed. The difficult choice made him sweat profusely. But in the end, his clear reasoning overcame his greed. On the path of cultivation, how can I rely on luck? Han Li let out a breath of turbid air, and relaxed his body. At this moment, his mental state had risen to a whole new level. He began to search for a path of retreat. This bronze hall was merely a manifestation of the formation's space. It was like the palace that Feng Yuan was staying in Southern Border's giant dream realm Gu formation. Han Li's current position showed that he was at the center of the Gu formation. However, the path of retreat was very clear now. Even Han Li, who had a weak foundation in formation path, could see it. Han Li's mind was clear as he retreated along this path of retreat, getting further and further away from the brass crane-necked floor lantern. I hope the rest of my journey will be as simple and smooth as this. Han Li had just said this when his vision suddenly changed again. He was shocked to find that he had arrived in front of the brass crane-necked floor lantern. What's going on? Han Li could not understand. A consciousness slowly awakened in the lantern. An old voice resounded in Han Li's ears in a daze, as if it had just woken up from a dream. Not bad, fated person. You were able to see through this formation and arrive in front of me. It has already proven that you have the qualifications to inherit the true inheritance. Hanli blushed with shame. I was actually thinking of retreating. That voice became clearer and more organized. Hee, this is the reason why Zhen Yuanzi set up this formation. When the brass crane-necked floor lantern is so close, any choice of moving forward is a mistake. Only Gu immortals with great intelligence and deep understanding of formation path can see through this. Understanding the path of retreat is the true path forward. Or those Gu immortals with weak formation path attainment, but who know when to advance and when to retreat, they have a good disposition and have a chance to inherit the true inheritance. Hanli suddenly came to a realization. In that case, I'm the latter type. Also, aren't you Senior Zhen Yuanzi's will? Of course not. I am Formation Spirit Immortal Gu. I was created by Senior Zhen Yuanzi. No one knows about it. That voice replied. Hanli was confused. Formation Spirit? You still don't know? Blessed lands have land spirits. Grotto heavens have heavenly spirits. And Gu formations also have formation spirits. Why are you a Gu master? You are not a Gu immortal. Suddenly, the formation spirit's voice rose. Sorry, I was really just a fluke. If I do not have the qualifications to inherit the true inheritance, can I leave? Hanli smiled in embarrassment. The formation spirit was very puzzled. Unbelievable. You are not a Gu immortal. Then how did you pass the several steps? How bad is your luck? Oh no. Hanli had thought the formation spirit would praise his luck. The formation spirit's voice was shaking. Very bad. Zhen Yuanzi's original plan was to choose a Gu immortal as his successor. You do not have immortal essence. You cannot suppress that immemorial desolate beast green claw ghost winged lion. You inherited the true inheritance. This Gu formation is about to collapse, but you cannot subdue the green claw ghost winged lion that has just awakened. Why aren't you running? No, how can you run? It's over. I did not expect that I would die just like this after inheriting the true inheritance and becoming my new master. No, there must be another chance. Hanli was not willing to give up like this. It is useless. The difference in strength is too great. Sigh. The formation spirit Gu's formation spirit had a pessimistic attitude towards this matter. Like it said, the Gu formation started to collapse, and the entire bronze hall turned from solid to phantom. The wick floated up and landed on Hanli's shoulder. The true environment was revealed. This was a huge cave in the desert. Large amounts of sand started to fall, and without the support of the immortal Gu formation, this man-made cave that had experienced the vicissitudes of life started to collapse. Hanli was left with no way to escape. In front of him, there was a green claw ghost-winged lion that was the size of a small mountain. It was currently sleeping. If a Gu immortal followed Zhen Yuanzi's arrangements, they would be able to subdue it. Even if they could not subdue it, they could wake it up and not make things difficult for the successor. This was actually one of Zhen Yuanzi's tests. The green claw ghost-winged lion was an immemorial desolate beast. If the successor was outstanding enough, they would be able to control this green claw ghost-winged lion. But Hanli was not. Not only that, he might even be devoured by the green claw ghost-winged lion. Sand and rocks continued to fall from above, crashing on the green claw ghost-winged lion's body, waking it up. Hanli attacked fiercely, but his mortal killer moves were like light breezes on the green claw ghost-winged lion's body. The green claw ghost-winged lion suddenly charged forward and opened its mouth, swallowing Hanli into its stomach. Chapter 1422. An alluring red cloud was flying in the sky. Green Ghost Desert is ahead. Dancer Hong Yun was lying on the red cloud with her eyes closed. She was very relaxed. She had a curvaceous body. She was wearing a yellow and red muslin dance dress, revealing her snow-white belly, arms, and feet. On her wrists and ankles, there was a golden jade bracelet. On her fingers, there were many gemstones, blue, green, and red. They were all shining together. Her eyes were deep, her eyelashes were thick and long, her eyes were slightly green. Even though they were half closed, they were filled with allure. A translucent red veil covered most of her face. Her tall nose bridge and red lips were faintly discernible under the veil. causing anyone who saw her to have the urge to investigate further. Dancer Hong Yun was a rank 7 Gu immortal filled with allure. She was once a demoness who dominated Western Desert, but she offended a righteous path rank 8 great expert. At the crucial moment, 1,000 Transformations ancestors saved her. Thus, Dancer Hong Yun became one of 1,000 Transformations ancestors' concubines. Unfortunately, 1,000 Transformations ancestor did not like her. Even though she was alluring, she could not compare to Fairy Chui Bo in 1,000 Transformations ancestor's heart. Intense winds blew past her ears. The red cloud was soft like cotton, but also elastic. Dancer Hong Yun was lying on it like she was lying on a bed. It was very comfortable. This was Dancer Hong Yun's signature method, immortal killer move, dancing red cloud. Even though she did not have a good relationship with Fairy Chui Bo, they even fought fiercely for favor. Now that Fairy Chui Bo was in danger, Dancer Hong Yun immediately used her fastest speed to save her. Of course she was unwilling, but at this time, she still had the will of the 1,000 Transformations ancestor on her. This will was to help Dancer Hong Yun, but also to monitor her. As long as this will existed, Dancer Hong Yun had to use all her strength to save Fairy Chui Bo. The red cloud flew rapidly, flying to the edge of Green Ghost Desert. Soon, the weather changed. Dark clouds began to appear one after another. After officially entering the Green Ghost Desert, the dark clouds gathered together and became even denser, truly covering the sky and the sun. In an ordinary desert, the sun was scorching hot, and there was almost nowhere to hide. But in Green Ghost Desert, it practically didn't receive a single strand of sunlight all year round, and it was an expanse of dusky and gray. There were a lot of trees in this desert. The ghost weeping tree was one of the most numerous. This kind of ghost wailing tree was very twisted and full of potholes. There were even natural holes. The deep tree bark patterns were like wailing and weeping human faces. Every time the wind blew past the ghost weeping tree, the ghost weeping tree would gently shake and let out a mournful shriek or an eerie and terrifying howl. Even in the daytime, this place was cold and gloomy, and soul beasts ran amok. At night, the cold wind was bone-chilling, and tens of thousands of ghosts were everywhere. Dancer Hong Yun rode on her red cloud and traveled under the dark clouds. She felt depressed. Her posture was no longer as leisurely as before. Instead, she sat cross-legged with her eyes wide open, constantly on guard. The Green Ghost Desert was a famous dangerous place in the Western Desert. Its origin was related to a demon lord in history. That was the famous Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became venerable, he fought with a super clan here. He slaughtered all of the Gu immortals of the Wood Path clan, which was once the overlord of Western Desert. The traces of the great battle were engraved in this place, transforming it into the Green Ghost Desert. This place seemed to be filled with the anger and hatred of the losers, as well as their dissatisfaction and sadness towards their tragic fate. This was an ominous place. Here a vast number of soul beasts lived and multiplied. Immemorial soul beasts were not rare either. In the last 100,000 years, many Western Desert Gu immortals died here. Dancer Hong Yun had the guts to enter this place, not because of her rank 7 cultivation level or her own battle strength, but because she had 1,000 Transformations ancestors' will and a rank 8 immortal Gu. In addition, her entire route had only cut through a corner of the Green Ghost Desert, and she did not go deep into its true hinterland. Thus, she chose to move forward like this. The red cloud flew straight ahead, tearing through the dark sky. It was very obvious. Howl. Like the howl of a wolf, a soul beast the size of a small mountain suddenly appeared from the dark clouds above Dancer Hong Yun's head. This was an ancient soul beast. It treated Dancer Hong Yun as its prey. It opened its mouth and pounced at her. Dancer Hong Yun's pupils shrunk. She gritted her teeth and was about to attack. At this time, 1,000 Transformations will said, "Let me do it, Hong Yun, just move forward." Dancer Hong Yun heard this and was overjoyed. She quickly did as she was told. Dancer Hong Yun did not stop at all. She did not even change her direction. She continued to fly forward. The rank 8 immortal Gu activated. A strange ripple struck the ancient soul beast. The ancient soul beast opened its mouth. Its huge body had already engulfed Dancer Hong Yun, but at the crucial moment, Its movement stopped strangely. Then its head suddenly exploded, and a monkey jumped out from it. Its claws turned into willow branches, its fur turned into grass. From its flesh, countless tiny crocodiles with sharp mouths came out. In an instant, the ancient soul beast completely disintegrated, turning into countless miscellaneous things. Next, these things fell from the sky like a storm. So powerful. Is this the power of a rank 8 immortal goo mutation? Looking back, Dancer Hongyun was filled with shock. Killing an ancient desolate beast was like slaughtering a chick. It was extremely easy. Dancer Hongyun was clear that if she fought, she would need at least 100 rounds to force this ancient soul beast to retreat. If she was lucky, she would have a good opportunity to kill it. Once the ancient soul beast died, the other ancient soul beasts near its territory became restless. They emerged from the dark clouds. 1,000 transformations will snorted coldly. It stopped concealing itself, releasing the aura of a rank 8 immortal goo. Sensing this aura, many ancient soul beasts concealed themselves again. They went into the dark clouds. They did not want to provoke this powerful person. Of course, a portion of ancient soul beasts still wanted to find trouble with Dancer Hongyun. They were not intimidated. After all, this was not the aura of a rank 8 goo immortal. It was only a rank 8 immortal goo. Soul beasts did not have high intelligence, but after killing all the invading ancient soul beasts, Dancer Hongyun felt more relaxed. After seeing her power, the remaining ancient soul beasts retreated in fear. After all, these wild soul beasts had survival instincts, but when they felt an intense threat to their lives, they retreated. Roar! As Dancer Hongyun calmed down, a loud roar of a beast echoed in her ears like a clap of thunder. A huge lion flapped the grayish-white ghost wings on its back and pounced towards her ferociously. Chapter 14:23. Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion. This lion was as large as a small mountain. Furthermore, it lived by devouring souls. Right now, such immemorial desolate beasts were very rare. During Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, there were many of these lions. In fact, the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion had once given the young Spectral Soul a lot of trouble. After all, this immemorial desolate beast countered Soul Path. Before Spectral Soul became a Demon Venerable, he mainly used Soul Path methods. But in the end, Spectral Soul won. Not only did he kill the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion, he even dug out the innate abilities of the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion. After that, Spectral Soul had rank 8 cultivation level, and even hunted Green Claw Ghost Winged Lions. He created the soul-devouring technique that shocked the world. The Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion was famous. When it appeared in front of Dancer Hongyun, she was shocked. But at the crucial moment, 1,000 Transformations ancestors will reminded her calmly. Don't be afraid, this lion's ghost wings are not outstanding. They are even very weak. This means that it is not in good condition. We can fight it. Dancer Hongyun heard this and calmed down. She looked carefully. Indeed, this Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion's ghost wings were very thin. They did not match the size of the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion. Dancer Hongyun could not help but feel ashamed, she thought. Husband's will only has one rank 8 immortal goo and a large amount of immortal essence. He does not have any investigative immortal methods, but he can see through the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion's situation. My methods are comprehensive, but I was intimidated. This is not right. She calmed herself down. She controlled Dancer Hongyun and flew away from the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion. Soon, she was far away from the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion. Hee, there is something wrong with this Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion after all. If it had 30% of its strength, your Dancer Hongyun would not have been able to escape. 1,000 Transformations will laughed out loud and appeared. It temporarily separated itself from Dancer Hongyun and stood beside her. 1,000 Transformations Will's immortal essence entered that rank 8 immortal goo. The immortal goo's aura became extremely dense. A strange ripple suddenly shot out and hit the green-clawed ghost winged lion that was pouncing over. In the next moment, the green-clawed ghost winged lion howled in pain. Its tail suddenly transformed into a poisonous python. The poisonous python's body was thick and long. It wrapped around the green-clawed ghost winged lion's body in an instant. Its poisonous teeth, bit into the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's face. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion hurriedly swung its huge greenish-black claws at the poisonous python's body and head. The venomous python was very resilient, and it was actually able to temporarily enter a stalemate with the green-clawed ghost-winged lion. For a moment, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion flapped its wings and flipped in the air, fighting with the poisonous python. Dancer Hong Yun sat on a red cloud and rose into the sky, watching the battle with a cautious gaze. 1,000 transformations will stood in front of her, using that mysterious rank 8 immortal goo on the green claw ghost-winged lion. A strange ripple flashed, and the thick mane on the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's face quickly turned into saplings. This was the sapling of the wailing ghost tree. The roots of the wailing ghost tree started to grow into the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's flesh, absorbing its nutrients. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion howled in pain. It went berserk and smashed the sapling on its face, as well as the poisonous python's head. Even though the poisonous python's body was still coiled around the green-clawed ghost-winged lion, it had no strength left, it was dead. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion was in a terrible state, its injuries were severe. This is 1,000 Transformations' husband's signature immortal goo mutation. It can mutate all living beings. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion's mane and tail turned into trees and poisonous pythons. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion killed them. It was actually fighting itself, because these three come from the same source. Dancer Hong Yun watched the battle. Her heart shook. Even though she had some understanding of mutation immortal goo, seeing this amazing battle result, her heart was still shaken. 1,000 Transformations will shook its head. As expected, there is something wrong with this green-clawed ghost-winged lion. It has old injuries in its body, it only has peak ancient level battle strength, and its ghost wings are useless. Strange. There should be no shortage of food in this green ghost desert. Even though it was suspicious, 1,000 Transformations will did not stop. Rank 8 Immortal Goo mutation was activated again. This time, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's right eye changed. Its entire eyeball had turned into a poisonous wasp. The poisonous bee did not fly out. It stabbed its steel stinger into the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's eye socket, before stabbing into its brain. Roar! The green-clawed ghost-winged lion let out an unprecedented roar. Its roar created a huge sound wave that caused the dark clouds above its head to disperse. However, its torment was not over yet. Soon, under the power of rank 8 Immortal Goo mutation, its claws and teeth grew rapidly, turning into ancient desolate grass. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion flapped its wings furiously, diving down, trying to escape. Dancer Hong Yun chased after it, with 1,000 Transformations ancestors will beside her. In the end, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion crashed into the desert. With a loud sound, a huge cloud of sand was created. When the dust settled, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion was lying on the ground, motionless. It was completely dead. Go clean up the battlefield. 1,000 Transformations will instruct it, entering Dancer Hong Yun's body with the immortal goo. Dancer Hong Yun's eyes shined. She almost pounced at the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's corpse. I'm rich. This is an immemorial desolate beast corpse. It is a rank 8 immortal material. It is rare even in jewel yellow skies. It can be used to refine rank 8 immortal goo. Dancer Hong Yun started to dissect the corpse with difficulty. Even though she was an expert among rank 7s, she could not dissect an immemorial desolate beast's corpse. After a lot of effort, Dancer Hong Yun only managed to dissect half of it. It is a pity that the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's mutated body cannot be used anymore. It has lost its value. After dissecting the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's stomach, Dancer Hong Yun found Hanli. Hanli had fainted, but he still had a trace of life force. Why is there a mortal goo master here? Dancer Hong Yun found it strange. She smiled. Should I say you are unlucky or lucky? The immemorial desolate beast you encountered was a green-clawed ghost-winged lion that devours souls. That is why your mortal body was able to survive in the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's stomach. If it were an immemorial desolate beast that devours living beings, you would have turned into meat paste already. Dancer Hong Yun stretched out her hand, using a soul search method on Hanli. No matter what, A mortal goo master appearing here was very sudden. Dancer Hong Yin was curious. She wanted to know about Han Li's experiences. This guy, is he called Han Li? Even though he has no background, his luck is quite good. This is Zhen Yuanzi's formation path true inheritance. Chapter 1424. Dancer Hong Yin mainly cultivated Cloud Path, but ever since Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, soul-searching methods were easy to learn. Every Gu immortal had them. At this moment, she searched Han Li's soul and learned about his cultivation process. Naturally, Han Li's experiences in the Gu formation were exposed as well. Interesting. Dancer Hong Yin grabbed Han Li and fled into the desert. Soon they arrived at the underground cave. The underground cave was almost completely destroyed, but Dancer Hong Yin found a small Gu formation at a corner. She came to the Gu formation. A small passageway was opened. The formation spirit spoke from inside. Master! The formation spirit was calling for Han Li. What a powerful formation spirit! The Gu formation had already collapsed, but it could be reassembled. This is likely the work of this formation spirit. Dancer Hong Yin's heart shook. This way, Zhen Yuanzi's true inheritance is probably preserved. Haha, this immortal opportunity is mine. Dancer Hong Yin laughed excitedly. A glint flashed from the depths of her eyes and she said to Han Li, "Little fellow, I've saved your life. In return for saving your life, you must offer the entirety of this true inheritance to me." Han Li opened his eyes. Okay. Did you hear that, formation spirit? Your master has already given you to me. Dancer Hong Yin turned around and said to the spirit. This. The formation spirit hesitated. What? You want to disobey your master's orders? Dancer Hong Yin frowned slightly. The formation spirit was silent. Dancer Hong Yin smiled coldly. Formation spirit, your original master was Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi set up his true inheritance. Now that Han Li has reached the standard and is your new master, are you going to go back on your words? Of course not. The formation spirit said without hesitation. Then will you listen to your new master, Han Li? Dancer Hong Yin asked again. Yes. The formation spirit answered without hesitation. In that case, Han Li wants to give you to me to repay me for saving your life. Are you going to go back on your words? Dancer Hong Yin pressed on. The formation spirit was silent for a while. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. In the end, he let out a long sigh. We will not deny it. You will be our new master. Ha ha ha, that's it. Submit to me, don't resist. As she spoke, Dancer Hong Yin infused her immortal energy into it. The formation spirit did not resist and obediently allowed itself to be refined by the immortal essence. It was the core of this Gu formation. It could control the Gu formation in place of the Gu immortal, as long as there was enough immortal essence. The formation spirit joined Dancer Hong Yin. The other Gu worms followed suit. Soon, the immortal Gu formation had a new owner. Dancer Hong Yin obtained several immortal Gu and a large number of mortal Gu. She even obtained Zhen Yuanzi's complete formation path true inheritance from the formation spirit. The immortal formation was completely opened, completely defenseless against Dancer Hong Yin. Dancer Hong Yin chortled with glee, but she wasn't in a hurry to accept the items. Instead, she turned to Han Li and waved a sleeve. Pooh! With a soft sound, Han Li turned into a pile of flesh and blood. He was completely dead. Even his soul was destroyed. It turned out that Han Li had not truly awakened. Dancer Hong Yin had used an immortal method to secretly send her will in and manipulate Han Li, making him agree to give her the true inheritance. It was very difficult to snatch the immortal Gu. But Han Li was immortal, while Dancer Hong Yin was a Gu immortal. Mortals and immortals were different. The difference in strength was huge. Dancer Hong Yin used her strength to suppress Han Li. He could not retaliate at all. Of course, if a mortal had an immortal Gu, it would not be so easy for the Gu immortal to snatch the mortal's immortal Gu. If they were not careful, they would die together. The immortal Gu would be destroyed along with the mortal. The Gu immortal's efforts would be in vain. Dancer Hong Yin's situation was rather special. Even though Han Li passed the test and became the inheritor of the true inheritance, Because of the green claw ghost's winged lion's interference, he could not refine the formation spirit or the other goo worms. Thus, these goo worms that Zhen Yuanzi left behind still contained Zhen Yuanzi's will. This was a loophole that dancer Hong Yun took advantage of. The other special thing was the formation spirit. Formation spirit immortal goo was created by Zhen Yuanzi. He imitated the land spirit and heavenly spirit, arranging a formation spirit for each goo formation to help the goo immortal control the goo formation. Formation spirit immortal goo was a one-time consumable goo worm. After one use, the immortal goo would vanish and turn into a formation spirit. From now on, if the goo immortal wanted to use formation spirit immortal goo again, they would need to refine a new one. The formation spirit had a certain level of intelligence, similar to the land spirit and heavenly spirit. It could not lie, it was simple. This gave dancer Hong Yun an opportunity to deceive, and negotiate with her. If there were no formation spirits and only a bunch of goo worms, they would not be able to talk to dancer Hong Yun. They would not be convinced. All in all, dancer Hong Yun unexpectedly inherited this Zhen Yuanzi's formation path true inheritance. Zhen Yuanzi is a goo immortal of a super force, Che clan. To think that as a righteous path member he did not leave his true inheritance to the clan, he set it up here instead. 1,000 transformations will side. It seems that the rumors of Zhen Yuanzi being ostracized by the goo immortals of the other clans were not groundless after all. It is all thanks to you, husband, that we were able to find this fortuitous encounter. Dancer Hong Yun smiled. After we save Cui Bo and return to Myriad Statue Desert, show this true inheritance to my main body. Don't worry, you will benefit greatly. 1,000 transformations ancestors will said plainly. Dancer Hong Yun's heart was bleeding. She knew that if she contributed this true inheritance, the essence of it would be devoured by 1,000 transformations ancestor. It would be hard to say how much would end up in her hands. But she had to contribute it. During the entire process, 1,000 transformations will was attached to her, observing everything. Dancer Hong Yun had great strength, but against a rank 8 existence, she could not resist. But speaking of which, if I were alone, I would not have taken the risk to come here. Being able to encounter Zhen Yuanzi's true inheritance is all thanks to husband's will. With that thought, dancer Hong Yun calmed down a lot. She inspected her gains. She had 3 immortal goo. 2 of them were formation path immortal goo. Even though there were not many, they were all rank 7. And the formation spirit could be considered half an immortal goo. If not for this goo formation collapsing once, dancer Hong Yun's gains would be even greater. Chapter 1425. Master, you cannot dismantle the entire goo formation. Once this goo formation is destroyed, I will die as well. At this moment, the formation spirit spoke, reminding dancer Hong Yun. Dancer Hong Yun nodded. This formation spirit was indeed very useful. Earlier, when the goo formation collapsed, there was no one controlling it. Under normal circumstances, it would have completely disintegrated. But because of the formation spirit, a portion of the goo formation was put together, forming a small incomplete formation that managed to survive until the end. Like how a land spirit could repair a blessed land with a hole, the formation spirit had the same use. Dancer Hong Yun would not give up on such an excellent formation spirit. The formation spirit continued. Thankfully, there is still a formation flag goo in the goo formation. Master, you can use formation flag goo to store the entire goo formation into formation flag goo before placing it in your immortal aperture. Back then, since goo immortal Zhen Yuanzi created formation spirit immortal goo, he naturally understood its limitations. He refined formation flag goo as a support. Earlier, when the goo formation collapsed, the formation spirit first protected formation flag immortal goo. Thus, dancer Hong Yun only needed to learn how to use it now. Several days later, at night, there were stars in the sky. The air was cold. The breath turned into fog. Western Desert, on a very ordinary sand dune. The light on Feng Yuan's body dissipated gradually. Eventually, his aura vanished completely. The light turned into specks of fireflies. After struggling for a while, they were buried by the night sky. Feng Yuan let out a breath of air, slowly opening his eyes. I wonder what the effect of this immortal killer move Fixed Luck is. Over the last few days, when Feng Yuan was escaping, he would use this immortal killer move from time to time. Fixed Luck came from Ma Hongyan. Feng Yuan found the killer move Fixed Luck from Ma Hongyan's soul. That was to say, Fixed Luck came from one of Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritances, all living beings' luck. Fixed Luck was very suitable for Feng Yuan. Its effect was to make his luck unshakable and not easily affected. All along, Feng Yuan had been worried about the drawbacks of Connect Luck. After all, when he had connected the fortunes of Han Li, Hong Yi, Yi Fan and the others, it was all for their own good fortune. However, that was then, and this was now. After Feng Yuan obtained luck, his luck was superior to that of Han Li and the others. This meant that Feng Yuan had to share a portion of his good luck with Han Li and the others. This was undoubtedly detrimental to his interests. This was especially so when he used Burning Soul Bursting Luck. His providence skyrocketed, making it impossible for Feng Yuan to enjoy all the benefits. A portion of the benefits were shared by everyone who had their luck connected. In the past, Feng Yuan didn't have a way, but after he killed Ma Hongyan, he had a way. Fixed Luck was the killer move. The core of this killer move was originally Stubborn Immortal Gu, Rule Path Immortal Gu Main. But after some modifications, Feng Yuan replaced these two cores, using Precaution Immortal Gu and Rule Path Immortal Gu Big. He had obtained Precaution Immortal Gu long ago. As for Big Immortal Gu, it was obtained from Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto's true body was a mini-man Gu Immortal. After using Big Immortal Gu, his body grew larger, and he turned into a human Gu Immortal. However, Feng Yuan's luck path attainment level was not at Grandmaster level. The modification of this killer move could only be considered half successful. This killer move still had many flaws. When activating it, even if Feng Yuan did not make any mistakes, there was a chance of failure. That was to say, this Fixed Luck killer move was not always effective. Feng Yuan knew that there was a flaw in this, but because his attainment level was not high, he could not find out anything, nor could he modify it. In the past, Feng Yuan had been thinking about breaking Luck Immortal Gu. Even though he did not have it now, with Fixed Luck he could protect his own interests. Feng Yuan could not personally witness the effect of Fixed Luck. He did not know what the effect was. But according to the contents of the all living beings' luck true inheritance, Feng Yuan knew. When two people had a close relationship, their luck would be linked together. If two people were on the same side, their luck would be the same. They would be bound together for good or ill. Or it could be said that they would share blessings and hardships together. However, after Giant Sun Immortal's research, he found that even though their luck was the same, there was a subtle profundity in it. Even though they would share blessings and hardships together, but there would always be people who would enjoy more blessings and suffer less hardships. Why was that? Giant Sun Immortal found that the person with stronger luck would enjoy more benefits, while the person with weaker luck would face more hardships. In fact, when they obtained benefits, they would even bring huge benefits to the other person. Giant Sun Immortal called this relationship main luck and sub-luck, and created the corresponding luck path Immortal Gu. However, Feng Yuan did not have main luck Immortal Gu or sub-luck Immortal Gu. Even if he did not have them, Feng Yuan could use his own luck to create a difference between himself and the others, to prove that he was the main luck Immortal Gu. After resting for a while, Feng Yuan put aside his thoughts on Fixed Luck, and instead focused on modifying self-cleansing. In terms of formation path, Feng Yuan was much more confident. After all, his formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. Because of this advantage, his progress in this aspect was also very fast. Right now, the entire killer move self-cleansing was converted into a Gu formation. He was only a few steps away from success. Success was in sight, but Feng Yuan was troubled by the fact that he lacked the crucial formation path Immortal Gu. He could borrow Lang Yasek's formation plate Immortal Gu, but this Immortal Gu was only rank 6. Meanwhile, the entire self-cleansing Immortal formation was rank 7. Using a rank 6 formation plate, Gu to set up a rank 7 Immortal formation had a high chance of failure. There was another obstacle. The formation plate Gu recorded the sub and mother teleportation formation. If Feng Yuan wanted to use it to set up the self-cleansing immortal formation, he would have to erase the contents of the sub and mother teleportation formation. Then he would personally set up the formation plate goo. And after setting up the self-cleansing immortal formation, the formation plate goo would have the ability to set up the self-cleansing immortal formation. Thus, this was troublesome. Feng Yuan had already discussed with the land spirit of Langya. But the sub and mother teleportation formation was very important to the land spirit of Langya. And to the entire Langya sect, it concerned the development of the entire sect. In Langya sect, there were no formation path goo immortals. They relied on this formation plate immortal goo to set up the teleportation formation. Feng Yuan was going to erase the original contents of the formation plate immortal goo and replace it with new ones. This meant that Langya sect would lose the ability to set up the sub and mother teleportation formation. This was something that the land spirit of Langya could not accept. They did not have information path abilities. They could not extract the contents of the formation plate immortal goo. Just by looking at the process of the formation plate immortal goo setting up the immortal goo formation, they could not understand the profundity of the entire immortal formation, because there were many hidden details, like the immortal essence infusion, the coordination of various goo worms behind the scenes, and so on. Feng Yuan could only promise the land spirit of Langya that as a formation path grandmaster, he could help them recreate the sub and mother teleportation formation. Chapter 1426. Feng Yuan was helpless. He could not force the land spirit of Langya to do anything. Right now, he was stuck here. Even if he wanted to deduce the immortal formation self-cleansing, he could not do so without the crucial immortal goo. Most importantly, I need to borrow Langya sect's strength to refine goo. Feng Yuan had obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He lacked many immortal goo. He had a lot of plans for goo refinement in the future. If the land spirit of Langya still rejected Feng Yuan after thinking for a long time, what should he do? Feng Yuan had already thought of this problem. He had always thought of failure before thinking of victory. If the land spirit of Langya does not agree to lend me formation disc immortal goo, I will have to borrow someone else's immortal aperture. Feng Yuan had many Dao marks. It was very difficult for him to enter the immortal apertures of other Shadow Sect goo immortals. Unless they placed their apertures and formed blessed lands with a stable foundation, there would be a possibility. After Feng Yuan entered someone else's immortal aperture, he could use time path methods to expand the tributary of the river of time, causing the speed of time to rise. This way, one day in the outside world could be 10 days to half a month inside the tributary of the river of time. Using this time, he could gain a lot of precious time. Next, he could set up an immortal goo formation self-cleansing in the Blessed Land, letting Feng Yuan stay inside, and remove the Dao marks that were harmful to him. This was a plan that Feng Yuan would only use when he had no other choice, because it had a huge disadvantage. After placing the aperture, the location would be fixed. It would be dangerous for Feng Jioga and the rest to chase after him. Did Feng Jioga have any methods to enter Blessed Lands? Very likely. Even if Feng Jioga did not have them, he had Spirit Affinity House and Celestial Court behind him. They would not allow him to have such a shortcoming. There was another important point. Once the time path method was used, the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture would change. Therefore, this change could not be modified in a short period of time. For example, if Feng Yuan made He Lolan's immortal aperture's time flow increase, he would not be able to repair the tributary of the river of time for at least the next few months. In He Fan's time path true inheritance, be it days as years, years as months, or other killer moves, as long as they slowed or accelerated the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture, they would have this drawback. Because these killer moves could only be used once and were effective for a long time. Within a certain period of time, continuously affecting the tributary of the river of time would cause the time path Dao marks to become chaotic, and the tributary of the river of time would experience a disaster. Feng Yuan already knew the duration of each Gu immortal's calamity and tribulation. He calculated and found that if he used this method, someone would have to face the test of the immortal aperture's calamity and tribulation. That would be difficult. One had to know that Providence had always been thinking of ways to kill Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Yuan chose someone else's immortal aperture, Providence knew everything, no matter who it was. They had a close relationship with Feng Yuan. During the tribulation, Providence would definitely erupt with extreme power to kill the Gu immortal undergoing the tribulation. Feng Yuan and the rest could work together to pass the calamity and tribulation. But don't forget about the Celestial Court's pursuers. After calculating the time and speed, the method of placing the formation in the aperture could not help Feng Yuan get rid of the investigative killer move in one go. That way, Feng Yuan would definitely face a calamity and tribulation during this period. He might even be attacked by the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. This was too risky. The risk was too high. If Feng Yuan used his sovereign immortal aperture, it would be even more dangerous. Feng Yuan had another worry. Last time, only Feng Jioge came. Who knows how many Celestial Court Gu immortals will come next time? Thus, Feng Yuan had been moving around during this period of time. He did not give Celestial Court's Gu immortals any chance to surround him. Western Desert was so huge, Celestial Court was fighting in a foreign region. Feng Yuan and the rest had omnidirectional travel. It was not easy to find a chance to kill Feng Yuan. At the appointed time, several figures flew over from the sky. They were Bai Ningbing, He Lulan and the rest. Normally, when Feng Yuan was cultivating or deducing, they would spread out to defend and investigate for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, when will your immortal Gu formation be completed? How long are you going to keep escaping like this? This time, Bai Ningbing flew down, asking impatiently with a frown. Feng Yuan did not need to look around. He could feel that the other Gu immortals were looking at him because of this question. Wait a while more. Feng Yuan said plainly. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, showing an unhappy expression. She was the most impatient one among them. These days of escaping were not exciting at all. She felt extremely bored. Can't you set up that immortal Gu formation? Set up another one and lure the Celestial Court's pursuers over. We can surround and kill them. Bai Ningbing suggested. Feng Yuan shook his head. You think this immortal Gu formation is so easy to set up? You need a tributary of the River of Time. The immortal Gu formation that trapped Feng Jioge came from He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan's original intention in designing this formation was to defend against immemorial year beasts. Because using year's flow like water immortal Gu could attract immemorial year beasts and invade the Gu immortal's immortal aperture through the tributary of the River of Time. Thus, He Fan's immortal Gu formation was set up on the tributary of the River of Time. Once an immemorial year beast invades, and the Gu immortal is busy, they can detonate this immortal Gu formation and destroy the entire tributary of the River of Time, preventing the immemorial year beasts from invading the immortal aperture. Of course, this method was only used as a last resort, at the very last moment. Once the tributary of the River of Time is destroyed, the entire immortal aperture world would stop moving. It would be very troublesome to draw in another tributary of the River of Time. An external tributary of the River of Time was needed. I feel the same way as you. The feeling of being chased is not good. However, I would rather store the hatred in my heart. When the time is right, I will counterattack and teach those pursuers a lesson. You have to look forward to the exciting future, right? Humph. Bai Ningbing did not speak. All right, let's move. This place is no longer safe. Feng Yuan said as Bai Ningbing and the rest's expressions changed. High up in the sky, a red cloud descended, carrying dancer Hong Yin. Her face was covered in a veil. Her beautiful eyes looked at Feng Yuan and the rest who were on the sand dune. Lady Cui, who are these people? Why are you mingling with them? Dancer Hong Yin was the first to speak up. The Lady Cui she was referring to was naturally Fairy Cui Bo, Hong Yun. Ying Wuxie was surprised for a moment, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. He asked, "Why are you here?" The red cloud's descent slowed down. Dancer Hong Yun started to inspect Fairy Cui Bo. Ying Wuxie's situation was that his soul had possessed Fairy Cui Bo's body. This would often leave a flaw. After all, the soul would not be compatible with the new body. If it were an ordinary Gu immortal, Dancer Hong Yun would be able to tell. But now she was facing Ying Wuxie. Who was Ying Wuxie? He was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. His soul foundation was many times deeper than Feng Yuan's. Spectral Soul's path was soul path. Many of his split souls had different identities. They were spread all over the 5 regions, creating their own forces without any flaws. Ying Wuxia naturally had a way to cover up the flaws in his possession. As expected, even after using some investigative methods, Dancer Hong Yun could not find anything wrong with Fairy Cui Bo. Her expression softened. Something happened to you. Your life tablet goo and soul lantern goo were acting up. I came to help you. To think that you are in good condition, we were worried for nothing. Next, Dancer Hong Yun asked again. Who are they? They look familiar. Dancer Hong Yun's gaze landed on Feng Yuan's face. Then her expression changed, revealing a shocked expression. Lu Guanyi. Dancer Hong Yun was backed by Thousand Transformations ancestor. She had much more information than ordinary Gu immortals. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi's appearance was known to the world. As time passed, more and more Gu immortals would know about him. And Lu Guanyi's appearance was the original appearance of Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body. This time, Dancer Hong Yun appeared very suddenly. Feng Yuan did not have time to change his appearance. It is me, how should I address you? Even though his identity was exposed, Feng Yuan had a calm expression. He spoke in a cold tone. Dancer Hong Yun didn't answer right away. Instead, she rode on her red cloud and moved back a bit. Facing Lu Guanyi, she had a solemn expression. She felt some pressure in her heart. This was an existence that could fight rank 8. Not long ago he was famous in the world. He fought with Feng Jioga. Thankfully, I have husband's will and rank 8 immortal Gu with me otherwise. Dancer Hong Yun rejoiced internally. Her eyes rolled as she said to Fairy Cui Bo. Mistress Cui, husband and I missed you so much, but you are with a foreign Gu immortal. And even worse, you did not even reply to our letters. Dancer Hong Yun had her own intentions. She was trying to sow discord between Fairy Cui Bo and Thousand Transformations ancestor. Thousand Transformations ancestor doted on Fairy Cui Bo a lot. Dancer Hong Yun was jealous. She would not let go of this chance to make things difficult for Fairy Cui Bo. She said this to Ying Wuxia, but it was also directed at Thousand Transformations' will. Feng Yuan's gaze turned dark. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other. Dancer Hong Yun's words showed that she did not care about the great Lu Guanyi at all. She definitely had something to rely on. It was not just her battle strength. Feng Yuan, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan understood this, while Ying Wuxia, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin did not think of this. Alright, tell me about your encounter, Lady Cui. I am very curious. At this time, Thousand Transformations ancestors will appeared from Dancer Hong Yun's body. He had a trump card after all. Ying Wuxia's heart jumped. The crucial moment is here. Let's see how Ying Wuxia can get away with it. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Bai Ningbing and the rest were nervous. Even though Ying Wuxia grew quickly, he was still young. His acting skills could not compare to Feng Yuan. It was difficult for him to not expose himself under Thousand Transformations ancestors' will. Chapter 1427. That's about what happened. The wind gently blew across the sand dune. After Fairy Cui Bo explained, she slowly uttered the last word. In her narration, she wanted to find the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance, but encountered Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals. The Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals seemed to be familiar with her. They recognized her as Thousand Transformations ancestors' concubine. Even though Fairy Cui Bo mentioned Thousand Transformations ancestors' name, the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals were even more hostile. During the fight, Fairy Cui Bo was hit by the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals' killer move. Most of her Gu worms were destroyed. Fortunately, she encountered Lu Guanyi and the rest. It turned out that the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals were chasing after Lu Guanyi and the rest. An enemy's enemy was a friend. Lu Guanyi and the rest saved Fairy Cui Bo. After an intense battle, they temporarily escaped the Celestial Quartz pursuit. But because they were hit by the Celestial Quartz investigative killer move, they had been escaping for some time. Thus, they could not escape separately. They would be attacked separately by their enemies. Ing Wuxie described the entire story vividly, especially some details that made one feel as if they were there. In fact, ever since Fang Yuan and the rest captured Fairy Cui Bo and obtained a large amount of information about Thousand Transformations' ancestor from her soul, Fang Yuan and the rest had designed many countermeasures against all possible scenarios. Ing Wuxie's narration was half true and half false. Fang Yuan and the rest turned from enemies to benefactors, and Feng Jiuge also appeared in the narration. His description was the most realistic. There were very few edits. The story had no flaws, because Fang Yuan and the rest had analyzed it countless times. The only flaw was that Fairy Cui Bo's immortal goo and a large number of mortal goo were destroyed in the battle. This was too much of a coincidence. But there was no choice. If Thousand Transformations will ask Ing Wuxie to show his immortal goo, he would be in deep trouble. After all, Fairy Cui Bo's goo worms contained her will. Ing Wuxie could not use them. In fact, when Fairy Cui Bo was captured by Bai Ningbing, she self-detonated all her goo worms. Die without giving aid to the enemy. Therefore, Fang Yuan and the others had no choice but to say this. Saying this would make up for an even bigger flaw. Dancer Hong Yun looked surprised. She looked at Fairy Cui Bo. She didn't expect Fairy Cui Bo to have experienced so many dangerous things. However, in reality, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan and the others were also very surprised. Because Ing Wuxie's performance this time was simply too good. His acting was flawless and naturally it made people believe in him. Since when did Ing Wuxie have this kind of martial arts? He Lulan wondered. Only Fang Yuan was not surprised by Ing Wuxie's outstanding performance. Because he had already lent attitude immortal goo to Ing Wuxie. With the help of such a rank 8 immortal goo, Ing Wuxie's performance was flawless. Especially when his opponent was only a rank 7 goo immortal and a rank 8 will. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor was here, there might be some difficulty. But now Ing Wuxie had to deceive these two. It was completely within his ability. The job is done, be it Dancer Hong Yun or Thousand Transformations' will. They did not doubt Ing Wuxie's words. Fang Yuan saw this and said, Lord Thousand Transformations, Fairy Hong Yun, it is true that the Celestial Court's goo immortals chased after us. But we saved Fairy Cui Bo. This is the truth, right? His tone was plain and his face was expressionless. He acted like an expert with pride. Even when facing a rank 8 existence, he did not lose face. Fang Yuan did not have attitude immortal goo, but his acting skills were already very good. He was very familiar with this performance. He was the culprit who harmed Fairy Cui Bo, but now, he was acting as her savior. He was so shameless, but Fang Yuan acted very naturally. Thousand Transformations' will was silent. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, with Lu Guanyi's name, he could speak to Thousand Transformations' will as equals. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor was here, Fang Yuan might not have the qualifications to do so. But Thousand Transformations' will and Thousand Transformations' ancestors' main body were two completely different concepts. After thinking for a while, Thousand Transformations' will broke the silence and said, How do you want me to thank you? Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun and extremely handsome. For a moment, even Dancer Hong Yun's eyes were fixed on him. I don't need a reward, but I have a suggestion. Fang Yuan said. What suggestion? Alliance. Fang Yuan said 2 words. Alliance. Thousand Transformations' will was silent again. Fang Yuan continued to persuade at this time. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, you inherited Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true inheritance. You are a thorn in Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's attitude towards you can be seen from how they tried to kill Fairy Cui Bo. Because of the battle in Reverse Flow River, I was pursued by Celestial Court and escaped here. We have a common enemy, that is Celestial Court. We are helping each other. We are helping ourselves. Isn't that right? I have excellent time path methods in my hands. I can slow down the flow of time in Lord Thousand Transformations' immortal aperture, and delay the arrival of calamities and tribulations. Furthermore, I have the luck path true inheritance. Ma Hongyan died in my hands. He had a portion of the all-living beings' luck true inheritance. I know all about it now. This is Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritance. Husband. Dancer Hong Yun was moved by Fong Yuan's glib words. Lord Husband, I think we can form an alliance. Ing Wuxia also spoke, trying to increase Thousand Transformations Will's confidence. However, in the end, when Thousand Transformations Will spoke again, he said this. An alliance is possible, but the degree of cooperation needs to be done step by step. Lu Guanyi, you want to make use of me to deal with the celestial court Gu immortals around you. This is wishful thinking. How could I not know about it? Both of us can cooperate at a superficial level first before deepening it further. If the cooperation is good, I can help you resist the celestial court Gu immortals. If the cooperation is not satisfactory and I see that you lack sincerity, I will naturally try to cooperate with you. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal after all. He could not be deceived so easily. He was old and experienced. Not only did he see through Fong Yuan and the rest's motives, he even used the celestial court's pressure to squeeze Fong Yuan and the rest out of them. Sincerity. Fong Yuan smiled. Sincerity is mutual. We saved Fairy Chuibo. That is the greatest sincerity. What about your sincerity? Fong Yuan avoided the topic of celestial court Gu immortals chasing after them. He directly attacked Thousand Transformations Will. Thousand Transformations Will thought about it. We can cooperate first, like making a transaction. I will try to satisfy your needs. Chapter 1428. Transaction. Fong Yuan slightly raised his brows. He immediately understood Thousand Transformations Will's intention. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had obtained Reckless Savage's true inheritance, and after all these years, he had the foundation to transact with Fong Yuan, even if he had just undergone a tribulation and suffered huge losses. But precisely because of the tribulation, Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not want to fight. Once he agreed to the alliance with Fong Yuan, he would have to face the celestial court's Gu immortals. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was not stupid. How could he be ordered around by Fong Yuan and the rest at this time? But Fong Yuan's offer was very tempting. Be it He Fan's true inheritance, the method to slow down time in the immortal aperture, or the luck path true inheritance, they were both rare methods that could alleviate calamities and tribulations. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had just suffered a huge loss from the Gu immortal tribulation. He had a huge need for these methods. Thinking about it, Thousand Transformations Will felt that cooperating with Lu Guanyi was beneficial. But this benefit was in the future, while Lu Guanyi and the rest were facing huge trouble now. Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not want to face the celestial court's Gu immortals at this crucial moment. His main body was heavily injured. Once he fought, his weakness would be exposed and he would be in a weakened state. Thus, Thousand Transformations' ancestor wanted to transact with Fong Yuan, using a different method of cooperation. This way he would help Fong Yuan and the rest. Not only would he be repaying Fong Yuan's favor of saving Fairy Chuibo, he would also be forming good karma with Fong Yuan and the rest. The benefits of this were very obvious. Firstly, his wives and concubines were saved. He had to repay them. If he did not repay them, who would help Thousand Transformations' ancestors' friends and family in the future? Secondly, by forming such a relationship with Fong Yuan and the rest, if he really relied on Fong Yuan in the future, he could use today's matter as an excuse. Rank 8 Gu immortals were all astute and scheming. Even if there was only Thousand Transformations Will here, he was still able to calculate his own benefits clearly. Fong Yuan was silent for a moment before nodding. All right. I need a formation path immortal Gu now. Do you have any? In fact, Fong Yuan didn't have much hope. However, Dancer Hong Yun was stunned. Thousand Transformations Will smiled. What a coincidence. My main body has never cultivated the array Dao. However, on the way here, we happened to collect a Gu immortal true inheritance. It was left behind by a formation path predecessor. Oh, Red Cloud, take out your harvest and let Lu Guanyi choose. The will of Thousand Transformations instructed. He was clear about the contents of Zhen Yuanzi's array Dao true inheritance. Formation path immortal Gu were not of much use to the main body, but they were perfect for doing favors. Dancer Hong Yun naturally should not go against the will of thousand transformations. Although she was disappointed, she did not hesitate to take out the incomplete immortal formation from her immortal aperture and put it on the sand dune. Feng Yuan and the others were surprised. This immortal formation could actually move the entire thing out. This situation was extremely rare, because this was the embryonic form of an immortal goo house. Immortal goo houses were the highest essence of formation path. They were immortal killer moves and mobile immortal goo formations. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. Seeing this, he had a feeling that something good was going to happen. As expected, from Dancer Hong Yun's description, Feng Yuan learned that this incomplete immortal formation actually had formation flag immortal goo. Rank 7 immortal goo formation flag. Wasn't this one of the immortal goo Feng Yuan needed urgently? Amazing! With this goo, I don't need to negotiate with the land spirit of Langya. I don't need formation plate immortal goo. The self-cleansing immortal goo formation is very convenient to use. In time, I will be able to get rid of all the investigative killer moves on me. At this moment, Feng Yuan saw the light of hope. But on the surface he was still very calm. He only showed a trace of joy. He looked at Thousand Transformations will saying, "This incomplete immortal formation is really good. To speak the truth, I need such a goo formation to defend against the pursuit of celestial quartz goo immortals, and provide a safe environment to rest in. I am willing to pay a large amount of immortal materials to exchange for this incomplete immortal formation." What? Dancer Hong Yun's expression changed. Lu Guanyi actually has such a huge appetite, he wants to take the entire immortal goo formation. Next, Feng Yuan thought about it, and gave a list of immortal materials for Thousand Transformations ancestor to look at. "Lord Thousand Transformations, the immortal materials on my list are too few. But I have no choice, I can only take out so many, and I really need this incomplete immortal formation. If this transaction is successful, I will remember this friendship and will not dare to forget it. If you face any difficulties in the future, I will do my best to help you," Feng Yuan said sincerely. Dancer Hong Yun also looked at the list. She was about to explode from anger. She looked at Feng Yuan with clear hostility. She was very unhappy internally. This Lu Guanyi is really shameless. He actually dares to say such shameless words. However, after the will of Thousand Transformations thought for a moment, it straightforwardly agreed. "All right. I will take the immortal materials, you can have this incomplete goo formation. We don't owe each other anything. You saved Fairy Tsuebwa, so I'll make a deal with you. This is fate." Pausing for a moment, Thousand Transformations will continued. "Lu Guanyi, even though you are a junior, I have heard of your name. You will definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. Let us form a good relationship. This is my information path goo worm. If you have any transactions in the future, you can contact me directly. Goodbye." Lord Thousand Transformations' magnanimity is truly admirable. This is my information path goo worm. Please accept it, Lord Thousand Transformations. Feng Yuan changed his tone. Not only did he use the honorific title, his expression became more sincere as he handed over his information path goo worm. "Concubine Chui, let's go," Thousand Transformations will said. Ing Wuxia looked at Feng Yuan deeply before smiling at the others. "Thank you for taking care of me these last few days. See you again." Both sides said goodbye. Fairy Chuebo rode on dancing red clouds. Soon, they were far away. Only when Dancer Hong Yun and the rest left Feng Yuan's vision did he retract his gaze. Intense battle intent surging in his eyes. Ing Wuxia has already sent the information back. They are going back the same way. Their destination is Myriad Statue Desert. "Come, let's carry out the plan," Feng Yuan said. Lady White Rabbit went into Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Only He Lulan, Feng Yuan by Ning Bing, and Fairy Miao Yin were left behind. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A dazzling light flashed. At the next moment, Feng Yuan and the rest appeared in Green Ghost Desert. Feng Yuan started to set up the formation. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit assisted him. He Lulan patrolled the surroundings, preventing wild soul beasts from causing trouble. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, She left Fang Yuan and the rest's vision. She was going to find dancer Hong Yun and the rest. Dancer Hong Yun was going back the same way. Fang Yuan and the rest used omnidirectional travel. They were already ahead of them. An immortal goo formation that originated from Zishan Makoto's inheritance was quickly set up. Fang Yuan's movements were familiar, while Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit cooperated well with Fang Yuan. They had already practiced this immortal goo formation many times. Ying Wuxie could not be given up. Not only because she had powerful battle strength and could use the powerful killer move Lead Soul into Dream, it was also because of Sixth Hair. If Ying Wuxie died, Sixth Hair might not cooperate so closely with Fang Yuan. He might even think that Fang Yuan was the one who harmed Ying Wuxie. He might disregard his own safety and do something crazy like dying together with him. Fang Yuan, however, needed Sixth Hair and the rest to refine goo for him. There was another point. That was the human heart. Fang Yuan could give up on Ying Wuxie today. He would definitely give up on Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin and the rest in the future. These goo immortals might not show any abnormalities on the surface, but they would definitely have misgivings and suspicions in their hearts. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were not like He Lulan. Fang Yuan did not have a high degree of control over them. He would use omnidirectional travel to ambush Thousand Transformations Will and Dancer Hong Yun, luring them into the immortal formation and exterminating them. This was the battle plan. Of course, this plan was based on Ying Wuxie successfully gaining Thousand Transformations' ancestors' trust. Other than this plan, Fang Yuan and the rest thought of many other plans to deal with all sorts of situations. The more prepared they were, the higher their chances of victory. Be it Fang Yuan, He Lulan, or Ying Wuxie, they would not fight unprepared battles. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to set up 60% of this immortal formation, Bai Ningbing sent a message. No need to set it up, Ying Wuxie has succeeded. Fang Yuan and the rest stopped setting up the formation and rushed to Bai Ningbing's side. Over there, in the sky, they saw a dream realm floating in the air. Haha, Ying Wuxie did well this time. Bai Ningbing laughed. He took down Thousand Transformations Will and the rank 7 goo immortal, Dancer Hong Yun, without any bloodshed. Amazing, amazing. Fang Yuan also smiled. This was a scheme. It had been planned and prepared beforehand. Regardless of who was on Thousand Transformations' ancestors' side. As long as they gained their trust, they could plot against them. A plot method was not Lead Soul into Dream. This killer move's aura could not be concealed. Once it was activated, it would be discovered immediately. Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were the best plotting tools. Back then, Fang Yuan used this immortal body to force Southern Borders, E-Clan's immortal goo house to escape. One move to dominate the entire world. Even the rank 9 immortal goo house Heaven Overseeing Tower did not dare to enter the dream realm. While everyone was researching Dream Path and was still in the initial stages, using Dream Path to deal with others could be said to be extremely successful. Because this was standing at the forefront of an era, it had a huge advantage. Even Thousand Transformations' ancestor would fall for it. Not to mention this time, it was only his will that came. Rewind time to about 2 hours ago. On Dancing Red Cloud, Fairy Chuibo suddenly laughed. It seems that concubine Chui obtained some benefits, otherwise, she would not be laughing so happily. Thousand Transformations Will said. Lord Husband understands me best. Even though I lost my immortal goo this time, my gains were huge. Lord Husband Hong Yun, look at this. Ying Wuxie took out a pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body. This is Dream Path. Thousand Transformations Will was shocked. Concubine Chui, where did you get this from? That celestial court chased after Lu Guanyi and the rest. Their main objective was this immortal body. I got it by chance. Lu Guanyi and the rest were kept in the dark. Ying Wuxie then acted coquettishly. Lord Husband, I made such a huge contribution. How are you going to reward me? Dancer Hong Yun cursed internally. Slut. Thousand Transformations Will laughed. I should reward you properly. Boom. At the next moment, the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body self-detonated. Dancer Hong Yun and the rest were instantly swallowed by the dream realm. They did not fly out again. Chapter 1429. Alright, saving Wuxie first. Hey Lulan, it's up to you now. Feng Yuan instructed as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Hey Lulan nodded. Her soul flew out and entered Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Her physical body floated in the air. Her eyes closed and motionless. Soon another pure dream reality seeker physique body flew out. It was He Lulan. He Lulan flew into the dream realm. After a while, Ing Wuxie was dragged out. Ing Wuxie was still in the dream. He had not woken up yet. When the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, Ing Wuxie was at the center. The impact of the dream realm's explosion was also the strongest. Therefore, at this moment, although her physical body had left the dream, the soul in her physical body had fallen into a dream. It was like she was hit by lead soul into dream, similar to He Lulan's dream path calamity. At this time, Feng Yuan's unravel dream killer move could be used. He could not use it earlier because this dream realm trapped thousand transformations Will and dancer Hong Yun. If he unraveled the dream realm, these two would be released. Without the dream realm, they would wake up quickly. If he unraveled a portion of the dream realm, Feng Yuan would not be able to control it. All in all, this was a very risky matter. Feng Yuan had the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. He could use this better method. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were created by Old Man Inkstone. They had dream path Dao marks. Old Man Inkstone wanted to create the 11 extreme physiques. He succeeded mostly, but not completely. Because the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had a huge weakness, they had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, they would self-detonate into a dream realm. However, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had their unique advantage. The greatest advantage was that this body could enter and exit dream realms. It could protect the soul and prevent it from being corrupted by the dream realms. Back then, during the dream realm battle, He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest had hidden in the immortal apertures of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. They entered the dream realms to avoid the danger. Once the storm was over, they would all come out safely. This scene was witnessed by Feng Yuan at that time, and he had a deep impression of it. Now Feng Yuan was merely reenacting this scene. After using dream dispelling, Ing Wuxie woke up, but his soul had suffered a great deal of damage. Feng Yuan used the guts goo to heal all the injuries to his soul, allowing him to return to his peak condition. What happened next was the key. If it worked well, not only could Feng Yuan capture dancer Hong Yun, he could even snatch that rank 8 immortal goo. Dancer Hong Yun, 1000 transformations Will, rank 8 immortal goo. Among these three, dancer Hong Yun was the easiest to deal with. She was only a rank 7 goo immortal. Now that she was dragged out, she was likely in the same state as Ing Wuxie, trapped in a dream realm. At this time, Ing Wuxie added another lead soul into dreams, and that would be quite safe. Dancer Hong Yun was like a fish on the chopping board, nothing to worry about. He had to worry about 1000 transformations Will, and that rank 8 immortal goo. Wills would be worn down in dream realms. But different from souls, the reason wills were worn down was because they were thinking in dream realms. Any will, as long as they were thinking, they would be worn down. The more intensely they thought, the faster they would be worn down. However, the moment the consciousness left the dream, it would immediately recover, unlike a soul. Thus, if 1000 transformations Will was not worn down completely and was dragged out of the dream realm by He Lulan, he would definitely activate the rank 8 immortal goo and attack Feng Yuan, and the rest immediately. By then, Feng Yuan and the rest would face the rank 8 immortal goo's attack. And more terrifyingly, this rank 8 immortal goo was unknown to Feng Yuan and the rest. They could not defend against it. Even if they wanted to, they could not. Thus, they had to wait until 1000 transformations Will was worn down before they dragged dancer Hong Yun out. That would be the best. However, if they wanted to use immortal killer moves of other paths in the dream realm would not be affected. Even if He Lulan found dancer Hong Yun, who was in the dream realm, she could not use her methods to check if 1000 transformations Will was gone or not. On the other hand, lead soul into dream had no effect on 1000 transformations Will. Because 1000 transformations Will was only a will, lead soul into dream's target had to have a soul. Thus, the crucial factor of this plan was time. After 3 to 5 years, 1,000 transformations would be completely worn down by the dream realm. But with that time, 1,000 transformations ancestor would have already found them. For Feng Yuan and the rest, not to mention 3 to 5 years, even 3 to 2 days would be dangerous. Because Feng Yuan and the rest were being chased, Providence had been paying attention to them, trying to trap them. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be for Feng Yuan and the rest. Thus, Feng Yuan's plan was to wait for a day. That was his limit. After a day, He Lulan would drag dancer Hong Yin out of the dream realm. She would investigate and see if 1,000 transformations was still around. This was a risk. Thus by then, Feng Yuan and the rest would hide far away. Only He Lulan would be left. If they succeeded, Feng Yuan would gain another rank 8 immortal Gu. The risk would be borne by others, while the benefits would be his. Feng Yuan naturally wanted to do this. The only worry is that Celestial Court or 1,000 transformations will find us during this period of time. Feng Yuan muttered to himself. Fairy Miao Yin's expression changed. Feng Jioge is here, he is approaching. Fairy Miao Yin warned. He actually escaped from the river of time. Lady White Rabbit exclaimed softly. At this moment of all times. He Lulan gritted her teeth. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold. If I had known this, I would have set up that immortal Gu formation earlier and made Feng Jioge suffer. Forget it. Feng Yuan made a decision. Feng Jioge has Celestial Court behind him. It is not impossible for him to escape from the river of time. Let's retreat immediately and stay here. Anyway, even if Heavenly Court's Duke Long comes personally, he can't do anything to this dream realm. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. The immortals followed Feng Yuan's lead. They teleported out and retreated. Very decisive. Feng Jioge came here, seeing that no one was around, he smiled and praised. Next, his gaze focused on the dream realm. This is a dream realm? Even without his report, his current situation was already observed by Fairy Myrtle from Celestial Court. Why would there be a dream realm here? What is the reason? It is not simple, we need to investigate further. While thinking, Fairy Myrtle transmitted to Feng Jioge, informing him of Feng Yuan and the rest's current location. Feng Jioge chased after them. His speed was unimaginable. Feng Yuan and the rest soon felt pressure. After they used omnidirectional travel, not long after, Feng Jioge chased after them again. Feng Jioge is getting faster. What immortal killer move is he using? With Celestial Court's help, what is impossible? The important thing now is, other than Feng Jioge, are there any other helpers? After chasing for half a day, on a desert, Feng Yuan and the rest were frowning deeply. Omnidirectional travel could not be used casually, because it expended the Gu Immortals' own Dao marks. If they continued to run like this, even without Feng Jioge's help, their own battle strength would fall by a lot. But fighting against Feng Jioge was very risky. Ignoring Feng Jioge's own battle strength, the crucial thing was other than him. Were there others? If there was another rank 8 Gu Immortal, Feng Yuan, and the rest would have a low chance of winning. Feng Jioge is only rank 7. Celestial Court's rank 8 cannot enter his immortal aperture. And Celestial Court's rank 8 phantom aperture cannot contain living beings. Moreover, we have moved so much. Even if there are people following behind Feng Jioge, they will be left far behind. Bai Ningbing said. She wanted to fight. Feng Yuan nodded. I have the same thought, let's wait for him here. If we do not force him back, he will catch up sooner or later. Bai Ningbing was dazed for a moment before looking around. She understood Feng Yuan very well, since Feng Yuan wanted to deal with Feng Jioge, and did not have enough time to set up an immortal Gu formation. The location he chose had to be particular. However, before Bai Ningbing could figure out what was going on, the melodious sound of a zither rang out. Next, ripples of light formed into a golden gatehouse. From the gatehouse, Feng Jioge stepped out, appearing in front of Feng Yuan and the rest again. Everyone, we meet again. Feng Jioge smiled as he greeted. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, while He Lulan, Miao Yin, and White Rabbit had grim expressions. The shadow of a person, the bark of a tree, Chapter 1430. Genius 1 second. Remember love go divided by small? Talked net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Feng Jioge wore a red and white robe. He was handsome and elegant. He looked at the Shadow Sect immortals with a warm smile. He looked even more elegant. Love go small talk net ku. He had no battle intent or killing intent, but the Shadow Sect immortals felt immense pressure. Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan walked out of the crowd muttering. He had an outstanding bearing. His white robe was like snow, his face was like jade, his eyes were like paint. They were unfathomable. Seeing this, Lady White Rabbit's heart jumped. She thought, in this current world, the two most outstanding people below rank 8 are finally going to fight today. Speaking of which, even though Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge had not interacted for a long time, their fate had lasted for a long time. A few years ago, after Feng Yuan snatched to immortal blessed land and seized Feng Kim Huang's fortuitous encounter, he had entered Feng Jioge's vision. But at that time, Feng Jioge was a high and mighty rank 7 Gu immortal. He had been famous for a long time. He was a peak character. And Feng Yuan was just a mortal. He was like an ant. Even if he was a little outstanding, that was all. Who could have thought that in just a few years, Feng Yuan would not only become a Gu immortal, he would also become the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada, destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower, participate in the Battle of Etian Mountain, Reverse Flow River, and the Battle of Dream Realm. Right now he was in the limelight. His name was on the wanted list of the Celestial Court. His reputation was already on par with Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan had saved Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge had also saved Feng Yuan. All their grudges had been settled. Now, the two of them would engage in a true contest of strength with the purest identity of the faction. Feng Jioge, you've traveled a great distance to hunt us down. Don't you know that you've placed your life in my hands too? Feng Yuan let out a hollow laugh as his figure sprang forward at lightning speed toward Feng Jioge. As he spoke, immortal clothes and ribbons appeared on his body, and his black hair fluttered while lightning shot out from his eyes. He attacked ferociously and drew the curtains to this intense battle. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. Feng Jioge narrowed his eyes. He had already witnessed the power of this famous killer move. He had more or less guessed that the countercurrent protection seal was probably more complicated and difficult to activate. It also needed a longer time to prepare. If he launched a sneak attack and did not give Feng Yuan the opportunity to activate this move, he would definitely have the upper hand in the battle. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan never gave Feng Jioge such a chance. Love Gobe Small say Netko. Moreover, the Shadow Sect Immortals' investigative killer moves were very outstanding. Feng Jioge could not find any chance to launch a sneak attack. Seeing that Feng Yuan was charging at him, Feng Jioge's smile widened. He said to himself, I could move here directly because I used my self-created immortal killer move, Yang Pastun. And most importantly, I have not finished playing Yang Pastun yet. As he said that, his whole body burst out with golden light. The golden light did not have any offensive power, but it disappeared in a flash. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge's whole body vanished on the spot. What? Almost at the next moment, Feng Yuan heard the intense sound of a zither being played. The sound suddenly became louder before weakening, like the person playing the zither had flown past his ears. Feng Yuan's mind shook as he suddenly recalled. This was Feng Jioge's movement method. It had once been very useful in the 5 regions chaotic war. It allowed Feng Jioge to turn into a formless sound that spread outwards, before condensing back into his original form. Sound Dao was actually not mainstream, and this move was even more out of the ordinary. Ordinary methods were basically unable to stop Feng Jioge's shift. Be careful. He Lulan warned. They heard the zither's sound as well. They retreated subconsciously. But their speed could not match Yang Pastun. They did not know Feng Jioge's exact location. They could only choose to retreat randomly. Lady White Rabbit suddenly heard the sound of a zither explode in her ears. Feng Jioge's figure condensed. He was right next to her. Clang. Feng Jioge had a strange look in his eyes as he pointed at Lady White Rabbit from afar, creating a loud sound that sounded like weapons clashing. Lady White Rabbit screamed in fear. At that instant, she felt an intense threat of death. She quickly retreated. The sharp sound wave hit her chest. At the next moment, blood splattered. Black fog surged out of Lady White Rabbit's body. Within the black fog, Black Tigress appeared. She stood on a lizard as she flew into the sky. Love Gobe Small Say Net Lady White Rabbit, who had rank 6 cultivation level, was not Feng Jioge's match. But at the crucial moment, her other identity, Black Tigress, appeared and saved her life. Even so, Black Tigress was heavily injured. She quickly left and tried to heal herself. Feng Jioge did not chase her. He knew that his sneak attack had failed. He had lost the initiative. Everyone was wary of him. He would not be as effective as the first attack. Most importantly, Feng Jioge frowned slightly, looking at the vast desert below him. This is Anti-Sound Desert, your burial ground. Saying so, Feng Yuan pounced again. So that's it. Feng Jioge realized at once. At the next moment, he dissipated into sound waves. Yang Pa's tune succeeded again. Feng Yuan missed. However, Feng Jioge, who appeared not far away, had an ugly expression. The smile at the corner of his mouth had already faded a lot, and his gaze was even more solemn. Western Desert's Anti-Sound Desert. It was a place as famous as Southern Border's Silent Hill. They were famous in the world. To Sound Path Gu immortals, they were both forbidden lands. Because in these two places, Sound Path Dao marks were greatly suppressed. Any Sound Path killer move's power would be greatly suppressed. Earlier, Feng Jioge wanted to move behind Lady White Rabbit and kill her. But in the end he was exposed 100 steps away from Lady White Rabbit. This allowed Lady White Rabbit to escape the fatal attack. Anti-Sound Desert. Back then, this special land was stolen by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. To think that it ended up here. How did Feng Yuan know? I almost forgot. He is the new leader of Shadow Sect. It is normal for him to know some secrets. Feng Jioge guessed. His second guess was wrong. Shadow Sect did not know about this place either. Feng Yuan knew about it, because in the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, this place was exposed. Now it was being used by him. Feng Jioge's expression suddenly changed. He looked at his arm in shock. Unknowingly, a layer of frost had formed on his arm, and even his back. Is that the Dragon Lady Bai Ningbing? Feng Jioge looked at Bai Ningbing in the distance with a look of admiration in his eyes. Immortal killer move. Cold eyes. This was Bai Ningbing's killer move. Even though Feng Jioge moved quickly, cold eyes could be activated even faster. As long as he was within Bai Ningbing's vision, he could reach her at almost the same time. Feng Jioge laughed heartily. He stretched out his hand and touched the frost. Immediately, a melodious bell sound could be heard as the frost melted. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Her dragon eyes shined with a cold light. This is a little troublesome. Feng Jioge frowned slightly. He used Yang Pa's tune again, and vanished on the spot. But at the next moment when he appeared, not only did he have to face Bai Ningbing's cold eyes, he even summoned Fairy Miao Yin's Curved Moon. Immortal killer move Curved Moon. 2 crescent moons appeared in Fairy Miao Yin's eyes. Like cold eyes, this was a visual attack technique. It was activated extremely quickly. Feng Jioge was hit. His body shook slightly. Fairy Miao Yin was moved. She was confident in the power of Curved Moon. But when it hit Feng Jioge, it only shook his body slightly. Feng Jioge had a deep foundation in defense. Back then, even when facing Wu Yang's immortal battlefield killer move, he could resist it for so long. It was not a big deal to forcefully take a Curved Moon killer move. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, there was the sound of birds chirping. A flock of little flaming birds surrounded Feng Jioge. Bam, 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 bam. At the next moment, the firebird self-detonated. The explosions continued for a long time, but soon disappeared. Because this was the battlefield of the Anti-Sound Desert. The explosion engulfed Feng Jioge. Scorching flames gushed out in all directions along with surging airwaves. At once, the faces of Feng Yuan and the rest were covered in a layer of fire. The temperature in the air rose sharply. He Lulan stood far away, her eyes shining with intense battle intent. This was the immortal killer move she activated, Angry Bird. Far away, Feng Jioge appeared again. He was unscathed. The self-detonation of the angry birds did not affect him. Feng Yuan pounced. The other Shadow Sect immortals attacked from all directions. Feng Jioge smiled silently. You've been dodging for long enough, take this. Immortal killer move. Heaven and Earth Song. At once heaven and earth sang. The song entered the immortals' ears, their bodies shook, they felt like the whole world had suddenly become vast. While they themselves became smaller and smaller, they became ants or dust particles. The feeling of being small and insignificant appeared in their hearts. Compared to the whole world, they were insignificant. What were they? This was the power of heaven and earth song. Not only did it affect the Gu immortals, even their immortal killer moves were affected. Suppressed by heaven and earth song, they became weaker and weaker. After a few breaths of time, they vanished into thin air. This move was one of Feng Jioge's signature killer moves. Back then in Luopa Valley, Qin Baisheng's side had suffered from this move. Now it was time for Feng Yuan and the rest to taste it. He Lulan and the rest naturally did not feel good, but Feng Yuan still charged forward. Reverse flow protection seal did not move, only some ripples appeared on its surface. Not just that, it even reflected a portion of the power of heaven and earth song onto Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge tasted his own killer move for the first time. Looking at Feng Yuan charging towards him, he frowned deeply. He had no choice but to use Yang Pass Tune to teleport again. Reverse flow protection seal made Celestial Quartz Gu immortals, Longevity Heaven, and Zishan Makoto helpless. Even Wu Yong was helpless, not to mention him, Feng Jioge? Feng Jioge felt a headache when he saw Feng Yuan. He finally understood how Wu Yong felt back then. Let go of Feng Yuan, let's get rid of his subordinates first. Feng Jioge did not want to waste time with Feng Yuan. He targeted the others. Chapter 1431. Feng Jioge had the support of the Celestial Court. He did not lack information, he had a deep understanding of the Shadow Sect immortals. Other than Feng Yuan, there were also Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Ying Wuxia, Black Tigress and Fairy Miao Yin. Bai Ningbing was a beautiful dragon lady. Her attacks were the most ferocious. She was likely to be the inheritor of Bai Xiang's true inheritance. He Lulan had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Even though she was a female, she had a heroic aura. Her attacks were covered in flames. She had incredible power. She had the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. Ying Wuxia was currently using Fairy Chuibo's body. He wore a green dress and had seductive eyes. His methods were concealed. This was a new face to Feng Jioge. He was suspicious. Black Tigress had a ruthless gaze. Her injuries were already healed. She moved quickly and cultivated dark path. Like an assassin, she moved around the periphery, her eyes fixed on Feng Jioge, waiting for a chance to take revenge. As for Fairy Miao Yin, she had already used her signature killer move, Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. She had 6 arms and a pair of crescent moons in her eyes. She cultivated sound path like Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge used Yang Pass Tune to dodge Feng Yuan's attacks. He was also assessing these Shadow Sect immortals. Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was too invincible, but there were pros and cons. If Feng Yuan wanted to maintain this killer move, he would not be able to use other immortal killer moves. Feng Yuan had weak offense but strong defense. If Feng Jioge wanted to defeat Shadow Sect, he had to find someone else. This was the best strategy to avoid the enemy's weakness. But who would Feng Jioge find? This question lingered in the minds of Feng Yuan and the rest. Feng Jioge was not stupid enough to fight to the death with Feng Yuan. By the same logic, Feng Yuan and the rest had already expected Feng Jioge's tactic. This was very obvious. The countercurrent protection seal was too powerful, and the Celestial Court could not come up with a way to break it in a short period of time. It was very difficult to decipher killer moves. However, restraining and mitigating methods were much easier to achieve. However, Reverse Flow River was a rank 9 immortal Gu. It was a secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Renzu. How could such an existence be easily countered or weakened? Therefore, only when the Celestial Court figured out a way to crack the seal would they be able to do something about it. Before this, even Duke Long couldn't do anything about it. Among everyone, He Lulan has the lowest cultivation level. She is rank 6. Will Feng Jioge deal with her? It's impossible to deal with Feng Yuan, but it's possible to deal with Fairy Miao Yin. After all, both of them cultivate the sound Dao. With Feng Jioge's strong attainments, it would be easier for him to deal with Fairy Miao Yin's methods. He attacked Lady White Rabbit earlier. If he pursues her now, it is possible that he will attack Black Tigress. What about Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing has the strongest offense among us. She is the strongest spear. If she is taken down, Feng Jioge will have a huge advantage in this battle. It is possible for Ying Wuxia as well. She is using Fairy Chuibo's body. Feng Jioge is the least familiar with her. He will try to probe her. All sorts of analysis and guesses appeared in Feng Yuan and the rest's minds. If they could guess Feng Jioge's thoughts, they would be able to deal with him more easily in the following battles. They might even gain the initiative. Who would Feng Jioge target? At the next moment, the answer was revealed. Feng Jioge leaped, activating Yang Pass Tune. He moved to the center of the battlefield. Next, this immortal killer move Yang Pass Tune did not dissipate, its aura changed. Feng Jioge let out a long whistle. How about listening to my Jasper song? This was his signature method. The immortals heard this and retreated. Only Feng Yuan laughed loudly. He charged forward bravely. Feng Jioge, you finally used some methods. Ding ding dong dong. The song resounded. It was like pearls falling on a jade plate. It was extremely pleasant to the ears. Feng Yuan ignored it. He got close to Feng Jioge. He wanted to use reverse flow protection seal to return a portion of Green Jade Song's power, to let Feng Jioge have a taste of it. But to think that Feng Jioge's Green Jade Song killer move's power was completely concealed. Feng Yuan was unobstructed along the way. He did not reflect any damage at all. While the immortals were shocked, a blurry figure flew out of Feng Jioge's body. This figure looked like Feng Jioge, but it was jade green, as if it was made of jade. What killer move is this? The Shadow Sect immortals felt a strong sense of threat from this mysterious figure. Song Warrior. Feng Yuan's heart sank. He thought of a certain piece of information from his previous life. This was one of Feng Jioge's powerful methods. It allowed the 9 songs he created to condense into human form and attack enemies. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Feng Jioge's original 9 songs were extremely powerful, but they had flaws. He could only use one move at a time. They were not flexible enough and could only last for a short time. After many battles, Feng Jioge understood this flaw of his. He went into close cultivation for a while. After coming out, he obtained the killer move Song Warrior. This way, he could turn the 9 songs into temporary clones to fight strong enemies. They were extremely flexible and his battle strength rose again. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, many enemies suffered greatly because of this. I didn't expect that the famous Song Warrior was actually a variation of the Yang Pass Tune. It is like the relationship between my Strength Path Giant Hand and Myriad Self. In my previous life, about 500 years later, Feng Jioge created Song Warrior. He did it so early this time? No, in my previous life, it was because the Shadow Sect succeeded in defying heaven and forcefully delayed the Great Era. Maybe Feng Jioge was also affected. Or maybe Feng Jioge created Song Warrior in advance because of the Celestial Court's guidance? Countless thoughts surged in Feng Yuan's mind. He had countless guesses in an instant. The Green Jade Song Warrior did not face Feng Yuan. It charged at Ying Wuxia. Ying Wuxia's eyelids twitched. He quickly retreated, not daring to face it head-on. Feng Jioge used Yang Pass Tune again to move far away. After several times, when Feng Yuan charged at him again, he had already used his signature killer move. Heaven and Earth Song. The Heaven and Earth Song Warrior charged at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing shouted, "Good timing." She clashed with the Heaven and Earth Song Warrior. Frost splattered everywhere. Oh no, this is not good. Bai Ningbing and Ying Wuxia can't even take care of themselves. We can't pressure Feng Jioge at all. So Feng Jioge's target is not one of us, but all of us apart from Feng Yuan. After understanding Feng Jioge's tactic, the Shadow Sect immortals felt a strong sense of threat. The battle was tilting towards Feng Jioge's side, but Feng Yuan and the rest were helpless. All in all, Feng Yuan's side was still weak in offense and strong in defense. And Feng Jioge had outstanding intelligence. He used the wisest tactic. In fact, Song Warrior had both advantages and disadvantages. If 9 songs were used, the song would be formless and formless. It would cover a huge area and have great power. It was hard to defend against. After turning into Song Warrior, it would condense into a lump. It could be targeted, dodged, and even used long-range attacks to continuously reduce the Song Warrior's power. But the current situation of Feng Jioge's battle was completely different from the previous two battles. Firstly, he did not need to face the immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. This immortal goo house was extremely fast. If he used Song Warrior, it would definitely be evaded. Secondly, Feng Jioge did not need to attack the tributary of the River of Time. This time, Feng Yuan had not made sufficient preparations while chasing. He did not have time to set up an immortal goo formation. If he used Song Warrior, even if he could not defeat them one by one, the Shadow Sect immortals would not be able to fend for themselves. They would not be able to form an encirclement. What kind of battle situation, and what kind of tactic to use? This was a goo immortal who had experienced countless battles. Feng Jioge had no awareness. He was someone who had fought countless battles. He had rich battle experience. Adding on his shocking talent, this battle caused the Shadow Sect immortals to suffer greatly. After Green Jade Song and Heaven and Earth Song, it was Submission Song and Separation Song. The four Song Warriors fought at times. Sometimes they attacked together, causing the battlefield to fall into a chaotic battle. Bastard! Hei Lulan gritted her teeth as she retreated. She used Angry Bird to attack from afar, but once this move hit the Green Jade Song Warrior, the Fire Bird would turn into a Jade Bird and shatter on the ground. Penetrating Ice Blade. Bai Ningbing called out as she raised the huge ice blade in her hand, looking at the Submission Song Warrior. But at the crucial moment, Separation Song Warrior blocked this killer move. The huge ice blade disintegrated. Separation Song Warrior could separate everything, even an immortal killer move. Heaven and Earth Song Warrior had suppressive power. Ing Wuxie and Fairy Miao Yin attacked it together, but they were evenly matched. Feng Yuan had a heavy heart. Ever since Feng Jioge started cultivating, he had set his goal to create 9 songs, to express his understanding of fate, life, and heaven and earth. And now, he has already created Separation Song. According to my previous life's information, he has 7 songs. Among them, Green Jade, Heaven and Earth, Submission Song, and Separation Song were used to attack Feng Yuan, and the rest had already seen it. There were also 2 songs, Obtain Treasure and Towards Heaven. They were used for cultivation. This was not a problem. What worried Feng Yuan the most was the final song. That song is not easy to control. Once it fails, the backlash is almost fatal. However, if we give Feng Jioge the chance to successfully use that song, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Feng Yuan was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He was weak in offense and strong in defense. Pressuring Feng Jioge was just wishful thinking. Feng Jioge had strong battle strength. He was skilled in controlling the 4 clones. Just from this, it could be seen that his enslavement path attainment was even higher than Feng Yuan's. After all, he had been a goo immortal for many years. His foundation was deep. Feng Yuan's previous life's 500 years could not compare to him. And this is an anti-sound desert. Feng Jioge is suppressed. Of course, my Fairy Miao Yin is the same. I need to take a risk. Otherwise, if I miss this chance, I might not even have the chance to take a risk. Feng Yuan made up his mind. At the next moment, he deactivated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Immortal Killer Move. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Feng Yuan instantly turned into an Ancient Sword Dragon. Next, he calmed his mind and breathed in deeply, activating another of his signature methods. Combination of Enslavement and Strength Path. Myriad Self. This was not simply using the foundation of Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation to unleash Myriad Self. It was a combination move that involved a famous immortal killer move. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Combination, Myriad Self, forming myriad dragons. Roar, 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 roar. In an instant, myriad dragons appeared. Roaring in unison, sword chi spread out. Silver scales were like a sea. This killer move, when it chased me, it destroyed my sect's immortal goo formation in Eastern Sea in one move. Ing Wuxie's heart was shaken. Feng Yuan. Bai Ningbing called out softly, feeling a sense of reliability rising in her heart. Amazing. Even Feng Jioge was moved. At this moment, his vision was filled with sword dragons. The dragons were like the sea, drowning the four song warriors, including Feng Jioge. Chapter 1432. The Dao marks on Feng Yuan's body were already at the peak of rank 7. Myriad Dragon Killer move was amplified by his transformation path, sword path, and other Dao marks. Its power rose sharply, reaching the limit of a rank 7 killer move. The dragons attacked the four song warriors fiercely. Around the green jade song warrior, countless jade stone dragons fell, but he could not hold on for long before he was completely drowned. The heaven and earth song warriors' attacks were grand. Each of his actions carried great pressure, but the dragons were too many. He was devoured by a sword dragon in the end. The submission song warrior lasted the longest. He actually managed to make some ancient sword dragon clones defect, but unfortunately, he could not stop the tide of the battle. The leaving song warrior separated from the ancient sword dragon clones and charged out, but ancient sword dragon clones were everywhere. He perished in the endless myriad dragon group. All along, Feng Yuan's myriad self-killer move relied on quantity. Quality was secondary. Especially against Gu immortal experts, it could not be used. As Feng Yuan's opponents got stronger, myriad self-killer move was reduced to a method that used familiar face to help Feng Yuan escape. But, after Feng Yuan combined his moves and used ancient sword dragon transformation as the foundation to activate myriad self, the effect was raised to a whole new level. Ancient sword dragon transformation used rank 7 dragon breath immortal Gu, dragon scales immortal Gu, and rank 6 dragon strength immortal Gu to recreate the physique of an ancient desolate beast. Ancient sword dragon clones could not be matched by a simple myriad self-killer move. This was the strongest defensive method that Feng Yuan currently had. The myriad dragon devoured the four song warriors, before surrounding Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan did not hesitate. He mobilized the dragon group to attack Feng Jioge from all directions. Facing this move, Feng Jioge had a flash of praise in his eyes. He clenched his right fist and punched forward. Boom! A huge drum sound shook heaven and earth. Like a clap of thunder, the 5 ancient sword dragon clones in front of him disintegrated. Almost at the same time, Feng Jioge's left hand formed a palm and slammed to the side. Clang! Amidst the melodious ringing of the bell, several ancient sword dragons came to a halt. Then their bodies shook violently, and in a breath's time, they turned into nothingness. Fist drum. Gripping the bell. Feng Jioge's hands did not stop moving. His voice was surging as he used offense as defense, causing the flood dragons to be unable to approach him. Myriad Dragon Killer move could put most rank 7 Gu immortals in a life and death situation. But against Feng Jioge, it was not enough. Feng Jioge had accumulated a lot of sound path Dao marks. Even in the anti-sound desert, it was hard to conceal his brilliance. However, this scene caused a strange expression to appear on Feng Yuan's face. It's strange. Why is Feng Jioge not using Yang Pass tune? In this situation, the entire song is already dead. Feng Jioge can totally use guerrilla warfare to avoid my attacks. This way he will be more stable and will consume less immortal energy. Unless he is preparing a certain immortal killer move. But if he uses fist drum and gripping the bell now, it is very unlikely that he is preparing a killer move. Moreover, he would not be preparing a killer move in such a dangerous place, right? If that is the case, it is likely to be the truth. It seems that the information from the 500 years of my previous life was not baseless. In Feng Yuan's mind, all sorts of thoughts collided and sparked with inspiration. At the next moment, he returned to his human form and gathered the Shadow Sect immortals. Let's retreat. The ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel activated again. Feng Jioge showed a bitter smile. Seeing that Feng Yuan and the others had left, he did not chase them this time. It turned out that his movement killer move, Yang Pass tune, was extremely outstanding and could even be transformed into a song warrior, but it had a flaw. That was the time limit. There was a fixed time limit for each activation of the Yang Pass tune. Once the time limit was reached, Yang Pass tune's effect would vanish instantly. Moreover, Feng Jioge had to wait 14 hours before he could activate it again. Thus, for Feng Jioge, this immortal killer move was extremely precious and would not be used casually in normal battles. Because once he used this move, he would face the drawback of the time limit. If he could not end the battle within the time limit, Feng Jioge would not have any better movement method to escape the battle. In the battle with Wu Yong earlier, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's speed was too fast. Even if Feng Jioge activated Yang Pastun, he could not escape. When he chased after Feng Yuan earlier, because of Feng Yuan's omnidirectional travel, Feng Jioge had to use Yang Pastun in order to catch up. When Feng Yuan activated Myriad Dragon, Yang Pastun's time limit was already up. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly in his heart as he used Drum Fist and Bell Palm to defend against Myriad Dragon killer move. As Feng Yuan and the rest retreated, Myriad Dragon also gradually dissipated. In the huge battlefield, only Feng Jioge was left. Feng Jioge was unharmed. He was still as elegant as before, as if the person who had just participated in the battle was not him. Feng Yuan successfully retreated, but Feng Jioge was not dejected. There was even a faint smile on his face. How can I end the battle with Feng Yuan in one go? I have to probe him many times and find out all of his trump cards before I can kill him. Moreover, before that, there is still the Celestial Court's mission to suppress Feng Yuan and destroy Red Lotus True Inheritance. Feng Yuan seems to understand me very well. Is it because he used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive? That new female immortal is Fairy Chui Bo of Western Desert's Gu immortal world on the surface. But she uses soul path methods. It is very strange. The results of the probing were very good, especially when it came to Ying Wuxia. In the previous battle, because Feng Yuan had made arrangements and ample preparations, Feng Jioge did not find Fairy Chui Bo, but this time was different. Ying Wuxia has lead soul into dream. This is the biggest threat. It might be in Feng Yuan's hands now, or it might still be in Ying Wuxia's hands. In this battle, I did not see Ying Wuxia, but Fairy Chui Bo. If I am not wrong, this Fairy Chui Bo is Thousand Transformations' ancestor's concubine. Why is she with Feng Yuan and the rest in such a short time? Is it because this Fairy Chui Bo is a member of Shadow Sect, or is she possessed by Ying Wuxia? Even though Feng Jioge was not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, he had great intelligence. After some guesses, he was getting close to the truth. At another place, Feng Jioge did not chase after us after all. Feng Yuan looked at the sky. This retreat was a lot of probing, but Feng Yuan clearly found out the truth. Yang Pastun had a time limit after all. After knowing this, the other Shadow Sect Gu immortals let out a sigh of relief. Feng Jioge is really strong. He lives up to his reputation. I can feel that he is still holding back. He did not use all his trump cards. All in all, this was a probing battle. We did not use our trump cards, right? The Gu immortals conversed. That was true. Be it Black Tigress Daughter Lit Killer Move, by Ningbing's Bai Xiang, or Ying Wuxia's lead soul into dream, they were not used. In this battle, both sides held back, but they also used many trump cards. For example, Feng Jioge's Yang Pastun, Song Warrior, and Feng Yuan's Myriad Dragon killer move. In the next battle, these killer moves would definitely be countered. Even if they could not be countered, there would be defensive measures. A few days later, behind a certain ordinary sand dune, the desert wind blew up layers of sand and smoke. As the sun set, the sky was dyed red like blood. The sound of camel bells could be heard along with the wind. Far away, there was a caravan of mortal Gu masters. These people naturally could not discover Feng Yuan and the rest. At this moment, Feng Yuan's mind was inside his immortal aperture. An immortal Gu formation was already set up in mini central continent. Self-cleansing immortal Gu formation. A rank 7 immortal formation with self-love immortal Gu as the core and formation flag immortal Gu as the supplementary. Once activated, it could get rid of the harmful Dao marks on the immortal body. And because of formation flag immortal Gu, this immortal Gu formation had the ability to teleport for a short period of time. That was to say, when Feng Yuan wanted it, he could take out this immortal formation and use it. When there was no time to use it, he could put it back into the sovereign immortal aperture. It was very convenient. This immortal formation has a lot of potential for improvement. For example, adding time path goo worms to speed up the flow of time inside it. Unfortunately, my time path attainment level is not high enough. I cannot deduce it. Feng Yuan felt it was a pity. However, it is still possible to move the formation spirit inside and make it the formation spirit of this immortal formation. This was not difficult. Feng Yuan only needed to fuse that incomplete immortal formation into the self-cleansing immortal formation. That would do. This involved one of the techniques of immortal killer moves, combination moves. Feng Yuan was naturally proficient in this aspect. He also had formation path grandmaster attainment level. Feng Yuan was very confident in this. He estimated that he only needed 2 to 3 days to complete it. With the formation spirit, I will not need to activate the immortal goo formation myself. I can focus on other things. But before that, I need to raise myriad self by 1 level. In Anti-Sound Desert, the battle with Feng Jioge gave Feng Yuan a huge inspiration. That was the improvement of the immortal killer move myriad self. At the same time, it is a dream realm after all. But Husband's Will rank 8 immortal goo mutation and Dancer Hong Yun, are they all inside? In the sky, 2 rank 7 female immortals looked at each other. They were 1,000 transformations ancestors' wives and concubines. One was called Night Temptress, the other was called immortal concubine Qing Lan. 1,000 transformations ancestor naturally sensed the damage to Dancer Hong Yun and his will. Not long ago, he received accurate information that Feng Yuan's group schemed against him, and even possessed Fairy Cui Bo. 1,000 transformations ancestor was furious, but because his injuries were not healed and the information was not confirmed, he sent his first and second wives to investigate. Be it Night Temptress or immortal concubine Qing Lan. They were rank 7 experts, but against the dream realm, they were helpless. Right when they did not know what to do, a mysterious voice entered their ears. Dream realms cannot be investigated. Why don't you find the culprit? Fairy Cui Bo is among them now. Who? Come out! The 2 female immortals shouted, using investigative methods, but they could not find the source of the voice. Such a profound sound path method. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan's expressions changed. 8. Chapter 1433. Western Desert. The sky was clear, the sun was shining brightly. A dark red dream realm floated in the air. It was very eye-catching. Dancer Hong Yun and 1,000 transformations were trapped in this dream realm, unable to get out. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan were flying around the dream realm. Goo worms flew out of their hands, arranged around the dream realm. Like the southern border righteous path goo immortals, they were also setting up an immortal goo formation to surround the dream realm and prevent others from getting in. There was no helping it. The dream realm had just appeared. The super forces of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, as well as some lone immortals and demonic path experts, were researching it, but they were still in the initial stages. At this time, few goo immortals had methods to deal with dream realms. Even though 1,000 transformations ancestor was a rank 8 goo immortal, and had inherited a reckless savage true inheritance, he was still helpless against dream realms. But this concerned Dancer Hong Yun and his rank 8 immortal goo mutation. He could not let it go easily. After thinking about it, he could only seal this dream realm and leave it for the future. It's about time. I will defend. You do the last few steps. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan conversed for a while. Night Temptress was in charge of defending while immortal concubine Qing Lan continued to set up the immortal goo formation. Among 1,000 transformations ancestors' concubines, Night Temptress had the highest status. She was the strongest. Immortal concubine Qing Lan was second only to her. Earlier, the 2 had heard a mysterious transmission that told them Fairy Cui Bo's location. They were extremely vigilant. Red Date Immortal Essence continued to be injected as goo worms were activated, forming a hazy formation path silhouette. The silhouette was yellowish-brown in color, like sand flying in the sky. All sorts of beast shadows could be seen within. Next, immortal concubine Qing Lan took out a crucial immortal goo. This was a rank 7 immortal goo. It looked like a beetle. People called it a bumpkin. It was the size of a baby's fist. Its body was flat and had a metallic luster, giving off a feeling of toughness. Rule Path Immortal Gu Pass. Seeing this immortal Gu, Feng Jioge, who was hiding far away, had a thought. He had a heated gaze. He had searched for this Rule Path Immortal Gu for a long time but could not find it. If I had passed Gu, the time limit of Immortal Killer Muvyang Pass Tune would be greatly extended. Moreover, with an Immortal Gu, a large number of Mortal Gu can be removed. This move's activation difficulty and time would be greatly reduced. To think that this Immortal Gu is actually in Thousand Transformations Ancestors' hands. Feng Jioge sighed. Even though I created Obtain Treasure Song, and can refine Wild Immortal Gu, in this situation, the chances of succeeding are too low. Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qinglan were very vigilant. It was extremely difficult to snatch other people's Immortal Gu. In history, only Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had succeeded in doing so. After him, even Theft Path Gu Immortals were rarely able to display such astonishing might. Pass Gu was the core of this immortal formation. It was activated and fell into the yellow sand. After a while, the light and shadow stopped changing and solidified into a pale yellow cloud, quietly floating in the sky. Immortal Concubine Qinglan and Night Temptress heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, we have set up the Immortal Gu formation. With this Gu formation, we can return quickly. Let's see who dares to provoke us. The two female immortals were filled with killing intent. Unfortunately, from start to finish, Feng Jioge did not show up. When Feng Jioge appeared, the two let out a sigh of relief but were also a little disappointed. A moment later, the two returned, leaving this place. Feng Jioge followed them for a while, and found that their destination was obvious, Myriad Statue Desert. Strange they did not go to find Fairy Chui Bo? With Thousand Transformations Ancestors' personality, how could he let this go? Did something happen on Thousand Transformations Ancestors' side? Feng Jioge had obtained a lot of detailed information from the Celestial Court. He knew Thousand Transformations Ancestors' personality and way of doing things. He was arrogant and domineering, taking revenge for the smallest grievances. Thus he made this plan. But Thousand Transformations Ancestor did not fall for it. He even ignored Fairy Chui Bo. This was very strange. Feng Jioge wanted to use Thousand Transformations' side to continue pressuring and probing Feng Yuan, but his plan failed. At this time, Feng Jioge received a transmission. He left quietly, and behind a sand dune, he saw two rank 8 Gu Immortals of the Celestial Court. Feng Jioge was not unfamiliar with these two, because in southern border, these two appeared and blocked Wuyong for Feng Jioge. Afterwards, Feng Jioge chased after Feng Yuan, while these two chased after the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Unfortunately, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's luck had already been connected by Feng Yuan's Connect Luck Immortal Gu. At that time, Feng Yuan was relying on this precious rank 8 battle strength. Once it was connected, not only could he protect the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he could also use the killer move Qi Luck Sensation to determine its location. Even though Feng Yuan had other investigative killer moves, considering that the other Gu Immortals of the Celestial Court could destroy it, he chose Luck Path. It was safer. After all, the only super force that was skilled in Luck Path was Longevity Heaven. And even though Giant Sun Immortal was known as an Immortal Venerable, he had never entered the Celestial Court, and did not impart his Luck Path true inheritance to the Celestial Court. Thus, when Feng Yuan and the rest used Burning Soul Bursting Luck, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's luck rose, and it escaped unexpectedly. Next, the mysterious Gu Immortal Lu Wei-yin interfered. Not only did he save the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he even destroyed the investigative killer move that the Celestial Court had used on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Thus, these two Celestial Court Gu Immortals searched for 2 days, and spent a lot of effort before confirming that the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had completely escaped. There was no chance of capturing it. They did not do their job well. Fairy Myrtle scolded them. After that, Fairy Myrtle sent them to reinforce Feng Jioge. We already know about the Dream Realm. This time, Thousand Transformations Ancestors' attitude has changed. We have already received Lady Ziwei's instructions. We will probe Thousand Transformations Ancestor. The two Celestial Court rank 8 Gu Immortals said. Thousand Transformations' ancestors' attitude towards Fairy Chuebo's matter was different from before. Feng Jioge could see something amiss, but as a wisdom path great expert, Fairy Myrtle could deduce even more. She deduced that Thousand Transformations' ancestor was likely to be heavily injured. He might even die. Thus, if they probed him, they might be able to obtain Thousand Transformations' ancestors' reckless savage true inheritance. Even if they did not gain anything, they could cause a battle in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world, and lose a rank 8 Gu Immortal. That was a good thing. After all, the great era of the 5 regions' chaotic war was about to arrive. Central Continent had 4 battlegrounds. They had to plan ahead and reduce the strength of the Gu Immortals of the other regions. The more the better. Feng Yuan flew in the sky. These last days Feng Jioge did not chase them. Feng Yuan stopped using omnidirectional travel. After all, this ancient battle formation had a huge cost. It expended the Gu Immortals' Dao marks. Moreover, Feng Jioge and the rest did not have a clear location. If they used omnidirectional travel recklessly, they might be closing the distance between them. Omnidirectional travel could only be used in emergencies. The others entered his sovereign immortal aperture. At this moment, Feng Yuan was thinking as he flew. A moment later, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He lowered his speed and altitude. When his feet touched the ground, his immortal aperture's entrance opened, letting out Bai Ningbing and the rest. Protect me. I have already designed it. We can set up the self-cleansing immortal Gu formation now. Feng Yuan said. Next, he sat down on the ground and started to meditate. In fact, the self-cleansing immortal Gu formation had already been set up. It was placed in Mini Central Continent. However, this immortal formation was not the most ideal one. According to his previous plan, Feng Yuan activated the self-cleansing immortal formation. At the same time, he was multitasking, activating another incomplete immortal formation. This incomplete immortal formation was obtained by Feng Yuan from dancer Hong Yun. The formation flag immortal Gu inside was already taken out, becoming a part of the self-cleansing immortal formation. And now, Feng Yuan was trying to fuse these 2 immortal formations into one. 2 hours later, Feng Yuan, who was sweating profusely, opened his eyes. He let out a breath of air and relaxed. The 2 immortal formations had completely fused into one. The main purpose of this was the formation spirit. The incomplete immortal formation with the formation spirit merged into the self-cleansing immortal formation. The formation spirit would have a new home. After achieving this goal, Feng Yuan removed many Gu worms from the incomplete immortal formation, simplifying the self-cleansing immortal formation. At this point, the immortal formation was completely formed. It could reduce the harmful Dao marks on Feng Yuan and the rest. However, Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to reduce the Dao marks. He took out Self-Love Immortal Gu from the immortal formation. Self-Love Immortal Gu was the core of the self-cleansing immortal formation. Once it was taken out, the entire immortal formation would collapse. However, Feng Yuan's immortal formation was still intact. It was the formation spirit. Its ability to manipulate the immortal formation surpassed Feng Yuan's. The moment Self-Love Immortal Gu was taken out, the immortal formation was on the verge of collapsing. But the formation spirit acted in time, using a large number of Self-Love Mortal Gu to activate the Gu formation, temporarily replacing Self-Love Immortal Gu. But this could only be used in emergencies. Self-Love Immortal Gu was the core. It was like the pillar supporting the house. With Self-Love Immortal Gu taken out, using a large number of Mortal Gu to support the house was like a small wooden pillar. As time passed, the entire immortal formation would collapse. Feng Yuan's initial estimation was that this would take around 14 hours. As long as he returned Self-Love Immortal Gu to the immortal formation during this time, the immortal attraction formation would not collapse. Feng Yuan took out Self-Love Immortal Gu naturally not to test the formation spirit's ability. He had other important goals. Self-Love Immortal Gu, Affection Immortal Gu. These 2 immortal Gu flew in his immortal aperture. Feng Yuan injected Red Date Immortal Essence into them. He also used several Mortal Gu. At the next moment, a vast amount of Self-Will was produced by Feng Yuan like a huge wave. Self-Will formed into a giant that was over 100 feet tall. It looked like Feng Yuan himself. It stood on the ground with a majestic body. Next, Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, activating the immortal killer move Myriad Self. A moment later, the self-will giant vanished. 10,000 myriad self-clones appeared in Feng Yuan's mini-central continent. Success. Myriad self-killer move has been raised to a new level. My battle strength has also risen. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. 8. Chapter 1434. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Working day and night. In the Gu refinement hall that had been going on for several months, the light of the fire shone on Sixth Hair's face. His face was covered in soot. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the blazing fire. The intense temperature was burning the surroundings. Sixth Hair's hair was burning and curling, but Sixth Hair did not care. He was focused on what was in front of him. The Gu refinement had already entered the final crucial step. As expected of Luck Path, it is the best supplementary Gu refinement method. I have reached this step again. I must succeed this time. Sixth Hair gritted his teeth. He was determined in his heart. Suddenly his vision turned dark. Oh no, is my body at its limit? No matter. With one thought, crimson snake flower will bloom. Thoughts rose in Sixth Hair's mind. Bright red crimson snake tattoos appeared on his skin. They coiled from his waist to his chest. At the same time, a powerful force was generated out of thin air. Like a strong airflow, it suddenly filled Sixth Hair's balloon-like body. Sixth Hair immediately became spirited. He is using this killer move again. When the crimson snake coils around my head and covers my whole body, I will lose my life. But what does it matter? As long as I refine this immortal Gu, it will be a huge help to Shadow Sect. Come Thousandly Soul Thread. Sixth Hair encouraged himself inwardly. A hairy man Gu immortal behind him immediately handed over a long immortal material. It was the Thousandly Soul Thread. It was an immortal material that could only be produced in the bodies of ancient soul beasts. The value of the soul thread increased along with its length. This Thousandly Soul Thread in Langya Sect's collection was extremely valuable. It was comparable to a rank 8 immortal material. It was a quasi-rank 8 immortal material, but because it was too rare there was no market for it. Even in Jewel Yellow Skies it was hard to sell it, thus its market price was at the level of a rank 8 immortal material. For the sake of Feng Yuan's Gu refinement plan, not only Sixth Hair, even the land spirit of Langya took action personally. It could even be said that the entire Langya sect was refining Gu for Feng Yuan. After Feng Yuan became the new leader of Shadow Sect, he inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. His foundation was extremely deep. He handed over a portion of his cultivation experience, immortal killer moves, and immortal Gu recipes to Langya Sect. He could easily exchange them for a vast amount of sect contribution points. Next, he used these sect contribution points to make the whole of Langya Sect refine immortal Gu for him. After refining self-love immortal Gu, his next target was cleanse soul immortal Gu. Sixth Hair had already progressed more than half, and only the last few steps were left. At this moment, Sixth Hair carefully took the 1,000-mile soul thread. The soul strands were shaped like kelp and were dark green in color. However, the difference was that there were specks of gold flickering in the dark green. At first glance, it looked like a group of fireflies embedded in the kelp. The 1,000-mile soul silk was very heavy. Sixth Hair held it as if it were a feather. He used refinement path methods and quickly cut off a portion of it. To refine cleanse soul immortal Gu, he only needed a small portion of the soul thread. In fact, he did not even need the 1,000-mile soul thread. Even the 100-mile soul thread was enough. However, to raise the success rate of the Gu refinement and to save time, Feng Yuan did not hesitate to pay a huge price to exchange for the 1,000-mile soul thread from Langya Sect's treasury. He was truly wealthy. The soul thread was thrown into the blazing fire. In an instant, the blazing red fire turned into a nether ghost fire, emitting a mournful cry. Sixth Hair breathed in deeply. He opened his bloodshot eyes and started to control the fire. An hour later, in Western Desert, a huge immortal Gu formation was emitting loud noises. The Gu formation occupied a huge area of over 100 square kilometers. It activated intensely, creating layers of illusions of green mountains. In this yellow desert, it was very eye-catching. Bai Ningbing and the rest were scattered around the Immortal Gu Formation, patrolling and staying alert. The Immortal Formation's activation had reached a crucial moment. However, Fang Yuan, who was at the center of the Immortal Formation, was very relaxed. He even had the mood to deduce other things. At this speed, in another 4 hours, I will succeed and get rid of all the harmful Dao marks on my body. The Celestial Court's pursuers should be here, right? I tried to get rid of the investigative killer move. The Celestial Court will definitely sense it. Failed again? At the next moment, Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He received news from Sixth Hair that the refinement of Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu had failed again. Moreover, this time, the Gu refinement failed. Sixth Hair suffered a backlash and was heavily injured. He needed to rest for some time. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, the current Sixth Hair was the most trustworthy person in Langya sect. He was even more reliable than Land Spirit of Langya. He needed to recuperate. This was bad news. Including this time, the refinement of Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu has failed close to 10 times, right? Immortal Gu refinement is a bottomless pit. Hairy Man Gu immortals are proficient in Hairy Man nature style. To prevent Providence from interfering, I can only use the human isolation style Gu refinement method. Fang Yuan was not surprised that Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu's refinement failed. It did not shake his determination to continue refining this Gu. Speaking of which, he had Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu before, but it was gone. Back then, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was one of the cores of Myriad Self-Killer move. But now Fang Yuan was not refining Cleanse Soul for Myriad Self-Killer move. His true goal was his Strength Path Immortal Zombie Body. This 8-armed Immortal Zombie Body had the Soul Path trap that Ing Wuxia had painstakingly planted in it. Now that Fang Yuan had become the new leader of Shadow Sect, he had the method to remove the trap. But this method required a rank 7 Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu as the core. As long as he refined Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would be able to use his Strength Path Immortal Zombie Body again. He would be able to obtain Wisdom Gu's recognition and use the light of wisdom to change the overall situation of this era. Even though the Dao marks in the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Danghun Mountain, Reverse Flow River, and Luopa Valley were comparable to rank 9 Immortal Gu. In terms of profundity, rank 9 Immortal Gu were better. Especially Wisdom Gu. This rank 9 Immortal Gu was very famous in the legends of Renzu. It had appeared many times and even tricked Renzu. There is an enemy attack from the southwest. Right at this time, Fairy Miao Yin suddenly transmitted a warning. Oh, they appeared after all. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He slowly stood up. The Immortal Gu formation was still operating. Everything was controlled by the formation spirit. It was too convenient for Fang Yuan. The only drawback was that this self-cleansing immortal formation expended a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan could not endure it. During this escape and battle, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves had decreased rapidly. Thankfully, Wu Clan had provided him with 100,000 immortal Yuan stones. But now these immortal Yuan stones had also decreased greatly. A moment later, the pursuers from Celestial Court arrived in front of Fang Yuan. It was Feng Jioga. Why are you alone again? Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga looked around. He did not see any other Shadow Sect Gu immortals. He smiled as well. Aren't you alone too? That is because I alone am enough to deal with you. Feng Jioga, you are going to regret this battle. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Feng Jioga frowned slightly. This situation was out of his expectations. Fang Yuan was too confident. Strange, what is he relying on? Or a sinister plot? Chapter 1435. Fang Yuan charged towards Feng Jioga. Of course, he was already wearing an immortal robe. The immortal robe was sparkling. There was also a long and curved ribbon that was wrapped around Fang Yuan's waist and arms. As Fang Yuan charged forward, the immortal robe and ribbon fluttered in the wind. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. This move again. Feng Jioga saw this and sighed internally. This move was a huge headache for him. He was helpless against it. Thus, Feng Jioge chose to retreat. He easily pulled some distance away from Fang Yuan. Controlling reverse flow protection seal requires too much concentration. Fang Yuan cannot split his attention to use it. Even if he has movement immortal methods, he cannot use them. In this way, when he activates the reverse current protection seal, other than defense, everything else is very ordinary. Feng Jioge thought to himself as a smile appeared on his face. The enemy advanced while he retreated. Fang Yuan could not catch up to Feng Jioge. He tried several times but to no avail. Feng Jioge's eyes flickered with a pondering light he did not stop analyzing in his mind. Why is Feng Yuan still alone? In this battle against Feng Jioge, Feng Yuan did not have Bai Ningbing or He Lulan to help him. Thus, Feng Jioge could only face Feng Yuan. In the previous battle, his tactic of eliminating the other Gu immortals had failed. But this way, Feng Yuan has no hope of winning. Even if he has outstanding defense, he will only be a target. Be it in terms of offense or movement, he cannot match me. He will lose the initiative in the battlefield. No, Feng Yuan would not be so unwise. He must be plotting something else. Feng Jioge was not careless. He became even more vigilant. When Feng Yuan chased after him, he retreated far away to create a safe distance. Feng Jioge, you chased me all the way here. And now you're just running away? Feng Yuan sneered as he asked. Feng Jioge's smile widened. What's the point of arguing? Feng Yuan, you should catch up to me first. It's not easy for you to activate the reverse current protection seal. After a long time, not only will you be exhausted, but I'm afraid that even your immortal energy will be depleted, right? There must be a huge price to pay for such a powerful technique. Feng Jioge firmly held the initiative. Not only in terms of speed, but he also suppressed Feng Yuan in terms of tactics. The battle this time was very different from the last. The last time they fought, it was an abyss of suffering. This time, one of them chased and the other fled. Apart from exchanging a few words, there was no sound. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He had a way to deal with Feng Jioge's actions. His 500 years of experience in his previous life was not a joke. Ignoring everything else, just his combat experience alone was definitely rich. Thus, in the next moment, Feng Yuan dove down and landed on the ground. Feng Jioge did not chase. Instead, he cautiously floated in the air and sized up the desert. Previously, he was at a disadvantage due to the terrain, and was tricked by Feng Yuan using the anti-sound desert. Of course, Feng Jioge remembered that lesson. On the way here, he had done his homework and did not find anything special about this desert. Poochie. With a soft sound, Feng Yuan directly drilled into the desert and headed deep underground. Feng Jioge continued to investigate and used immortal methods. After confirming that there were no tricks, he used fist drums and palm bells to smash the underground desert. Dong dong dong. Dang dang dang. At once, drum and bell sounds resonated, creating deep pits and holes in the desert. Large amounts of sand flew out and covered the surrounding several li in yellow-brown sand. But Feng Yuan did not care. He continued to go deeper underground. Feng Jioge frowned. The deeper he went, the more earth path down marks there were. For Feng Jioge, it was disadvantageous. At the same time, he had some suspicions. Feng Yuan is so confident this time. Could it be that he had made arrangements underground? Or did he know that there is a special environment here that he can use? All sorts of thoughts flashed in Feng Jioge's mind as he flew down. He was like an arrow that shot into the desert, chasing after Feng Yuan. He had to chase. Because if Feng Yuan stayed underground and used the immortal formation to get rid of the investigative killer moves on him, Feng Jioge would chase after him. Even if he did not get rid of the investigative killer moves on him, and instead set up a Gu formation or battlefield killer move underground. If Feng Jioge hesitated and did not chase, it would give Feng Yuan a lot of time to prepare. If that was the case, Feng Jioge would be too foolish. Thus, Feng Jioge had to chase and exert pressure on Feng Yuan, forcing him to expose more trump cards and break his battle rhythm. Fist drum, palm bell. Even deep underground, Feng Jioge's sound path killer moves were still extremely powerful. Explosions continued to occur around Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had a grim expression. This time, without the terrain advantage of anti-sound desert, Feng Yuan could feel Feng Jioge's ferocious attacks. Even though he was underground and had abundant earth path Dao marks, Feng Jioge's killer moves were still very oppressive. This was the advantage of Sound Path. Every path had its own unique strengths and weaknesses. Even though Sound Path was a small path, it had its own advantages. This advantage was that Sound Path was good at spreading. It had little effect on Dao mark conflicts. For example, ordinary paths like Earth Path killer moves would have their power reduced by 50 to 60% in an environment with abundant Water Path Dao marks. And Sound Path killer moves of the same power would only be weakened by 20 to 30%. If not for Reverse Flow Protection Seal, I would not have lasted until now after so many hits. How did Feng Jioge cultivate? At rank 7, he has Dao mark accumulation on par with rank 8? Let's not think about this, let's counterattack. Immortal killer move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Instantly, a dazzling light burst out from Feng Yuan's body. But in the dense underground, the light could not spread out. The moment Feng Yuan transformed, Feng Jioge's investigative killer move sensed something amiss. Then in almost a breath of time, the sand in front of Feng Jioge exploded, revealing a huge dragon head. Feng Jioge's small body was like a mouse in front of an elephant compared to this dragon head. Ancient Sword Dragon. Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk to pin size at this moment. Feng Yuan's counterattack was so sudden and so ferocious. The flood dragon opened its mouth wide, and a dazzling, surging silver radiance gushed out from within. Sword Dragon Breath. From this point, even though Feng Yuan transformed into the ancient sword dragon, and had sword escape immortal goo, he could not compare to Feng Jioge who used Yang Pass Tune. Unless Feng Yuan successfully used the sword path movement killer move in Bo Qing's inheritance. But so what? Yang Pass Tune had a time limit. Once the time was up, Feng Jioge would be at a disadvantage in terms of movement. I need to break out of this situation while Yang Pass Tune still has time. Looking at Feng Yuan who was charging at him again, Feng Jioge's heart sank. Note: after a week of recuperation his body has gradually recovered, but he has not fully recovered yet. Also he had to use a lot of brain cells to think about the plot. For the next week, he would occasionally make 2 night shifts. If there was a second night shift, it would be at 8 a.m. The last night shift would be at 8 p.m. Carrot. Chapter 1436. Roar roar roar. Feng Yuan opened his dragon mouth and spat out sword-light dragon breaths. The dragon breaths were like bolts of silver lightning that shot towards Feng Jioge at lightning speed. Feng Jioge used Yang Pass Tune to dodge. And when he used Yang Pass Tune, it usually meant that the next move, Song Warrior, would appear. Both sides fought from deep underground until they reached the sky. They fought back and forth, dragon roars resounded, drums and bells echoed. Green Jade Song Warrior. Feng Jioge summoned a clone as he chased after Yang Kai. The Green Jade clone charged towards the ancient sword dragon that Feng Yuan had transformed into. Feng Jioge relied on Yang Pass Tune to have the advantage in terms of movement. Adding on his rich battle experience, he was calm and rational. He had never made a mistake in activating the killer move. Feng Yuan snorted in his mind. He ignored everything else and continued to charge towards Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge knew that the Green Jade Song Warrior was not Feng Yuan's match. Just Reverse Flow Protection Seal alone could not be broken. If this defense could not be broken, there was no hope of defeating Feng Yuan. Thus, Feng Jioge controlled the Green Jade Song Warrior to keep Feng Yuan busy. The Green Jade Song Warrior was like a fly. It circled around Feng Yuan and interfered with his movements. After a few rounds, Feng Yuan could not take it anymore. He turned his spear around and started to deal with the Green Jade Song Warrior. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk. Feng Yuan's change was too sudden, but Feng Jioge reacted quickly. Feng Yuan charged towards the Green Jade Song Warrior. The ancient sword dragon's huge body was like a fly to the Green Jade Song Warrior. The dragon roared and the wind howled. The sharp and ferocious dragon claws struck out, ruthlessly striking the Green Jade Songster. Cracks appeared on the surface of the green jade song warrior's body. It let out a crisp sound as it was sent flying by Feng Yuan like a cannonball. However, the green jade song warrior was not broken to the point of collapse. Its body still existed, and it still had the strength to fight. Sly. Feng Yuan snorted in his mind. In the earlier attack, the green jade song warrior did not attack, it only took a beating. This way, Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal could not counter the enemy's attack. The ancient sword dragon's claw attack could not destroy the green jade song warrior. After all, Feng Jioge's Dao marks were comparable to rank 8. The green jade song warrior's defense was the best among the song warriors. After sending the green jade song warrior flying, Feng Yuan attacked Feng Jioge again. But at this time, Feng Jioge had already created a second song warrior, Heaven and Earth Song Warrior. After dozens of rounds, Feng Jioge relied on Yang Pass Tune to dodge while activating 4 song warriors to keep Feng Yuan busy. Feng Yuan was fighting 5 people by himself, but he was still energetic and full of battle intent. He chased Feng Jioge everywhere. What's going on? Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was already his limit. But now he is maintaining reverse flow protection seal and ancient sword dragon transformation at the same time. After fighting for so long, he is still so relaxed. Feng Jioge's gaze was deep. He purposely created a song warrior to create a complicated and ever-changing battle environment. To stimulate Feng Yuan to think continuously, to expend the thoughts in his mind to deal with these complicated and ever-changing battle situations. If Feng Yuan were to forcefully activate 2 killer moves at the same time, he would not have enough thoughts in his mind. He would not be able to display such a strong performance at this moment. This means that he has made a breakthrough in terms of maintaining killer moves? Feng Jioge guessed. Right at this time, Feng Yuan's body shook. Feng Jioge was paying close attention to Feng Yuan's movements. He was overjoyed. Don't tell me he has reached his limit? But at the next moment, Feng Jioge tossed this guess to the back of his mind. Because Feng Yuan had activated immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. At once, dragons flew together. Their scales converged into a silver sea. The aura was grand and majestic, it made people's hearts tremble. A situation similar to the previous battle appeared once again. Myriad dragons flew and surrounded the 4 song warriors, trying to kill them. The 4 song warriors were unable to resist them, they died one after another. Feng Jioge didn't bother with him. Instead, he activated the Yang Pass Tune, and temporarily escaped from the range of the flood dragons. Yang Pass Tune's time limit was not up yet. Feng Jioge had a lot of time to spare. Then what about this move? He looked at the Myriad Dragon group. Feng Yuan was already mixed in. He could not distinguish him. Next, Feng Jioge stretched out his right hand, touching his left chest, where his heart was. Then the 5 fingers of his right hand moved up and down continuously. Every time his fingers tapped on his chest, it would produce an agitated or muffled drumbeat. Dong dong dong. The drum sounds continued to spread, soon spreading to the whole battlefield. Feng Jioge did not need to distinguish which of the dragons was Feng Yuan's main body. Because this immortal killer move was an area of effect killer move, it had a huge area of effect. Feng Yuan's main body was enveloped by it. He was immediately affected. His heart started to beat wildly. His stable rhythm was disrupted. Feng Yuan was shocked. After all, he was protected by reverse flow protection seal, but he could not defend against this immortal killer move. No, most of this killer move's power was reflected back. Only a small portion managed to pass through the protection seal and affect me. It seems that Celestial Court has made some progress in deciphering my reverse flow protection seal killer move. Feng Yuan sighed internally. There was no helping it. He had used reverse flow protection seal many times. Celestial Court even had one of the few Wisdom Path great experts in the world, Fairy Myrtle, together with Star Constellation Chessboard. It was not strange for them to have such results. Bam bam bam. With loud sounds, the dragon strength path phantoms around Feng Yuan self-detonated from Feng Jioge's drum sounds, turning into nothingness. This immortal killer move chaotic heart drumming sound was taught by Celestial Court. It has wisdom path effects. Once hit, it can interfere with the Gu Immortal's thoughts and affect the maintenance of the killer move. Feng Yuan, how long can you last? Feng Jioge was looking forward to it. A very powerful killer move, and it is specially targeted at me. Feng Yuan carefully observed the power of this move. At this moment, inside his sovereign immortal aperture, a large number of human-shaped myriad self-clones were also self-detonating. The number of clones destroyed was even greater than the myriad dragon clones. Looking closely, these myriad self-clones were clearly different from before. Their appearances were even more lifelike than before. Not just that, their expressions were more vivid. At this moment, they were sitting cross-legged on the ground, as if they were in deep thought. Under the effect of chaotic heart-drumming sound, these myriad self-clones self-detonated from time to time, turning into white smoke that dissipated with the wind. After adding self-will, these myriad self-clones gained wisdom path agility. They were instead countered by Feng Jioge's killer move. Feng Yuan split a portion of his consciousness into the sovereign immortal aperture, observing the losses. Almost every breath of time, dozens of myriad self-clones were destroyed. However, not all of these myriad self-clones were killed by Feng Jioge's killer move. Most of them were used to maintain my reverse flow river protection seal, an ancient sword dragon transformation. When I used myriad dragon earlier, I lost 1,000 myriad self-clones at once. That was right. The reason why Feng Yuan could use other killer moves on top of reverse flow river protection seal was because of the help of these myriad self-clones in his immortal aperture. All along, Feng Yuan had been stuck here. Even though reverse flow river protection seal was powerful, it took up too much of his concentration. During the battle with Feng Jioge, he was enlightened by Song Warrior. He gained an inspiration. I also have myriad self-clones. If these clones can help me think at the same time, it will raise my battle strength greatly. To achieve this, there were two biggest difficulties. The first difficulty was that the original myriad self-clones could not think. To think, they needed wisdom path thoughts, wills, or emotions. The second difficulty was that even if a large number of thoughts, wills, or emotions were scattered among the clones, it was hard to gather all of them into one's own body. Feng Yuan's first difficulty was to use self-love immortal goo and affection immortal goo. These two complemented each other very well. Feng Yuan only needed to use a few mortal goo to form an immortal killer move that could unleash a vast amount of self-will. The second difficulty was that Feng Yuan found a solution from Zishan Makoto's inheritance, immortal killer move, collective wisdom. Of course, even though he broke through these two difficulties, he still needed Feng Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster attainment level to completely modify myriad self and raise it to a whole new level. Feng Jioge, your killer move is still not enough. Feng Yuan sneered in his mind. Because before this battle, he had already made ample preparations. He had amassed 1,000,000 myriad self-clones in the sovereign immortal aperture. Tens of thousands of them were nothing more than a small itch. Immortal killer move, 3 breaths future vision. Immortal killer move, myriad dragon. Immortal killer move, sword marks targeting death. In an instant, auras of countless goo worms rose from Feng Yuan's body. These auras were extremely chaotic. There were countless mortal goo and a large number of immortal goo. They rose together and formed a grand force. How can this be? Feng Jioge was shocked. Feng Yuan is actually using multiple immortal killer moves at the same time. He was completely shocked. Unimaginable. He had always thought that even if Feng Yuan used 2 or 3 killer moves at the same time, he would barely reach his limit. But right now this scene made Feng Jioge realize that Feng Yuan's improvement in this aspect was so huge that it was beyond his imagination. This weakness that had once restricted Feng Yuan was no longer a weakness. It had become a huge advantage for Feng Yuan. The first myriad dragon still had a large portion left. The second myriad dragon was activated again, forming a silver sea of dragons that filled the sky. 3 breaths future vision allowed Feng Yuan to acutely sense that sword marks targeting death, with the amplification of tens of thousands of sword path Dao marks, posed a huge threat to Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge gritted his teeth. He charged towards the dragons instead of retreating. Bam bam bam. A series of thunderous explosions resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Feng Jioge charged left and right amidst the myriad dragons' encirclement. He rampaged freely. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. This is not an accidental eruption. Feng Yuan really did it. He still has some strength left. I cannot stay here for long. Retreat. Taking advantage of the time limit of Yang Pastun, Feng Jioge retreated from the battlefield. He was actually forced to retreat by Feng Yuan alone. Carrot. Chapter 1437. Orange-yellow light shone on Feng Jioge's body and dissipated. This meant that Feng Jioge's immortal killer move Yang Pastun had reached its time limit. If he wanted to use it again, he would have to wait 14 hours. But this was not the main point. Feng Jioge had already left the battlefield. It did not matter whether Yang Pastun reached its time limit or not. This central continent's rare talent slowly landed on the ground and looked up at the sky. Feng Jioge's elegant face was still frowning. After a long time, he let out a sigh. Truly an outstanding talent. These words were not meant for himself, but for Feng Yuan. Once upon a time, Feng Yuan was merely an ant at Feng Jioge's feet. Not long ago, even if Feng Yuan gathered the strength of a group of immortals, he could not defeat Feng Jioge alone. He had to retreat. But in the earlier battle, Feng Jioge was defeated. It was his turn to flee the battlefield. Such a change was simply too sudden. Even now, Feng Jioge still found it hard to believe. Feng Yuan had a deep foundation to begin with. After rebirth, he had Spring Autumn Cicada and Giant Sun's true inheritance. And now that he is the leader of Shadow Sect, he even has Spectral Soul's accumulation. He is like a volcano. He is silent on the surface, but as long as he is given a bit of time or opportunity, this volcano will erupt with lava. His eruption this time was not a coincidence. It was inevitable. Such a person should be killed with all our strength to prevent future troubles. But the Celestial Court wants to hang around and slowly plot to obtain Red Lotus' true inheritance. This is not wise. For the first time, Feng Jioge had doubts about the Celestial Court's plan to hunt him down. He even denied it. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was also in deep thought. She had witnessed the entire battle through Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan's battle strength rose sharply. Not only did it catch Feng Jioge off guard, it also made her, a great wisdom path great expert, feel astonished. Similar emotions as Feng Jioge were also brewing in Fairy Myrtle's mind. Feng Yuan's foundation was too deep, and he had connections with 3 venerable ones. With the advantage of rebirth, in just a few years he went from a mortal to a Gu immortal. Not only that, after the battle earlier, Feng Yuan had completely stood on equal footing with Feng Jioge, becoming an existence that even rank 8 Gu immortals could not ignore. His improvement was too rapid. If it was just that he had too many fortuitous encounters, like Ma Hongyun, it would be fine. This was not worth Fairy Myrtle being afraid of. What was scary was Feng Yuan's nature. Such an ambitious demonic path scoundrel had almost no weaknesses in human nature. He worked hard to the extreme, and never compromised or became discouraged. He could endure hardships and could endure patiently. In order to achieve his goals, he did not care about sacrifices or methods. It was hard to imagine what kind of experiences could create such a nature in him. Since Feng Yuan's rebirth, most of the time, he has been in Providence's control. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he broke free from Providence's shackles, but his identity was exposed in the dream realm. His cultivation path has been filled with countless obstacles and setbacks. If he is given some time to focus on cultivation, his growth and strength will be unimaginable. Wariness. Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel a trace of wariness towards Feng Yuan from the depths of her heart. Feng Yuan's existence made Fairy Myrtle feel threatened. She really wanted to get rid of him. The earlier she got rid of him, the better, and the faster she got rid of him, the better. As she thought of this, the killing intent in Fairy Myrtle's heart intensified. Zvi, don't be nervous. At this moment, a deep voice entered Fairy Myrtle's ears. This voice left a deep impression on Fairy Myrtle. She quickly turned around and saw Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, you came out of closed cultivation? Fairy Myrtle was pleasantly surprised. Duke Long smiled faintly. Yes. That means to say Spectral Soul was also. That's right, I have completely suppressed him. However, it is quite troublesome to search his soul. I will need some time to see results. Duke Long chuckled. Ah. Fairy Myrtle's face was filled with joy, her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. This great news caused her spirit to rise abruptly, and her entire person became different in an instant. Duke Long continued. Compared to Red Lotus True Inheritance, Feng Yuan is nothing. But he is a complete otherworldly demon after all. Fairy Myrtle hesitated. That is because you do not understand Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Duke Long sighed, his tone was filled with deep emotions. Red Lotus seems to have set up 7 true inheritances, but our celestial court could not find them no matter how hard we tried. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained one of them. As long as we obtain this clue, we will be able to find the rest of the Red Lotus true inheritances. I understand, Lord Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle's gaze turned sharp. There is already a time path rank 8 deployed in the River of Time, along with Feng Jioga and 2 other rank 8s. What do you think of this plan? Duke Long smiled. You are a wisdom path great grandmaster, but I am not. I will be at ease leaving this matter to you. Next, I will lead the new generation of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Oh right, announce to the world that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is being held captive. Celestial Court has been silent for too long. It is time to let the world know that Celestial Court will forever be the #1 superforce in the world. Ziwei understands. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply as she watched Duke Long's figure vanish on the spot. Western Desert. Inside the self-cleansing immortal goo formation, Feng Yuan sent his consciousness into the sovereign immortal aperture. Inside the immortal aperture, there was also an immortal goo formation activating loudly. Compared to self-cleansing, this immortal formation was much smaller, but it still had 2 core immortal goo. One was a wisdom path immortal goo obtained from Zishan Makoto's inheritance, while the other was a bloodline immortal goo from Wu clan. Along with thousands of mortal goo, the immortal goo formation blood red immortal essence formation was formed. A large number of immortal yuan stones were thrown into this immortal formation. After being refined, they turned into beads of red date immortal essence. Feng Yuan was replenishing his immortal essence reserves. In the battle earlier, even though he managed to escape from Feng Jioga, his immortal essence expenditure was huge. The greatest expenditure came from Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The second was Myriad Dragon. The new Myriad Self-Killer move expended even more than before. After all, it used self-love and affection immortal goo to produce a vast amount of self-will. This was not a disadvantage. The stronger the immortal killer move, the more immortal essence it would expend. This was common sense in cultivation. But this was Feng Yuan's weakness. Feng Yuan had only become rank 7 recently. He did not have much accumulation. The time path resources in his immortal aperture were also reduced to rock bottom because of the calamities and tribulations. The blood-red immortal essence formation was very efficient. Soon, the immortal yuan stones that Feng Yuan had obtained from Wu clan were all expended. Feng Yuan threw the immortal yuan stones that he had obtained from Langya sect into the blood-red immortal essence formation. His red date immortal essence reserves rose rapidly. My battle strength has risen. It is on par with Feng Jioga now. The only flaw is that Myriad Self needs to be prepared. If I am caught off guard, I will be in trouble. Against Feng Jioga, Feng Yuan might be able to take a risk and use the new Myriad Self in battle. But against a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Feng Yuan would have to use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to preserve his life. This way, with Reverse Flow Protection Seal as the foundation, without Myriad Self's help, Feng Yuan could not use other immortal killer moves. In the end, he could only endure Reverse Flow Protection Seal's attacks. After all the investigative killer moves on me are removed, I should go to the tributary of the River of Time and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Although that true inheritance was obtained by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the Red Lotus true meaning inside is endless. If I obtain it, my time path attainment level will rise to Grandmaster level. In Shadow Sex information, Western Desert had 2 tributaries of the River of Time that were controlled. But earlier, Feng Yuan had already used up one of them to set up a trap and trap the celestial court's pursuers. Now only one was left. This tributary of the River of Time was Feng Yuan's next destination. Currently, Central Continent was a forbidden area. Feng Yuan could not enter it. In southern border, he would be chased by Wu clan and other righteous path forces. If he entered northern plains, Longevity Heaven, and the Huang Jin tribes would attack him together. Only Western Desert and Eastern Sea were Feng Yuan's areas of activity. They had less pressure than the other three regions. Of course, Feng Yuan could also go to Eastern Sea. But to go to Eastern Sea, he had to pass through Central Continent, Northern Plains, or Western Desert. Eastern Sea naturally had a tributary of the River of Time. But rather than going to Eastern Sea, Feng Yuan might as well stay in Western Desert and search for fortuitous encounters. Note: most of the August postcards have been sent out today. Students who received the postcards, please pay attention to your mailbox in the next few days. Express delivery was too expensive, 12 yuan per express delivery from other provinces. They wanted to send registered mail, but they needed their real names and identity cards, so they could only send ordinary mail. Most of the ordinary mail had already been sent out, but there were also some that could not be received because the address was not detailed enough. I hope the students in the following list can contact me on QQ and send me their detailed addresses. Zhou Kusher Octopus Gua Xine Worryless. Mo Xiao Mr. Wang I love you the most. Zong Mingxia, Desolate Guyua Luo Jing Egyi. Wei Jirwei Astral Projection. Blood Moon, Worship Chu Xian. Spectral Soul Demon Emperor. Jing Hua, Yu Xiaoming, Only a Little Wind and Frost. Yan Xingdong Ding Xian Yi Shirt Song Yu, Yu Bao Flowing Heart Words. He Hung Death God's Mask Puppet Dance. Feng Wuya. Carrot. Chapter 1438. This sky was huge. It was filled with bright red light. It was like the morning sun was shining in the sky. Originally, there was nothing here, but now, there was a huge immortal goo formation floating in the sky. This immortal goo formation gave off a grand time path aura. It was clearly a time path immortal goo formation. Inside this formation, Feng Yuan by Ning Bing, He Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, and Ing Wuxia were all waiting. This time path immortal goo formation had been activated for a long time already. It used rank 7 year goo as the core, with rank 8 time path immortal goo years flow like water as the supplementary goo. Not all immortal formations used the highest ranked immortal goo as the core. Like this immortal goo formation, rank 8 years flow like water immortal goo was the supplementary goo. This immortal goo formation came from He Fan's true inheritance. Its main effect was to connect to the tributary of the River of Time in the immortal aperture, releasing the aura of rank 7 year goo and rank 8 years flow like water immortal goo into the tributary of the River of Time to lure immemorial year beasts. This immortal formation was named by He Fan, Immemorial Year Beast Fishing Formation. The name was quite interesting. Others were fishing, but He Fan was fishing for year beasts, and immemorial year beasts at that. Ever since He Fan created the rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water, he knew the weakness of this immortal goo. The goo worm's aura was extremely alluring to immemorial year beasts. It was very likely that immemorial year beasts would enter his immortal aperture through the tributary of the River of Time. Thus, He Fan racked his brains, thinking of all sorts of methods. The first thing he thought of was the time path immortal goo formation that Feng Yuan had used to trap Feng Jioga in the River of Time. This formation could detonate the tributary of the River of Time and stop time in the immortal aperture, blocking the immemorial year beasts. This way, immemorial year beasts would not be able to enter the immortal aperture. However, this method had a huge weakness. Once time in the immortal aperture stopped, resources could not grow, and goo worms could not be activated inside the immortal aperture. After all, activating any goo worm's power, even if it was just an instant, was time. And any process needed time. Thus, once this method was used, the goo immortal would need to move the goo worms out of the immortal aperture and attach them to their bodies. This was quite dangerous. Especially in battle, it could easily be destroyed by strong enemies. He Fan was extremely talented. He had created this method only as a final trump card. Of course, he would not be satisfied with such a method, so he continued to explore. He soon found that as long as an immemorial year beast lived in his immortal aperture, other immemorial year beasts would perceive his immortal aperture as the territory of other immemorial year beasts. Even if years flow like water had a tempting aura, other immemorial year beasts would not try to snatch it. Therefore, Heifan first thought of a method to disguise the aura of an immemorial year beast. Unfortunately, his transformation path realm was very ordinary, and he had never succeeded. Then he considered raising his own immemorial year beast. However, his grotto heaven wasn't that wide. It was filled with all kinds of resources, so it was difficult to create an environment suitable for the immemorial year beasts to live in. Moreover, if he wanted to nurture an immemorial year beast, he would have to start with an ancient year beast. Jewel Yellow Skies did not have any immemorial year beasts for sale. However, this process took too long. At that time, Heifan did not have much time left. Since the two methods did not work, Heifan thought of another method. He wanted to use years flow like water immortal goo to summon an immemorial year beast for him. Thus, he created an immortal killer move. His enslavement path attainment level was Grandmaster, unlike his transformation path attainment level. Thus, he created year beast summoning. But this killer move could only summon ancient year beasts. Immemorial year beasts were not easy to recruit. At the end of his life, he created the immemorial year beast fishing formation. This immortal goo formation could lure immemorial year beasts, but it could not be controlled. Thus, it was only fishing, not summoning. The immemorial year beasts that were fished could not be controlled. Heifan's true idea was to summon an immemorial year beast and control it. Even until his death, he did not achieve this goal. This was truly a pity. Maybe if he had more time, he would have succeeded. Beauty could not defeat time. In fact, the same was true for geniuses and heroes. If Feng Yuan had time, he would follow Heifan's idea and continue on this path. In time, he would definitely create an immortal killer move that could summon immemorial year beasts. This was the true inheritance of a true inheritance. After the successors inherited the true teachings of their predecessors, they didn't just blindly copy them. Instead, in the process of cultivation, they constantly perfected the contents of the true teachings, or added their own things, and then passed it down again. The inheritance of a true inheritance was not just about taking, it was also about giving. However, right now, Feng Yuan did not have time to perfect the true inheritance. What he needed to do was to use this immemorial year beast fishing formation, to fish up an immemorial year beast, then use 180 slaves to subdue it. If Heifan had 180 slaves, he would have subdued the immemorial year beast already. My trip to the River of Time will be filled with danger. Not only is the River of Time itself dangerous, Celestial Court is likely to have arrangements. Earlier, Feng Yuan framed Feng Jioge and exiled him to the River of Time. Even though Feng Jioge escaped in the end, Feng Yuan's efforts were not in vain. Feng Jioge was able to escape. Maybe he had his own ability, or maybe Celestial Court has arrangements in the River of Time. Regardless of which, the worst-case scenario is that I will be attacked by them after entering the River of Time. And I have no terrain advantage in the River of Time. I am not familiar with fighting in the river. Only with the protection of an immemorial year beast can I guarantee my life. Feng Yuan's plan was meticulous. He could not take the risk alone. He had to make preparations. Crack, crack, crack. Right at this time, an ear-piercing sound came from the tributary of the River of Time. It seems that an immemorial year beast was enticed. Feng Yuan's eyes shined. He quickly activated the immortal goo formation. Inside the goo formation, the tributary of the River of Time appeared. A huge monkey was observing the goo formation through this tributary of the River of Time. Its huge eyes were the size of an adult elephant. Looking through the tributary of the River of Time was like looking through a small hole to observe the darkness behind the door. In this darkness, this immemorial year monkey could not find Feng Yuan and the rest. Its gaze was naturally attracted to years flow like water immortal goo. Once it saw this rank 8 immortal goo, the immemorial year monkey's appetite increased. It started drooling. Year beasts used year goo as food, but years flow like water. Immortal goo could produce year goo. The immemorial year monkey saw years flow like water. Immortal goo. It was like a glutton that had been starving for 100 years saw a banquet. Crack, 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 crack. It became restless in the river of time, scratching its ears and cheeks in excitement. Next, it breathed in deeply and tried to enter Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Year beasts had the ability to enter any corner of the world from the river of time. When Feng Yuan used year beast summoning earlier, he summoned year beasts from the river of time. These year beasts came out of the river of time and rushed to the battlefield. As long as the river of time flowed, or a tributary of the river of time, year beasts could enter it. Right now, Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was not an exception. It was just that it was harder to enter here than the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Space was torn open, not far from the immemorial year beast fishing formation. 2 huge monkey hands stretched out. Then, the pair of furry hands forcefully pulled to both sides, tearing open a huge hole. The huge immemorial year monkey shrunk its head and entered. Even though my sovereign immortal aperture is only a blessed land, it can contain immemorial year beasts. But for immemorial year beasts, this cage is too small. It is inconvenient to enter. Seeing this, Feng Yuan felt joy in his heart. It was good that it was inconvenient to enter. If they fought later, it would be hard for the immemorial year monkey to escape. The immemorial year monkey entered completely. The hole in space behind it closed up. Crack, crack, crack. The immemorial year monkey shouted excitedly. Its nose twitched as it sensed the strong aura of years flow like water. Immortal goo. It charged towards the immortal formation. Rumble. The immortal formation had strong defense. It did not budge from the immemorial year monkey's attack. Back then, when He Fan designed this formation, he had considered this situation. 8. The immemorial year monkey attacked by Ningbing again. She tried to dodge but failed. But no matter how many times she died, as long as there were remnants, she could recover quickly. This was because she had investigated the immemorial year beast and knew that it did not have any wild immortal goo. Otherwise, Bai Ningbing would not have been so daring to test its battle strength. The immemorial year monkey had a large number of wild mortal goo, but these goo worms were nothing to Bai Ningbing. The real threat was the immemorial year monkey itself. After a dozen rounds, Bai Ningbing's speed became slower. Bai Xiang's recovery time also became longer. In contrast, the immemorial year monkey had very few injuries. There were a few pieces of ice on its fur. They fell off with a shake. Bai Ningbing's attacks could also break its flesh. But the immemorial desolate beast's recovery speed was too strong. In a few breaths of time, these shallow injuries would recover. Even Bai Ningbing felt a little dejected. She felt like an annoying fly circling around the immemorial year monkey. But the immemorial year monkey placed most of its attention on the immortal formation. Boom, boom, boom. Most of the time, the immemorial year monkey allowed Bai Ningbing to attack while it destroyed the immortal goo formation. This immemorial year beast has incredible strength. Feng Yuan observed the battle and concluded. Like how rank 8 goo immortals had differences in strength, immemorial year beasts also had differences in strength. This immemorial year monkey had incredible strength. Bai Ningbing used her full strength, but could not deal any damage to it. Even though Bai Ningbing had incredible talent, having Northern Dark Ice Soul, one of the 10 extreme physiques, as well as Bai Xiang's true inheritance, her foundation could not compare to the immemorial year monkey that had 10 million years of lifespan. The immemorial year beast fishing formation's losses were increasing. Feng Yuan and the rest could not replenish their goo worms fast enough to keep up with the expenditure. As the immemorial year monkey was provoked by Bai Ningbing, it started to attack more frequently. Even the surface of the immortal formation started to show cracks. As the strongest battle strength, Feng Yuan did not want to fight immediately. Letting the immemorial year monkey attack the immemorial year beast fishing formation was a tactic. It could weaken it. Among immemorial year beasts, according to their forms, year beasts had different performances too. In terms of strength, the immemorial year monkey was only in the middle among all year beasts. With the same foundation, The immemorial year tiger, immemorial year bull, and immemorial year dragon were much stronger than the immemorial year monkey. But now, even the immemorial year monkey's immortal goo formation was showing signs of collapsing. Miao Yin go reinforced by Ning Bing. Feng Yuan ordered. Fairy Miao Yin nodded at the next moment. She flew out of the immortal goo formation. She had been watching the battle for a long time. She knew the immemorial year monkey's ferocity. She did not dare to fight in close combat like by Ning Bing. She quickly moved away. Immortal killer move, curved moon. In her eyes, curved moons appeared as she stared at the immemorial year monkey's eyes. After staring for a long time, the immemorial year monkey did not react. It was like Fairy Miao Yin had not attacked at all. It was still attacking the immortal goo formation. Cold sweat appeared on Fairy Miao Yin's forehead. The immemorial year monkey had been swimming in the river of time for a long time. Its eyes were suppressed by the river. Its body was filled with the densest time path Dao marks. Fairy Miao Yin's sight attack method could not be used at all. Good. Fairy Miao Yin's competitive nature was ignited. She used an immortal killer move, lingering sound. This move was not an offensive killer move, it was a support move. Next, Fairy Miao Yin started to chant softly. It was very melodious. Immortal killer move, soft bone sound. This musical tune flew to the immemorial year monkey's arms. With the help of lingering sound, it lingered on the immemorial year monkey's arms for a long time. Sensing this sound, the immemorial year monkey's arms started to soften. The immemorial year monkey that was hit paused. It looked at its arms with a confused expression. Next, it continued to attack. Its fists rained down like meteors. Each attack caused the immortal formation to shake intensely. Fairy Miao Yin's eyelids were twitching. She had used 2 killer moves after so much effort. But it seemed that the immemorial year monkey only felt a little uneasy. The difference between rank 8 and 7 is too huge. Our attacks are like ants trying to shake a tree. For thousands of years, only Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge have been able to fight rank 8s as rank 7s. Similar sighs resounded in the minds of the Shadow Sect immortals. Immortal killer move, Crimson Line. Immortal killer move, Angry Bird. Immortal killer move, Fire Phoenix. Hei Lulan also flew out. She was very familiar with fire path killer moves. She used them smoothly and landed on the immemorial year monkey. The commotion was huge, but the damage was low. Feng Yuan, Ing Wuxia, and Lady White Rabbit were still inside the immortal goo formation. Rank 7 killer moves, even if they are good, have little effect on rank 8 existences. Feng Yuan was deeply aware of this. When he fought against Wu Yong and Feng Jioge earlier, Reverse Flow Protection Seal dealt the most damage. Feng Yuan could use his methods to fight rank 8 Gu immortals, but it was very difficult to kill rank 8s. Ignoring the situation of rank 8 Gu immortals escaping, Feng Yuan's current offensive killer moves all used rank 7 immortal Gu as the cores. They were weak in offense and strong in defense. He could not do it. The other Gu immortals in Shadow Sect were the same. Only Ing Wuxia's lead soul into Dream was unparalleled in the world. It posed a huge threat to rank 8 Gu immortals. But Feng Yuan would not use it now. Firstly, fighting the immemorial year monkey could be a form of training. It would allow everyone to familiarize themselves with fighting rank 8 existences. Secondly, to defeat the immemorial year monkey head-on, it would be easier for Feng Yuan to activate 180 slaves later. After subduing it, this immemorial year monkey would be more obedient. It is about time. After fighting for a while, the immortal Gu formation was on the verge of collapse. Feng Yuan flew out. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Immortal killer move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Immortal killer move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. A few breaths of time later, Feng Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon with shining silver scales. But compared to the immemorial year beasts, he was just a small snake beside an adult. No problem. Next, Feng Yuan activated a rule path immortal Gu with all his strength. Grow. Grow, grow, grow. The ancient sword dragon's body expanded rapidly, becoming as huge as the immemorial year beasts. The immemorial year monkey looked at Feng Yuan warily. Feng Yuan charged up and fought the immemorial year monkey. Even though Feng Yuan had strength path methods, he could not compare to the immemorial year monkey in terms of strength. Rule path immortal Gu Grow only made him bigger. Feng Yuan was often sent flying by the immemorial year monkey, but the immemorial year monkey's injuries were much heavier. It was all because the reverse current protection seal had reflected the ancient sword serpent, and all of it had been reflected back onto his body. This battle lasted for several hours. Feng Yuan was the main attacker, while the rest supported him. Even though rank 7 killer moves did not have much of an effect, they accumulated over time. They could not be underestimated. The immemorial year monkey was heavily injured. It breathed roughly as it tried to escape. It tore space and tried to escape into the river of time. But the ancient sword dragon that Feng Yuan had transformed into was tightly coiling around it. The immemorial year monkey was obstructed. It could not escape. Eventually, Feng Yuan used 180 slaves 3 times. It finally lowered its head and submitted to Feng Yuan. Immemorial year monkey subdued. After losing the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Feng Yuan finally gained rank 8 battle strength. Note: a happy moon and a happy life. Venerable Gu wishes everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival. Chapter 1440. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Green Heaven. A large area of hazy rainbow dream realms floated quietly as time passed. A portion of Self-Will stopped here. Its face was identical to Feng Yuan's. It was very lifelike. In the Self-Will, there was a small pile of red date immortal essence, as well as some Gu worms. This is the last attempt. Feng Yuan's Self-Will muttered as it started to act. Red date immortal essence was expended rapidly. At the same time, Self-Love Immortal Gu and Affection Immortal Gu were activated. Next, several supplementary Mortal Gu were used. Soon, a large amount of Self-Will surged out, causing the normal-sized Feng Yuan Self-Will to expand into a will giant of tens of meters. After stopping the Gu worm activation, Feng Yuan Self-Will rested for a while. The entire Self-Will giant shrunk by 10%. It became more solid and agile. Next, Feng Yuan Self-Will activated another immortal killer move. This move did not have a name. It was created by Feng Yuan recently. It was specially used to deal with dream realms. The immortal killer move shined with a bright light. It was like sharp swords that pierced into the huge dream realm. 15 minutes later, Feng Yuan stopped activating the killer move. The entire Self-Will giant shrunk to the size of a baby. The pile of red date immortal energy was almost completely depleted. I failed in the end. Feng Yuan Self-Will sighed deeply. In the dream realm battle, Feng Yuan obtained many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. But on Feng Yuan's way from southern border to western desert, he sacrificed most of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to block the pursuers. Next, the remaining pure dream reality seeker physique bodies in his possession, because they were all defective products, they had reached their time limit and turned back into dream realms. These dream realms were left in mini green heaven by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's sovereign blessed land had the layout of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The vastness of the space could scare Gu immortals in the world. But most of the regions were managed by Feng Yuan. They were filled with vitality and resources. Only 2 places were the most spacious. One was the Little Scarlet Sky, and the other was the Little Green Sky. Not long ago, Little Scarlet Sky had been chosen by Feng Yuan to be his battlefield against the immemorial year monkey. As for the Lesser Green Sky, it was filled with dreams. These dreams were all eroded by providence. In other words, these dreams were not simple. They were filled with danger and filled with providence. When providence existed in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, providence could be connected to it. Even if the sovereign immortal aperture was isolated from the outside, even if Feng Yuan had dark limit immortal Gu, providence would sense it. This was the truth that Feng Yuan had figured out on his own a long time ago. However, Feng Yuan had been hit by the investigative killer move of Celestial Court Fairy Myrtle not long ago. Dark limit immortal Gu was also gone. He was already exposed, so it was not a big deal to store providence in the sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan had been thinking about how to use providence and extract benefits from it. Exploring dream realms. absorbing the true meaning and raising his attainment level. This was beneficial to Feng Yuan, especially since these dream realms were carefully selected by him. They were very suitable for him. But because he was being chased and the dream realms were eroded by providence, Feng Yuan did not have the conditions or environment to explore them. But what if I remove all the providence in the dream realms? This thought emerged in Feng Yuan's mind, and from then on, it could not be stopped. In theory, this was possible. Because the true meaning was hidden in the dream realms. When ordinary people successfully explore the dream realms, they would be able to absorb the true meaning and advance to their attainment levels. And because providence could erode dream realms, since providence could erode them, it could naturally be removed as well. Furthermore, if providence could erode dream realms, why couldn't self-will do the same? In the 500 years of his previous life, Feng Yuan had heard of some rumors that a wisdom path great expert in a certain region had researched wisdom path methods that could use wills or emotions to invade dream realms and explore them. All sorts of examples proved that Feng Yuan's idea was very feasible. However, Feng Yuan's progress on this path was not good. He used many methods and even designed immortal killer moves, but the results were not ideal. Not only did he not even manage to touch the edges of heaven's will, but his attempts to corrode the dream world had all failed. It seems that I only have the advantage of rebirth in terms of dream realms. To be honest, I did not have any deep research on dream path in my previous life. Maybe in the future, after my wisdom path attainment level advances rapidly, I will have some progress in this aspect. Feng Yuan calmly recognized this weakness of his, and no longer hesitated. He targeted the dream realms and activated another immortal killer move. Soon these dream realms turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Feng Yuan had inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He naturally had the method to turn dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Of course, the refined pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were all defective. In fact, because they lack some immortal goo, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could not compare to the batch created by Zishan Makoto in the dream realm battle. But even so, Feng Yuan was satisfied, because he only wanted to move these dream realms out of his sovereign immortal aperture. A moment later, the dream realms in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, and were taken out. Next, under Feng Yuan's arrangements, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were placed in the positions that Zhou Xiang had been prepared for. Next, Feng Yuan ordered these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate and turn into dream realms again. These dream realms formed a tight defensive line that could obstruct enemies. Even if the Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu Immortals came, they would be helpless against the defensive line of the dream realms. After the arrangements were made, Feng Yuan started to set up an immortal Gu formation. Right now he was deep underground in a nameless desert. There was a huge natural karst cave here. The sand here condensed into golden sand, forming countless golden sand rocks. Under the illumination of the light, it glistened brilliantly. But what attracted Feng Yuan's attention the most was the flowing tributary of the River of Time at the center of the cave. This tributary of the River of Time was not as big as the previous one, but it was stable. The immortal Gu formation that Feng Yuan was about to set up would allow Feng Yuan to enter the River of Time through this tributary of the River of Time. Indeed, this tributary of the River of Time was the final one that Shadow Sect had in Western Desert. Feng Yuan slowly set up the immortal Gu formation. His formation path attainment level was Grandmaster. During this period of time when he was chased by the Celestial Court, Feng Yuan had come into contact with formation path the most. Be it the Time Exile formation, Self-Cleansing Immortal Gu formation, or Immemorial Year Beast Fishing formation, they were all immortal Gu formations. These experiences greatly enriched his ability to set up formations. Thus, he was very confident in setting up this immortal Gu formation now. As expected, this immortal Gu formation was successfully set up by Feng Yuan in a few minutes. Bai Ningbing and the rest who were patrolling the surroundings were called back by Feng Yuan. After placing them into his sovereign immortal aperture again, Feng Yuan ordered Ing Wuxia, "You can start now." Immortal Killer Move, Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Ing Wuxia activated this Immortal Killer Move again. Because of Connect Luck, Feng Yuan and the rest had a huge increase in their luck for the next period of time. Feng Yuan also wanted to use it again. However, Burning Soul Bursting Luck expended his soul foundation. Feng Yuan had used it once before, he could no longer use it now. Ing Wuxia was a split soul of Spectral Soul. He had a deep foundation, and could use Burning Soul Bursting Luck several times. But Feng Yuan could not let his soul foundation fall too much. Because Lead Soul into Dream also required Ing Wuxia to have a strong soul foundation. If his soul foundation was not strong enough, it would be easy for the killer move to backlash. By then, if Ing Wuxia tried to use Lead Soul into Dream on a rank 8 existence, there would be a backlash and he would be dragged into the dream realm, unable to get out. Strength always came with a price. In this world, one had to pay to get something. The Immortal Gu formation rumbled. Under its influence, the tributary of the river of time that was flowing suddenly surged with waves. The waves were getting fiercer. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture already had a huge amount of myriad self. Together with the Burning Soul Bursting Luck and the Immemorial Year Monkey, it could be said that Feng Yuan had done his best to prepare. Of course, he knew that going to the River of Time was a risk. But he had to go. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Year Beast Transformation. At the next moment, he turned into an ancient desolate beast. The immortal formation burst out with intense light, and charged into the tributary of the River of Time, tearing a huge hole. Feng Yuan threw himself into the gap. Hua hua hua. The tide surged, setting off thousands of waves. The opening behind him only lasted for a few breaths before it disappeared. Feng Yuan's gaze was completely attracted by the scene before him. River of Time. Chapter 1441. Legends said that there was a long river in this world. It was called the River of Time. It originated from the past, flowed through the present, and flowed towards the future. Everything in the world was like fish in the river. The current was rapid, almost all the fish could only follow the flow. Without the River of Time, the world would be completely still. It would become a scene. With this river, everything could change. The world could become lively, either declining or flourishing. I am in the River of Time again. Feng Yuan sighed. He looked around and saw that the river was extremely vast. Even though it was called the River of Time, it was as wide as the sea. In the dark sky, there was a huge river that flowed endlessly. The river was pale white, but when billions of waves collided with each other, they would create colorful splashes. The flowing lights were beautiful. They shone on Feng Yuan's face. Feng Yuan was dazed for a moment before regaining his senses. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out the immemorial year monkey. Scram scram scram. This huge creature was very excited to return to its home. Plop. It fell into the river, creating huge waves. Feng Yuan also turned into an ancient year monkey. He was much smaller than the immemorial year monkey. He floated in the air. He was not a true year beast. Even though his transformation path Dao marks had all turned into time path Dao marks, he was used to this environment. But it was better not to touch the water of the River of Time if possible. Let's go. Feng Yuan ordered. The immemorial year monkey swam in the water. After beating it up earlier, he saw the benefits now. It was much more obedient than the upper extreme heavenly eagle. However, even though he relied on 180 slaves, because Feng Yuan's soul foundation was greatly weakened, he could barely control this immemorial year monkey. This is just a normal time, but it is already hard to enslave it. My soul feels heavy. If I am in battle, I might not be able to command the immemorial year monkey. Feng Yuan was secretly wary. This was a weakness, but there was no helping it. Feng Yuan had already done everything he could. They moved forward silently. Swish swish swish. The sound of waves could be heard endlessly. This was the first time Feng Yuan had entered this place in his physical form. The previous few times, he had used the spring-autumn cicada to transfer a portion of his will to the past. Due to the influence of providence and various other factors, he had only caught a glimpse of the River of Time. It was difficult for him to see the whole picture. Now that he had seen it all, it could be said that it was an eye-opener. The river of time was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, and it had long been recorded in the legends of Renzu. But to be able to enter with their bodies, they had to be Gu immortal experts with deep foundation in time path. The reason why Feng Yuan was able to enter was because his own abilities were insufficient. He had the blessing of the path of transformation, and he had also borrowed the treasures and legacies left behind by Zishan Makoto and Hei Fan. The river of time was not deathly silent. Feng Yuan first saw 1 or 2 wild year Gu. They were chasing each other and diving into the river. Next, he saw groups of wild time path Gu worms flying in the sky like a group of locusts. 5 to 6 wild year Gu flew towards Feng Yuan. They landed on Feng Yuan's body and stopped moving. So that's it. Feng Yuan thought about it and understood. He had turned into an ancient year monkey. Because of rank 8 attitude Gu, familiar face, and other factors, the wild Gu worms could not tell the difference. They thought that he was a wild ancient year monkey. These time path mortal Gu were attracted by the abundant time path Dao marks on Feng Yuan's body. They thought that this was a suitable place to live, so they joined Feng Yuan. That was true. In nature, Gu worms were very weak. Even though wild Gu worms could absorb the primeval energy of nature and unleash their power, they were still in danger. Thus, living on strong life forms was the way for these wild Gu worms to survive. After a few minutes, Feng Yuan had hundreds of wild mortal Gu on him. Most of them were day Gu and month Gu. There was not a single wild year Gu. As for the immemorial year monkey below Feng Yuan, it had even more gains. This immemorial year monkey's wild mortal Gu were destroyed by Feng Yuan, and the rest in battle. There were few left. But now it was replenished. The immemorial year monkey was much more popular than Feng Yuan. It was favored by wild time path mortal Gu. When it swam in the water, there was a group of wild time path Gu worms around it. It was like there was a thin layer of black fog around it. However, this situation only lasted for a moment before it quickly slowed down. Like wild beasts occupying a territory, when Feng Yuan and the immemorial year monkey had large numbers of wild mortal Gu, the other wild Gu would feel that there was too little space for them to live, thus they stopped coming. Feng Yuan thought about it. He did not do anything to the wild mortal Gu on him. With his current ability, it was naturally possible to refine these wild time path mortal Gu. However, this went against the original intention of Feng Yuan's disguise. Moreover, these wild time path mortal Gu were only SOSO. Unless they were immortal Gu, most mortal Gu were not attractive to Feng Yuan. Roar! Along the way, an ancient year tiger jumped out of the water. It escaped without looking back, running far away. Feng Yuan had seen such a situation many times. With the immemorial year monkey's protection, it was convenient. It was like a huge pass. In fact, other than year beasts, there were also moon beasts and day beasts. Similar to year beasts, these beasts fed on moon Gu and day Gu respectively. 2 hours passed, the river of time was still surging. The surroundings were dark and gloomy. The scenery did not change. It gave people a feeling that they had not moved at all. Half of an immemorial year monkey's body was submerged in the river. It swam forward. It was like a small mountain floating on the surface of the river. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan had turned into an ancient year monkey, floating above the river, quietly moving forward. Feng Yuan knew it, because he had Zishan Makoto's inheritance. The feeling in his heart was getting stronger. As long as he followed this feeling and moved forward, he would be able to find the Red Lotus true inheritance that spectral soul controlled. What obstructed him, other than the dangers of the river of time, was the celestial court's ambush and pursuit. Rumble. Suddenly, with a loud sound, from the surging river of time, a torrent shot out. The location of the torrent was not far from Feng Yuan's left. Scum. Should I stop and rest for a while? Let the immemorial year monkey recover completely? Feng Yuan could not help but hesitate. To get to that Red Lotus true inheritance, the sudden spring river segment was only the first obstacle. Feng Yuan still had to face dark web spiders, one-finger flow sharks, and a special sword in Blade River segment. These 3 obstacles were much more dangerous than the Sudden Spring River segment. Sudden Spring River segment? Lord Huangshe looked at the river in front of him, frowning. According to Lady Ziwei's instructions, Feng Yuan and the rest are ahead. Next, Lord Huangshe's eyes shined with bright light. He flew towards the Sudden Spring River segment with determination. Carrot. Chapter 1442. Boom. A huge spring suddenly gushed out from the originally calm surface of the river. Compared to this sudden spring, Lord Huangshe, who was flying in the air, was like a fly beside a table. Before the sudden spring even got close, Lord Huangshe could feel that it was getting faster and faster. This was naturally not the truth. In fact, when the sudden spring burst out and reached its peak, its speed would become slower and slower. The reason why Lord Huangshe felt this was because his own speed had become slower. This was the river of time. The eruption of a sudden spring would cause the surrounding existences to slow down. This way, it would make it harder for the person in danger to escape. Humph. Lord Huangshe was not flustered. At the crucial moment, a bright light flashed on his bald head. At the next moment, his body returned to normal and he retreated, causing the sudden spring's attack to miss. Rumble. With another loud sound, the sudden spring did not hit Lord Huangshe. It landed on the river surface and created huge waves. Lord Huangshe wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This sudden spring has the power of a rank 8 killer move. Even I have to be very careful. If I am hit, I will definitely be injured. And if I encounter a rank 9 level sudden spring, I will definitely be heavily injured. I might even die. Lord Huangshe felt great pressure. Even though he was a rank 8 Gu immortal, and was fighting in the River of Time, he had the geographical advantage. But he was clear that Feng Yuan had luck path methods. He might even have a relatively complete all living beings luck true inheritance. In a place like the Sudden Spring River segment, other than strength, one also had to rely on one's luck. If I chase after Feng Yuan now, it will be disadvantageous to him. According to the profundities of luck path, it will definitely be difficult for me to chase after him. There will be obstacles everywhere. Feng Yuan chose this path to make things difficult for me. It is a good plan. But Lord Huangshe frowned, feeling puzzled. No matter how good Feng Yuan's luck is, he can't possibly avoid sudden springs, right? Even if rank 9 level sudden springs are rare, and he can't encounter them, there are many rank 7 sudden springs, and the same goes for rank 8. How did he get past them? Did he rely on reverse flow protection seal all the way? If he relied on the reverse flow protection seal, it would be good news for Huangshe. Because this sudden spring river segment was very long. If Feng Yuan relied on this killer move to cross it, it would definitely consume a lot of immortal essence. This was naturally beneficial to the battle between Lord Huangshe and Feng Yuan. Lord Huangshe didn't expect Feng Yuan to enslave an immemorial year monkey to use as a shield. Even though Feng Yuan could control the upper extreme heavenly eagle, the celestial court attributed this to He Fan's true inheritance. Feng Yuan controlled a rank 8 existence with rank 7 cultivation level. This was an astonishing achievement for an enslavement path Gu immortal. But the truth was the weakness of 180 slaves and years flow like water immortal Gu. Especially the latter. He Fan would never expose his own shortcomings. The celestial court did not know about this secret, so it was difficult for them to deduce that Feng Yuan actually had a method to attract immemorial year beasts. Because of all these reasons, the celestial court did not know that Feng Yuan had information about immemorial year beasts. After a few minutes, Lord Huangshe flew out of the Sudden Spring River segment. Fairy Myrtle's guidance came again. Lord Huangshe changed his direction. His speed surged as he chased after Feng Yuan's group. After a short moment, his figure suddenly stopped moving, and he looked ahead with an anxious and doubtful expression. Dark Web Spider. Lord Huangshe's expression changed as he shouted. In front of him, there was a huge white spider. It was crawling on a huge web, not moving at all. The spider's body was even larger than the sudden spring. It was like a mountain range. Its limbs were like hills. Compared to the spider, Lord Huangshi was tiny, like a mosquito in front of an elephant. Even larger than the dark web spider was the huge web it was crawling on. This huge web had a crystalline texture. Some were thin like hair, while others were as thick as trees. The entire huge web was not a flat surface, but a forest-like cage. Tens of thousands of spider silk, like tentacles or tree roots, pierced deep into the river of time. No matter how the river flowed, these crystal spider silk did not move. The huge amount of spider silk interconnected, forming a huge crystal web nest. Many of the web holes, big and small, intersected to form countless complicated routes. Lord Huangshi's heart sank. He could not believe it. Did Feng Yuan and the rest pass through here to reach Red Lotus' true inheritance? He confirmed that the direction that Fairy Myrtle pointed to was indeed here. This made him even more certain that this route was planned by Feng Yuan and the rest. Is Feng Yuan trying to use this natural barrier to make us retreat? Lord Huangshi's expression was cold. He snorted and flew into the huge crystal web nest. Every web spider was a primordial desolate beast that dominated a region of the river of time. In its territory, even primordial year beast hordes did not dare to rampage. It was one of the top predators. What the dark web spider relied on, other than its huge body, unimaginable strength, and extremely sharp mouthparts, was this crystal web nest. Every crystal spider silk in this web nest had extraordinary value. Gu immortals of the past gave it a very romantic name, which had been used until now. Peaceful time silk. Any existence that was rank 7 or below would fall into a state of frozen time upon touching this spider silk. They would not be able to move, allowing the slow-moving dark web spider to come and prey on them. For rank 8 existences like Lord Huangshi, even though one thread of peaceful time silk could not be effective, 100 or so threads would be enough to put Lord Huangshi in danger. But why were there 100 or so threads of peaceful time silk in the entire crystal web nest? There were definitely hundreds of millions of them. Lord Huangshi's speed was very slow, very slow. He carefully moved through the crystal spider silk and weaved into a web. It was not that he did not think of going around this dangerous area and continuing to chase after Feng Yuan. But this way he would have to take a long detour. It would definitely give Feng Yuan more time. Moreover, what if the true inheritance of the Red Lotus was in the crystal net nest? Thus, Lord Huangshi decided to step into this dangerous area and chase after him. As long as I am careful and do not touch any peaceful time silk, it is not a problem to pass this place safely. Lord Huangshi was thinking, when suddenly, there was a loud explosion. It was like heaven and earth shattering. The crystal web nest shook along with the huge sound wave. The dark web spider was alarmed. Its 180 compound eyes stared at Lord Huangshi. Damn it! It must be a trap set by Feng Yuan and the rest. Lord Huangshi's anger rose, but his surprise was very little. If he was Feng Yuan, he would also set up a trap to harm his pursuers. Since I can come here, I naturally have the confidence to pass through this dangerous area without alerting the dark web spider. With a cold snort, Lord Huangshi activated his immortal killer move to attack the crystal spider silk. These crystal spider silk were not easily destroyed, even though they were very fragile. But any killer move would be frozen by time if it got close. It would give the illusion that it was suspended in midair. Of course, against those rank 8 killer moves, the peaceful time silk had a limit to its endurance. Lord Huangshi went all out, using rank 8 killer moves to destroy the crystal spider silk in front of him. His speed increased instead. He was a time path great expert. He had methods to deal with the peaceful time silk. But that dark web spider was slow. It could not catch up to Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi did not want to fight the dark web spider to the death. He still had a heavy responsibility. But his retreat was not smooth sailing. Immortal killer moves were frequently used, be it sound waves, frost, or fire. They obstructed his advance. Lord Huangshi's speed was greatly restricted. Eventually, the dark web spider caught up and both sides engaged in an intense battle. Bam bam bam. The intense battle lasted for a while. Lord Huangshi got rid of the dark web spider and left the range of the crystal web nest. But now he was in a more pathetic state than before. Not only was he covered in dust, he was also slightly injured. This damned Feng Yuan. How many traps did he set? And every time these traps are activated, they are activated at the perfect time. There is a profound meaning behind them. Lord Huangshi suffered such a loss, he was filled with anger. He was not going to let Feng Yuan off. He flew as he healed his injuries. Not long after, he entered a strange river segment. What's going on? In this river segment, I actually sensed an intense aura of sword path and blade path. Lord Huangshi's shock flashed past his face. He slowed down and observed carefully. He saw that in the waves of time, there were endless sword chi and heavy blade lights. Wait, don't tell me, this is Lord Huangshi frowned. I am going against the current to go to the past, calculating the distance in time. It should be 100,000 years in the past, Near Antiquity era. Near Antiquity era's sword path and blade path. I got it. It is Western Desert Shi Yuan. This person cultivates sword path. He created Sword Abyss and killed 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. There is also a blade path demonic immortal. He is called Dao Jiulang. His demonic might is overwhelming. He rampaged through Western Desert. He broke the guest expulsion formation and shook the world. These two had a huge battle. Their battle caused heaven and earth to darken. Even ghosts and deities were frightened. Lord Huangshi used his methods to investigate. Like he had guessed, this River of Time segment was affected by the intense battle between these 2 rank 8 great experts, causing this place to become a river segment of blades and swords. Going through this place was more dangerous than the sudden spring river segment, because it was very likely that Dao Jiulang or Shi Yuan's immortal killer move would suddenly appear and attack him. When a sudden spring erupts, there would be a process. But this river segment had no such process. Feng Yuan and the rest actually went here? Are they tired of living? Lord Huangshi gritted his teeth, entering the river as well. Since Feng Yuan and the rest could enter, as a great rank 8 great expert, he could not retreat. Fairy Myrtle continued to guide him. Lord Huangshi got closer to his target. Roar. The immemorial year monkey fought in the waves. It was covered in injuries. Blood was flowing everywhere, dyeing the surroundings red. On the immemorial year monkey, by Ning Bing, Fairy Miao Yin, and the rest were guarding it. I finally found you. Lord Huangshi's eyes shined with bright light. He pounced without thinking. Lord Huangshi quickly held his breath and activated his immortal killer move, causing the dust cloud to thicken and trap the immemorial year monkey. On the immemorial year monkey, by Ning Bing and the rest used their abilities, using ice, fire, and sound waves, but they could not move the dust cloud at all. In the river of time, time path lifeforms were greatly boosted. By Ning Bing and the rest had lower cultivation level than Lord Huangshi to begin with. With the suppression of time path Dao marks, their battle strength was far from enough. At the crucial moment, Ing Wuxie had a grim expression. He was about to use the killer move Lead Soul into Dream that had always been successful. But at this moment, Ing Wuxie was stunned. Ing Wuxie could not sense Lord Huangshi's existence. Lead Soul into Dream needs to sense the other party before it can be used. Otherwise, without a target, it cannot be used. This Lord Huangshi already has a method to block my soul path senses? Oh. The defensive killer move that Lady Ziwei gave me has been activated. Hee. Lord Huangshi sneered in his mind. When Ing Wuxie wanted to use Let Soul into Dream, he sensed it. Let Soul into Dream was indeed very powerful, but it had flaws. It was not a perfect killer move. This time, since Fairy Myrtle sent Lord Huangshi alone to chase after Feng Yuan and the rest, she naturally had to guard against Lead Soul into Dream. After all, Celestial Court had suffered a lot because of this killer move. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Let alone Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle. Lord Huangshi came prepared. Even Lead Soul into Dream could not be used. Oh no! Ing Wuxie and the rest had a change of expression. They felt immense pressure. They could not turn the situation around. They could only rely on Feng Yuan now. But where was Feng Yuan? Lord Huangshi thought about this question. He had thought that this immemorial year monkey was Feng Yuan's transformation, using this as a bluff, but after interacting with it, he found out that this was a genuine immemorial year monkey. Since the start of the battle, Feng Yuan had not appeared yet. With reverse flow protection seal and battle strength on par with Feng Jiuge, Feng Yuan was undoubtedly the person that Lord Huangshi had to be most wary of. The more Feng Yuan did not appear, the more cautious he became. Feng Yuan, are you still not coming out? If you don't, him? Lord Huangshi was stunned. At this moment, a huge wave appeared in the river of time, crashing towards him. Again. Lord Huangshi could not help but feel annoyed. This huge wave did not attack the huge immemorial year monkey. Instead, it attacked him again and again. His luck was too bad. Rumble. The huge wave hit Lord Huangshi. He spat out a mouthful of blood again. His injuries worsened. He could not dodge in time. Chapter 1444. Rumble. The huge wave bypassed the immemorial year monkey and surrounded it from all directions, crashing towards Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi's heart turned completely cold at this moment. He was a Gu immortal of Celestial Court, an elite among rank 8s. He finally understood at this moment. So Feng Yuan and the rest can really control this river segment? He was extremely shocked. This meant that the immemorial year monkey being trapped in the Blade River segment was a trap. And he had fallen into the trap himself. He had been kept in the dark during the battle earlier. He did not even know he had fallen into a trap. To Master Huangshi, this was simply an insult. But how can this be? Feng Yuan can actually control a segment of the River of Time. Even though he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, he should not be able to do this. This is the result of Lady Ziwei's deduction. Lord Huangshi's shock subsided slightly, but suspicions emerged in his mind again. While the huge wave was crashing towards him, countless thoughts flashed in his mind. This is probably the power of Red Lotus true inheritance. Only someone like Red Lotus Demon Venerable has such methods to control a segment of the River of Time. Seeing the monstrous waves approaching, Lord Huangshi's face revealed a determined expression. Forget it. I will show you the true power of Lord Huangshi. Ah! Lord Huangshi suddenly roared towards the sky. Instantly, the aura of countless goo worms gushed out from his body. Rays of yellow light continuously shone on his body. His bald head was shining brightly. The earthen yellow rock above his head expanded, becoming like a small mountain, suppressing the river of time. His aura became deep and unfathomable. Wherever he looked, the river of time returned to its original state. At the same time, countless ripples of time jumped out of his body, flying towards Bai Ningbing and the rest. They seemed slow but were actually extremely fast. Lord Huangshi was shocked and furious. He was in a desperate situation. He erupted with his full strength. So powerful. He used at least 4 immortal killer moves in an instant. Feng Yuan's heart jumped when he saw this. Since Lord Huangshi was able to gain Fairy Myrtle's trust, and was sent alone into the River of Time to ambush Feng Yuan, he naturally had his own strength. At this moment he exploded out with his full strength, blocking the time wave. Apart from protecting himself, he also ruthlessly attacked Bai Ningbing and the others. Bai Ningbing and the rest's expressions changed. They were trapped in the yellowish-brown dust, and were unable to escape. Even the immemorial year monkey was struggling more intensely, its roars filled with panic. Although the power of the mottled time was unpredictable, everyone knew how terrifying it was. Even Feng Jiuge didn't dare to touch it, let alone Bai Ningbing and the others. He is forcing me to show myself, Feng Yuan muttered as he looked at Spectral Soul's will. He used Bai Ningbing and the rest as bait. If they died now, it would be a huge loss to him. However, Feng Yuan had purposely arranged for Spectral Soul's split soul to be among them. He was afraid that Spectral Souls would have other thoughts. Spectral Souls laughed heartily. Don't worry, Feng Yuan. This Stone Lotus Island was personally created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Even though Lord Huangshi can resist the River of Time's waves, This island contains the peerless killer moves of both sword and blade path. Look, this move is Dao Jiolang's strongest offensive killer move. It is called 99 Reincarnation Blade Edge. Once it is used, it will be endless and multiply endlessly. When one layer of blade light is destroyed, another layer will appear. There are a total of 9 layers of blade light. Each layer can slaughter ghosts and deities. After the blade light slashes down, it will return and attack again. Lord Huangshi's pupils shrunk to the size of needle tips. There was only one thought in his mind: escape. But at the next moment he found himself locked by this sword qi. He floated in the air, unable to move. This is Shi Yuan's killer move, Sword Burial Abyss. Oh no, oh no. Lord Huangshi's heart was beating wildly. He was already panicking. He had already used up all his methods to defend against the 99 reincarnation blades. He was currently in low spirits. His defenses were also at rock bottom. Am I going to die here today? Lord Huangshi sensed the aura of death. Right at this time, on the Stone Lotus Island, spectral souls will shouted. Oh no, the Stone Lotus Island cannot last any longer. If we insist on killing Lord Huangshi, this Stone Lotus Island's foundation will be expended. If we let Huangshi go, it can still exist for a few more years. Kill him. Feng Yuan's gaze was eerie. He said these 3 words without hesitation. Understood. Spectral souls will replied, not saying anything else. Lord Huangshi struggled intensely, but he could not get rid of the sword qi. His expression was sinister. He screamed in his mind. To think that I, the great Huangshi, would die here. My sacrifice is not important, but I caused the Celestial Court's plan to fail. This otherworldly demon Feng Yuan can continue to roam freely. I am not resigned to this, I am not resigned to this. Lord Huangshi screamed again and again, but his voice suddenly stopped. Next, his life force vanished. That sword qi was like a monster in the darkness, devouring all of his life force. Rank 8 Time Path, Celestial Court Gu Immortal, Lord Huangshi died. Chapter 1445. A moment later, Huangshi's corpse was brought to Feng Yuan by Bai Ningbing and the rest. Spectral souls will looked at it and sighed. This person was an incredible genius. He was known as a genius when he was young. He grew up and became an influential person. He was famous in Central Continent and even the 5 regions. But today he has fallen here. Feng Yuan and the rest did not speak. Spectral souls will controlled this Stone Lotus Island and studied history. He learned of many secrets. This was the time path ability of Red Lotus True Inheritance. It obtained information through the River of Time. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained it, he praised it as inconceivable. He felt inferior to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's time path methods. At rank 8 level, Gu Immortals could comprehend things by analogy. Rank 9 Venerables were even more so. They had comprehensive methods. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's own time path methods might be on par with other rank 8s, but compared to Red Lotus Demon Venerable, they paled in comparison. Rank 9 had their own specializations. They had their own specializations. They all had their own strengths. If it were Red Lotus Demon Venerable competing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in soul path attainment, he would be the one to feel inferior. Gurgle gurgle. The water of the River of Time flowed out from beneath Feng Yuan and the rest. The Stone Lotus Island started to leak. But there were only 1 or 2 places. The holes were only the size of teacups. Spectral souls will sighed. In a while this Stone Lotus Island will be destroyed. We do not have much time left. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's 7 true inheritances were stored on Stone Lotus Islands. They were located at a certain location in the River of Time. This Stone Lotus Island that Feng Yuan and the rest entered was obtained by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He modified it and turned it into Shadow Sect's largest information source. Not just that, Shadow Sect even used the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance many times. Recently, it was used to protect Spring Autumn Cicada's revival, as well as to helping Wu Xie and Zishan Makoto. Their foundation was almost depleted. In the earlier battle, they used all their strength to kill the Time Path great expert Huang Shi. Now the Stone Lotus Island's foundation was completely depleted. It was about to be destroyed. There are gains and losses. Feng Yuan sighed. Although we've lost the Stone Lotus Island, Lord Huang Shi's death is a huge gain. This person's battle strength was outstanding, and he was like a fish in water in the river of time. If we let go of this great opportunity, even if we set up another ambush, I'm afraid we won't have a good chance to kill him. The immortals nodded. They all agreed with Feng Yuan's decision. In fact, even Spectral Souls was no exception. He looked at Feng Yuan, nodded, and said, during the battle in the Dream Realm, Z made the right choice in the final moments of his life. Feng Yuan, I have to admit that you're the last choice of the Shadow Sect. The heavy responsibility of saving the main body will be left to you. Of course, it will also depend on your mood. If you want to get rid of your main body, we won't blame you. Hearing this, the Gu immortals present were all moved. Ing Wu Xie's expression changed. He opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but then hesitating. Who could have imagined the current situation? Right now, between the Shadow Sect and Feng Yuan had complete initiative. He was indeed the Shadow Sect's last hope. In fact, if they attacked the Celestial Court, whether or not they could save Spectral Soul's main body would depend on Feng Yuan's will. Spectral Soul's will's words were like a helpless and dejected voice. It was like a helpless and dejected person. Of thieving heaven's true inheritance, Feng Yuan only obtained ghostly concealment. Divine concealment was obtained by Zhao Lianyun. To think that the most complete venerable true inheritance that I obtained in the end was actually Spectral Soul's true inheritance of my mortal enemy. It is a pity that my soul path attainment level is insufficient. Cultivating soul path requires a vast amount of time, energy, and resources. Among them, the demand for souls in the resource category is extremely terrifying. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered the world for his own cultivation. If I were to repeat his logic, I would have to slaughter the entire world, otherwise, I would not be able to satisfy the resource requirement for my soul path cultivation. Below Spectral Soul's true inheritance was Red Lotus True Inheritance. Although the Red Lotus True meaning on this Stone Lotus Island was absorbed by Spectral Soul to raise his time path attainment level, the True Inheritance's contents were still passed down. Among them, the most important was the Immortal Goo recipe for Spring Autumn Cicada. This was not just rank 6 Immortal Goo recipes, there were rank 7, rank 8, and even rank 9 recipes. That was to say, Feng Yuan had all the Immortal Goo recipes for refining Spring Autumn Cicada from rank 6 to rank 9. This entire set of Immortal Goo recipes had a lot of content. There were hundreds of thousands of words. Just the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada Immortal Goo recipes, there were 17 to 18. The one that Feng Yuan obtained in his previous life was only one of them. And there were even more rank 7 Immortal Goo recipes, there were 86. Rank 8 Immortal Goo recipes, there were 43. And rank 9 Immortal Goo recipes, there were 3. One more Immortal Goo recipe meant one more way to refine Spring Autumn Cicada. To Feng Yuan, this was no doubt a huge help. In the future, he would not only have more choices when refining Spring Autumn Cicada, he would also be more flexible. To think that Red Lotus Demon Venerable's research on Spring Autumn Cicada was so deep. So Spring Autumn Cicada is indeed Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan would naturally refine Spring Autumn Cicada. He knew how powerful it was. He would not give up on this weapon to turn the tables. Other than Spectral Soul's True Inheritance and Red Lotus True Inheritance, there were also countless other inheritances. Some of these inheritances were incomplete, while others were complete. These were collected by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was alive, and after his death, Shadow Sect spent 100,000 years to collect them. All of them benefited Feng Yuan. Although Zishan Makoto's inheritance was rich, he was only a split soul after all. The content he truly grasped was not even 1% of this inheritance. Especially inside, there was the Rule Path True Inheritance that Limitless Demon Venerable had personally set up. and the formation path true inheritance of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's lineage. Zishan Makoto's inheritance did not contain them. The value of all the inheritance contents was immeasurably high. As long as Feng Yuan had enough time and resources, Feng Yuan was completely confident that he could create an organization that was not weaker than the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan's gains were unimaginably huge. Even he himself was shocked by this. He had only received the terrifying benefits of becoming the leader of Shadow Sect at this moment. Spectral Souls will spoke again. Sect leader Feng Yuan, you have now completely inherited Shadow Sect. Unfortunately, although there are many true inheritances, cultivating them requires a vast amount of time, energy, and resources. And in the current situation, you lack time the most, and resources are also extremely scarce. My main body had once defied heaven and hid in the Celestial Court, delaying the arrival of the Great Era for close to 500 years. But now that my main body has failed, everything has returned to its original trajectory. About 10 years later, the Great Era will completely open, the 5 regions will fuse into one. There will definitely be the largest chaotic battle in history. And among the 5 regions, Central Continent has the strongest foundation. They have the most Gu Masters and Gu Immortals. Moreover, they have a unified leader, the Celestial Court. This is something that the other 4 regions do not have. Be it Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, or Northern Plains, they are all super forces that are in a state of disunity. Even though Northern Plains has longevity heaven, it is slightly better, but its influence on the region is much weaker than Central Continent's Celestial Court. And the most terrifying thing about the Celestial Court is that they have rank 9 Fate Immortal Gu. This Gu's power is extremely terrifying. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was able to devise a scheme to resist the 3 demon venerables after her death, and ensure that the Celestial Court was not destroyed mostly because of this Gu's power. The 3 demon venerables are all in fate. This was decided when they were born, it cannot be changed. Only otherworldly demons are not restricted by Fate Immortal Gu. O Feng Yuan, you are now a complete otherworldly demon. You are the most promising candidate to destroy fate. In fact, you are the inheritor that Red Lotus Demon Venerable was looking forward to the most. 10 years, only 10 years. O Feng Yuan, you cannot let the Celestial Court restore Fate Immortal Gu. Otherwise, the Celestial Court will be invincible. Even if the 4 regions attack it together, it will not fall. By then, attacking the Celestial Court and saving the main body will be completely hopeless. There is not much time left for you, Feng Yuan. Then let's keep waiting. Damned otherworldly demon. You are a disaster to all living beings. I will definitely take your life this time. I will pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, and grind your bones to ashes. The 2 Celestial Court Gu Immortals were indignant. Feng Jioge had a calm expression. He looked at the flowing tributary of the River of Time without saying a word. However, 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 5 to 6 days passed. There was no movement in the tributary of the River of Time. 10 days passed, half a month passed. The 3 immortals who had been waiting bitterly did not even see a trace of Feng Yuan. However, the 3 immortals did not waver. They were either current or future Celestial Court Gu Immortals. How could people like them lack patience? Especially Feng Jioge. He had fought with Feng Yuan several times. After seeing his terrifying growth, he had already viewed Feng Yuan as a huge threat to the world. This time, he was determined to get rid of Feng Yuan as soon as possible, otherwise he would not be at ease. Where is Feng Yuan? Are they still on the Stone Lotus Island? Why do I have a feeling of uneasiness? Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle was perplexed. Not long after Lord Huangshi's death, she had lost all information about Feng Yuan and the others. The investigative killer moved that Feng Yuan and the others had used the self-cleansing Immortal Gu formation, as well as the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance, and time to resolve it. Even though there was no evidence that Feng Yuan and the others had escaped the River of Time, Fairy Myrtle's emotions showed that something was amiss. This attracted Fairy Myrtle's attention. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were not purely rational. Wisdom Path cultivation focused on three aspects: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Among them, emotions were the specialty of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. Thus, Fairy Myrtle's uneasiness was not out of nowhere. It was a form of warning. In the worst-case scenario, Feng Yuan has already escaped the River of Time? But Feng Jiuge and the others have already sealed off the exit. How did he manage to do that? Did he inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance and have some outstanding stealth method? Or did he use other tributaries of the River of Time? Fairy Myrtle suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The two tributaries of the River of Time that Feng Yuan and the others had were all exposed. This information was very accurate, because it came from Spectral Soul's main body. After Spectral Soul's main body was suppressed by Duke Long, Celestial Court naturally would not let him go. They searched his soul. However, Spectral Soul was a peak expert of Soul Path. Even if there was only a fraction of his soul left after his death, how could ordinary methods easily search his soul? Celestial Court tried their best to extract information, but Spectral Soul's main body was still resisting stubbornly. Celestial Court did not obtain much information. If Feng Yuan did not use this tributary of the River of Time, or did he choose to leave? Tributaries of the River of Time were exits. Feng Jiuge and the others blocked the final exit. Even if Feng Yuan did not investigate, he would have expected it. In this situation, Feng Yuan might take the risk and go to other tributaries of the River of Time. Because rather than fighting against the well-prepared Celestial Court, it would be better to attack those forces that did not know about it. And in Western Desert, there are three forces that control tributaries of the River of Time. The first is Tian Clan. This clan cultivates Wood Path and Earth Path. They are famous for managing immortal apertures. They even have a good reputation in the 5 regions. They are one of the super forces with the strongest foundation in Western Desert's current Gu Immortal world. The second is Gong Clan. Gong Clan's Gu Immortals specialize in long-range attacks, especially curse killer moves. They are formless and formless. They can take the enemy's life silently from a distance of 10,000 li. Gong Clan's most famous immortal killer move is called Cup Bow Shadow. It is famous in the whole of Western Desert's Gu Immortal world. They only need to absorb a trace of the target's shadow and store it. After that, they can use the killer move and kill the target no matter how far away they are. The third is Tang Clan. Tang Clan is declining. They are in the lower middle of Western Desert's super forces. But Tang Clan still has an immortal Gu house. They control a tributary of the River of Time, which is near their headquarters. Thus they have a strong defense. Other forces cannot easily snatch it. If Feng Yuan wants to force his way in, which clan will he go to? If this is the case and there are no movements from the 3 clans, I'm afraid Feng Yuan is still in the River of Time. Fairy Myrtle pondered. She knew the situation of Western Desert's Gu Immortal world like the back of her hand. The power of Celestial Court's intelligence network could be seen from this. Tang Clan. The remnant light of the immortal killer. Move condensed on Feng Yuan and the rest. If this move is used, it can protect us for 3 months. Not only can it defend against Gu Immortal's deductions, it can also avoid Providence's attention. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes, joy flashing past his face. The other Gu Immortals were by Ningbing, He Lulan, Ing Wuxie, Black Tigress and Fairy Miaoyin. Fairy Myrtle's guess was only half correct. Feng Yuan indeed had no intention of going back to fight to the death with Celestial Court's ambush. He had already given up on that tributary of the River of Time. But 10 days ago, Feng Yuan's group had already left the River of Time and returned to Western Desert. Let's go. It is time to leave Western Desert. Feng Yuan led the group out. The immortals behind him followed. This was deep underground. The group went straight up and came to the surface. 2 Western Desert Gu Immortals were already waiting at the exit. Tang Fengming, Tang Lan Kugri's Shadow sect leader. The 2 Gu Immortals were very young. After seeing Feng Yuan, they greeted him with a graceful demeanor. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Thank you for your trouble. These are the immortal Gu lent by your clan. Saying so, Fang Yuan waved his hand. Several immortal goo flew out and landed in Tang Fangming's hands. Tang Fangming inspected them carefully. After confirming that the immortal goo were unharmed, he carefully stored them in his immortal aperture. He said with some embarrassment, "Everyone from Shadow Sect, please forgive me this time. I am borrowing goo from my clan in my own name. There are many implications. I have to be careful." Fang Yuan smiled. Tang Fangming's words had deep meaning. Tang Clan was a righteous path force after all. If it was exposed that they were cooperating with the demonic path Shadow Sect, it would be criticized and cause countless troubles. However, factions did not mean anything. Benefits were what everyone pursued forever. Tang Clan was weak. They faced huge external pressure. Such an environment made Tang Clan's Goo Immortals possess the spirit to work hard, take risks, endure hardships, and endure patiently. Tang Clan's main goal was to develop Dream Path. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Tang Clan was at the forefront because they opened Dream Realms. During the Five Regions' chaotic war, they made countless gains and their strength rose sharply, eventually becoming the #1 force in Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Yuan thus contacted Tang Clan. He was willing to use Shadow Sect's research results on Dream Path to exchange for them opening the tributary of the River of Time, opening up a crucial path for his retreat. He was also willing to cooperate with Tang Clan in the future to research Dream Realms and greatly support Guts Goo. Such enormous benefits made Tang Clan's entire clan's hearts palpitate. Guts Goo's support, Fang Yuan's unraveled Dream Killer move, and Ying Wuxie's lead soul into Dream were all things that Tang Clan's Goo Immortals desired greatly. Of course, it would not be easy for Tang Clan to obtain the latter too. 8. Chapter 1447. Supporting 20 Western Desert. Hot sunlight shone on heaven and earth, illuminating all living beings. The blue sky was cloudless. The golden desert was emitting distorted hot air. Farewell. Fang Yuan and the rest bid farewell to the 2 Tang Clan Goo Immortals. Shadow Sect friends, take care. Tang Lanke smiled. She cultivated Time Path with rank 7 cultivation level. She was the controller of a tributary of the River of Time. This time, when Fang Yuan came out of Tang Clan's tributary of the River of Time, she was the main helper. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "You two have already seen me off, there is no need to send me off anymore." Tang Lanke's smile became even brighter, but she was smiling bitterly in her heart. They cooperated with Fang Yuan not only for the Guts Goo trade, but also for many Dream Path research results. But ever since Fang Yuan returned to Western Desert, he had not mentioned this. When they parted, he seemed to have completely forgotten about this matter. Even though both sides had an alliance agreement and were restricted, without any deep cooperation, Tang Clan felt a little guilty. Tang Fangming had been silent along the way. Now he asked directly, "Shadow sect leader, fellow immortals, how will we cooperate next?" Fang Yuan looked at Tang Fangming with admiration. "I am very interested in thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. We can deepen our cooperation in this aspect. But right now, we are being chased by several rank 8 Goo Immortals from Celestial Court. It is not a good time to cooperate. We can only look forward to the future." "Don't worry, we have an alliance agreement, haven't we?" "Of course, if you insist on staying. But our identities are different, as well as Celestial Court's pursuers. There is a lot of pressure." Tang Fangming and Tang Lanke looked at each other, seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. Fang Yuan's intention was if they wanted to cooperate and obtain Dream Path research results, they had to help them resist Celestial Court's pursuers. Moreover, if the situation was exposed, Tang Clan would collude with the demonic path, and the righteous path would lose all their reputation. This was something Tang Clan could not bear. But Tang Clan could not use force. Because Fang Yuan's fists were strong enough, he did not fear Tang Clan, who had an immortal Goo house. "Then I can only wish everyone a safe journey." Tang Fangming bowed slightly. "Yes, farewell." Fang Yuan nodded, his expression indifferent as he turned to leave. Behind him, the immortals followed. On the sand dune, Tang Fangming and Tang Lanke did not leave. They watched as the figures of Feng Yuan and the others shrank into black dots on the horizon. Little Ming, you let them go just like that? Tang Lang frowned. Tang Fengming's expression was calm as he glanced at Tang Lang. It's not that I let them go, it's that our Tang family can't force them to stay. Tang Lang was silent for a long time. She let out a mouthful of turbid air and sighed. Sigh, I feel uneasy. I don't know if this is good or bad for our clan. Tang Fengming. I only know that everything has its pros and cons. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Moreover, this matter was decided by the supreme elders of Tang clan. They want to cooperate with Feng Yuan and the others. Tang Lang immediately corrected him with a solemn expression. Our Tang clan has nothing to do with this matter. It's just that you and I contacted Feng Yuan and the others privately. If anything happens, only you and I will bear the responsibility. Tang Fengming chuckled, feeling some disdain in his heart. In order to maintain their righteous path status, Tang clan threw out him and Tang Lang as shields. If they were exposed afterwards, they would have a cover. This was a trick of the righteous path. Tang Fengming could understand it. What kind of person is Feng Yuan? He has already seen through Tang clan's tricks. The tributary of the River of Time is near Tang clan's headquarters. It has stayed for 10 days, but even Tang clan's first supreme elder did not show up. Is there any sincerity in such a cooperation? Since we are cooperating, we should make a choice. If we hesitate on both sides, how can we succeed? Tang Fengming muttered in his heart. Tang Lang asked again. What do you think of Feng Yuan? He said that he is being chased by several rank 8 Gu immortals from the Celestial Court. Is this an exaggeration? Tang Fengming knew that Tang Lang's question had a deeper meaning. His best response was to remain silent. If he said that Feng Yuan was not good, Tang Lang could report it to Tang clan. Tang Fengming's grudge would make Shadow Sect unhappy. He could use this to push the responsibility away. If he said that Feng Yuan was good, Tang Lang could collect this evidence. If this matter was exposed in the future, Tang clan would use them as sacrificial pawns to protect the clan. Tang Lang could then present evidence and say that she was bewitched by a Gu immortal of her clan to lessen her responsibility. Tang Fengming was not a stupid person. He might not have adapted to the situation when he first returned to the clan. But now he was an expert in the righteous path. However, at this moment, Tang Fengming looked at the gradually disappearing figures of Feng Yuan and the others, complex emotions surging in his heart. He sighed, directly speaking his innermost thoughts. Although I have not seen his heroic battle, after interacting with him for a few days, I can already conclude that his reputation is not just for show. Feng Yuan is a legend of the current generation. He has a graceful demeanor and a grand spirit. He is very admirable. He is a man who goes against heaven. Just based on this point, we are far inferior to him. Joy flashed in Tang Lang's eyes, but she remained silent towards Tang Fengming's words. Feng Yuan was flying rapidly, but he was also thinking about Tang Fengming. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Tang Fengming was a legend in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. His status could almost be compared to Northern Plains Ma Hongyun back then. When Tang Fengming was young, because Tang clan's Gu master higher-ups seized power, he was implicated and mercilessly abandoned by Tang clan. He and his sister Tang Miao roamed outside. They suffered a lot. But under the blessing of many fortuitous encounters, he became a Gu immortal, while his sister Tang Miao also became a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. In order to rope in a Gu immortal, Tang clan's supreme elders gave up on Tang clan's Gu master higher-ups in exchange for Tang Fengming's return. What happened next proved that the decision of the Tang family's supreme elders was a wise one. After Tang Fengming returned to Tang clan, not only did he help his sister Tang Miao become a Gu immortal, he even actively explored thieving heaven's dream realm. His exploration of dream realms had a talent and aptitude that ordinary people could not reach. He created his own dream path Gu worms, and contributed greatly to the rise of Tang clan. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, dream realms appeared everywhere in the world, dream path flourished, and Tang clan took the initiative. Using the power of dream path, They rose up and became the strongest superforce in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. They had great prestige and influence. Even in the 5 regions, they were a top-tier force. Western Desert was shrouded in Tang Clan's fame. More and more people called Western Desert's Gu immortal world the Golden Age of Tang Clan. And in Tang Clan, the most eye-catching and powerful legend of the current generation was Tang Fongming, who cultivated Dream Path. Now, Ma Hongyun has already been killed by me, but Tang Fongming will grow even faster because of the upcoming cooperation. Comparing the two, it is truly impressive. However, according to the true trajectory of fate, Ma Hongyun was going to die anyway. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with a dark light. On the Stone Lotus Island, Fong Yuan not only obtained the True Inheritance and Spectral Soul's Rank 9 Immortal Essence, he also obtained some precious information from Spectral Souls while using Red Lotus True Inheritance to deduce. In the 500 years of Fong Yuan's previous life, Shadow Sect succeeded in defying heaven. Spectral Soul revived and successfully infiltrated Celestial Court. Next, the 5 regions' chaotic war began. The Great Era began. Shadow Sect spread its influence all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens, manipulating everything in the dark. Ma Hongyun was saved by Shadow Sect many times. He eventually grew to become an iconic figure in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Someone who resisted Celestial Court. And Tang Clan was also secretly supported by Shadow Sect. That was right. In Fong Yuan's previous life, Tang Clan also cooperated with Shadow Sect. The reason why Tang Clan could create the Tang Clan Golden Age was because Shadow Sect supported them from behind the scenes. They wanted to oppose Central Continent's Celestial Court. This was also the main reason why Fong Yuan chose to cooperate with Tang Clan. In Western Desert, Tang Clan was not the only one with a tributary of the River of Time. But compared to the other 2 superforces, Tang Clan had the foundation and sincerity to cooperate. What happened next proved that Fong Yuan's choice was a success. Using Tang Clan's tributary of the River of Time, Fong Yuan escaped from the River of Time. Feng Jioge and the rest were still waiting bitterly. But, in the 500 years of my previous life, even if Shadow Sect's plan succeeded and Spectral Soul revived, he did not seem to be able to regain his position as a venerable. Moreover, Shadow Sect's strength was preserved, but Spectral Soul still chose to resist Celestial Court in the dark and supported other forces. This proves that Celestial Court's strength was something that even Spectral Soul could not face head-on. In this life, Spectral Soul's plan failed because of me. His main body was captured. Shadow Sect was battered by wind and rain. Only we are left. Compared to the 500 years of my previous life, the situation is truly terrible. Next, I will probably have to continue Spectral Soul's plan, lurking in the dark and supporting Tang Clan and other forces to find trouble with Celestial Court. But what about Fate Gu? Thinking of this problem, Fong Yuan frowned deeply. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fate Gu was not repaired. Because Zombie Alliance was still around, and Spectral Soul, the person who should have died the most, not only did he not die, he even revived. He is truly amazing. If I was left with only a remnant soul, not to mention an immortal Gu house, I would not even be able to resist a rank 6 immortal Gu. Forget it. Even if Spectral Soul does not cooperate, Soul Subduing Palace can still search his soul, just that the progress is small. But as time passes, there will be a day when all the information on Spectral Soul's body is dug out. As for now, Fairy Myrtle looked at the sky. Her lips curled up into a beautiful smile. It is time for the fame of my Celestial Court to spread throughout the world. Several months after the Battle of the Dream Realm, the Celestial Court, which was gradually becoming silent, suddenly released a shocking piece of news. The former Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who is now a remnant soul, was captured by the Celestial Court. His heaven-defying scheme was foiled by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Once this news spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Gu Immortal world. Countless Gu Immortals were shaken. Rank 9 venerables dominated an era. They were invincible existences. To think that the celestial court actually captured a rank 9 venerable. Furthermore, it was spectral soul demon venerable, who had the heaviest killing intent among all venerables. Even though this was only a remnant soul, it was enough to shock people. Of course, there were voices that questioned the authenticity of the news, but they soon disappeared. The celestial court naturally made ample preparations. They listed all sorts of evidence and announced Zombie Alliance, Shadow Sect, as well as the Battle of Etion Mountain and the Battle of the Dream Realm. The evidence was irrefutable and convincing. At once, the whole world's attention was focused on Central Continent's celestial court. The past glory of the celestial court was dug out by countless Gu immortals. It was the #1 force in the Gu immortal world. It had always been the strongest. It was first created by primordial origin immortal venerable. After several generations of immortal venerables, it had never fallen. Even though the 3 demon venerables had attacked the celestial court, they were unable to do anything. It was mysterious, it was strong, it was high above the masses, it was unfathomable. It was the celestial court. Northern Plains, longevity heaven. South Desolation immortal was lying on his bed. His old face still had the last bit of vitality left. Sigh, to think that the great spectral soul demon venerable would die in the hands of the celestial court after his death. South Desolation immortal sighed deeply. In front of his bed, Yao Huang consoled softly. Lord South Desolation, you should close your eyes and rest for a while. South Desolation immortal smiled lightly. I do not have much lifespan left, I only have a few days left, it is fine. Third Autumn, remember what I told you, after I die, you have to take over the position of South Desolation. Yes, Lord. South Desolation immortal had a worried expression on his face. Eras are changing, the 5 regions have reached an unprecedented stage. I can already feel the turbulent waves of the eras. These are not ordinary waves. They surpass the venerable eras of the past. This is an unprecedented tsunami. Even my longevity heaven, if I make a mistake, I will be destroyed by the tsunami of this era. The celestial court is so powerful. It is definitely our greatest enemy. You need to be careful. My lord, this junior will keep your words in mind. Southern border, Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. This was a very special mountain peak. In ancient times, a southern border rank 8 Gu immortal turned into an immortal zombie. He was attacked by the alliance of super forces here, eventually dying in battle. As time passed, the rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse, under the nourishment of the boundless spiritual energy along the river, along with the water plants that were washed ashore by the river, it gradually grew into a corpse mountain. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian was hundreds of meters tall. It was close to the whirlpool at the center of the red-yellow river. It had abundant primeval energy and produced huge amounts of resources. It was also a strategic location. At this moment, Wu Yong was standing at the peak of Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, looking at the grand intersection of the red-yellow river. Behind him was Wu Clan's Gu immortal, Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen looked at Wu Yong's back, not concealing the reverence in his heart. This Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian originally belonged to Wu Clan, but not long ago, it was taken away by Yao Clan. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong brought along clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, and displayed super strong battle strength, intimidating Southern Border's righteous path forces. Moreover, in the following negotiations he successfully obtained the immortal Gu that Southern Border's righteous path had lost from the Celestial Court, and Wu Yong distributed most of them to the righteous path clans. Because of this, Wu Yong's reputation soared. Although Wu Clan suffered heavy losses, they swept away their previous decline and sat firmly on the throne of Southern Border's #1 clan. With a stick in one hand and candy in the other, Wu Yong was successful in every endeavor. In the following days, he successfully took back the lost territories, forcing many righteous path forces to retreat. It was almost effortless. Right now in Wu Clan, there were already people who compared Wu Yong to Wu Duxiu. Wu Clan's morale was high. They believed that Wu Yong was wise and could definitely lead Wu Clan to continue its glory. Wu Zhen, this Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, is a strategic location. In Wu Clan, only you can make me feel at ease. I will leave this place to you. Wu Yong said without turning his head, looking at the whirlpool far away. Yes, I will not disappoint First Supreme Elder. Wu Zhen's tone was slightly trembling. Lord. He paused for a moment before continuing. Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian is the last piece of land that our Wu clan has taken back. Should we counterattack now? Wu Yong frowned. He had been secretly plotting a counterattack all this time. But after receiving the information that the Celestial Court captured Spectral Soul, Wu Yong decided to give up. This time, Wu clan lost many Gu immortals. Since the lost territory has been taken back, we have a huge territory. We are already lacking manpower. Now we lack even more. Next, we need to recuperate and nurture Wu clan's descendants to become Gu immortals. Yes, First Supreme Elder is wise. I will remember it. Wu Zhen said respectfully. Right now, Wu Yong's reputation was extremely high. Wu clan's Gu immortals would support his decision. However, we cannot let go of the matter of them offending our Wu clan. Even though we will not expand our territory, we need to compensate them with resources. Wu Yong continued. A trace of battle intent could be heard in his voice. Wu Zhen's expression became excited. First Supreme Elder is wise. Western Desert, Tang Clan's headquarters. The might of the Celestial Court is truly shocking. Tang Clan's second Supreme Elder was deeply worried. Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder glanced at him plainly. He knew why he was here. Earlier, when they cooperated with Feng Yuan and the rest, second Supreme Elder had objected to it. Now that the Celestial Court captured Spectral Soul was made public, Tang Clan's Gu immortals were facing huge pressure. Will the Celestial Court pursue us for cooperating with Feng Yuan and the rest? Second Supreme Elder sighed. So what if they pursue us? So what if they don't? First Supreme Elder smiled. The second Supreme Elder frowned and paced back and forth. Of course it's a win-win situation. We can continue to work with the Shadow Sect. But if they pursue responsibility, our Tang clan is after all a superforce in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. We can ally with other clans to resist the Celestial Court. Of course, it had to be kept a secret and not a single trace of evidence could be leaked. Otherwise, the Celestial Court will force us to answer on the basis of justice, and we won't be able to borrow any reinforcements. Also, if we really can't do it, we can only abandon Tang Fangming and Tang Lank. The first Supreme Elder laughed and said, Haha, look, you already know how to deal with it. Why are you still panicking? The first Supreme Elder retracted his smile and said sternly, If my Tang family wants to rise, we must take such a risk. Riches come from danger. If we do not grab hold of thieving heaven demon Venerable's dream realm, we would be letting down this immortal fate. As for Tang Fangming and Tang Longku, they were already prepared. Sacrificing for the family is also the best ending for the righteous path. The second elder let out a long sigh. Great Elder is wise. Chapter 1449. Ha, Elder Feng Yuan, you are back. Land Spirit of Langya laughed. He opened his arms and walked towards Feng Yuan with large strides. Feng Yuan also laughed. Being able to return to Langya blessed land is like returning home. I feel much more at ease. The two hugged each other. Their attitude was very warm. Elder Feng Yuan is now famous in the world. Congratulations. Land Spirit of Langya looked at Feng Yuan with a completely different gaze. Feng Yuan now had rank 8 battle strength. This was his unique battle strength. It was enough for Land Spirit of Langya to pay attention to him. Furthermore, Feng Yuan even escaped from the pursuit of the Celestial Court, safely returning to Langya sect. If this battle result was spread, it would shock the world. From the perspective of Land Spirit of Langya, he was naturally willing to see Feng Yuan and the number 1 human force, the Celestial Court, fall into an abyss of conflict, unable to live under the same sky. The more Feng Yuan was chased by the world, the happier he was. Because he was a hairy man, his obsession was to let hairy men rule the world. Of course, Langya sect's safety was of utmost importance. If not for the fact that Feng Yuan was clean, and did not leave any traces for the Celestial Court to track, Land Spirit of Langya would not welcome Feng Yuan like this. Elder Feng Yuan, what do you plan to do next? Land Spirit of Langya asked as they walked. Feng Yuan did not hesitate, he said frankly. Right now the situation is very tense. I plan to lay low and rest for a while. I have already inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance and become the new leader of Shadow Sect. As long as I have enough time, I will continue to raise my cultivation level and battle strength. The Celestial Court will not be able to track me down. Speaking of which, it was really thrilling. Fortunately, I had you, the first Supreme Elder, supporting me from behind. The Land Spirit of Langya was embarrassed and could only laugh out loud. He naturally did not fully support Feng Yuan. He only followed the rules of Langya sect and helped Feng Yuan refine Gu. If he had given his full support, he would have already sent Hairy Man Gu Immortals to reinforce Feng Yuan. The two of them talked as they walked. Along the way, they saw many Hairy Man Gu masters. They greeted him with deep respect. The development of the Langya sect was also very fast. Ever since the Land Spirit of Langya changed its development strategy and started a war between hairy men in the 3 continents, it encouraged and nurtured many outstanding Hairy Man Gu masters. These Hairy Man elites were all chosen and brought to Langya Blessed Land's Cloud Cover continent to live, and they were taught the next step in their cultivation. Murals of the Langya sect's Grand Elders could be found in every Cloud City on the Cloud Cover continent. In the Cloud City that belonged to Feng Yuan, there was a huge stone statue that was several meters tall and had the same appearance and build as him. Thus, Langya sect's Gu masters were very familiar with all the Gu immortal elders. After talking for a while, Feng Yuan and the Land Spirit of Langya parted. The two talked happily. The Land Spirit of Langya was very interested in Spectral Soul's true inheritance, while Feng Yuan wanted to use Langya sect's strength to help him refine immortal Gu. In terms of refinement path, even though Feng Yuan had some strength, he paled in comparison to Langya sect. Both sides came to many agreements. The Land Spirit of Langya left in satisfaction. Feng Yuan came to the Gu Refinement Hall and met with 6th Hair. So it is Second Supreme Elder. Sorry for not going out to meet you. 6th Hair smiled. He was haggard and had a haggard expression. His face was ashen. He was in a sorry state. But when he saw Feng Yuan, a complex expression appeared in his eyes. There was love, there was emotion, there was loneliness, and there was also a sigh. Fate was truly mysterious. Once upon a time, 6th Hair wished that Feng Yuan could die immediately. But now Feng Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect. He was the only hope of saving Spectral Soul's main body. Since Feng Yuan could protecting Wu Xie's life and had irreconcilable enmity with the Celestial Court, 6th Hair chose to acknowledge Feng Yuan's identity. 6th Hair greets Lord Sect Leader. Please forgive me for not being able to pay my respects. 6th Hair transmitted secretly. This was Langya Blessed Land. The Land Spirit of Langya could see everything like a palm print. It is just a formality. Why would I care about this? Feng Yuan transmitted. I still need to thank you for your hard work. The immortal Gu you refined helped me greatly. The Celestial Court is my mortal enemy. One day, I will attack the Celestial Court and do my best to save Spectral Soul's main body. 6th Hair nodded. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he turned around and led the way. This way, please. Actually, he knew that Feng Yuan's words did not have any guarantees. If Feng Yuan wanted to break the promise, there would be no punishment or price. But people needed a trace of hope in life, even if this hope was very small. Moreover, 6th Hair was clear that if he did not recruit Feng Yuan, the remaining Shadow Sect Gu Immortals would not be the Celestial Court's match. They would be exterminated soon. In fact, there was no need for the Celestial Court to make a move. Because of benefits, Feng Yuan was more likely to take action against the Shadow Sect's remnants. Zishan Makoto already knew about his future situation. In order to preserve as much of the Shadow Sect as possible and preserve hope, he entrusted the entire Shadow Sect to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan knew about Zishan Makoto's scheme, but he had no choice but to accept it. He even felt joy in his heart. Feng Yuan followed 6th Hair as they walked for a while, arriving in front of the Refinement Path Immortal Formation. There, a blazing fire was burning, but it gave off a shocking chill. The chill was intense soon. Feng Yuan's eyebrows and hair were covered in a layer of white frost. Sect leader, the refinement of cleansed soul immortal goo has reached the crucial step. But I have failed several times at this step. My luck is not as good as yours. Sect leader is more suited to personally refine the last few steps. Sixth hair transmitted. Next, he started to narrate the steps of the goo refinement, as well as the important points, as well as his own experiences and insights. Feng Yuan listened attentively, not missing a single word. Cleansed soul immortal goo was the key to his future cultivation. Almost at the same time, far away in Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, a female goo master at the peak of rank 5 was also facing a crucial moment in her life. Right now, she was wearing battle armor, her skin was fair, her eyes were like the morning stars, her curved brows were slightly furrowed. She was holding her breath with a solemn expression. We can begin. Spirit Affinity House's wisdom path Gu Immortal Su Hao spoke. On the other side, there was a female immortal. It was Su Hao's wife Li Juning. Zhao Lianyan nodded. She breathed in deeply and started her immortal ascension. In her rank 5 peak stage aperture, primeval essence surged like a raging wave, crashing against the aperture walls. Soon cracks started to appear on the aperture walls. As the cracks increased, a formless power of heaven and earth lifted Zhao Lianyan's body into the sky. Only when she was 30 meters above the ground did Zhao Lianyan stop. At this moment, Zhao Lianyan's eyes were shut. She was concentrating on controlling the primeval essence in her aperture, attacking the aperture walls fiercely. She did not know that in the outside world, as more cracks appeared on the aperture walls, the aura that leaked out was getting denser. 2 huge gusts of qi had already been drawn. Qi surged, causing dark clouds to rumble in the sky and thunder to rumble. Earth qi was vast, causing dust to rise and rumble on the ground. Heaven qi and earth qi were getting denser. Suddenly, with a soft sound, Zhao Lianyan's aperture completely shattered. Immediately, an extremely dense human qi gushed out from her body. Heaven qi, earth qi, and human qi attracted each other, quickly gathering together and wrapping around Zhao Lianyan at the center of the qi giant ball. You have to persevere. Li Juning muttered. Helping Zhao Lianyan to ascend to immortal was not only Spirit Affinity House's mission. It also concerned her and her husband Su Hao's benefits in the sect. Su Hao and Li Juning belonged to the anti-Phoenix faction. They were the most opposed to Feng Jiuge's faction. And Zhao Lianyan was the most crucial person in the anti-Phoenix faction. Su Hao had a solemn and vigilant expression. Zhao Lianyan's immortal ascension was different from others. Because she had divine concealment protecting her, she was shielded from deductions and heavenly calamities and tribulations. Such a situation was unprecedented in immortal ascension. Even thieving heaven demon Venerable had created the original version of divine concealment after becoming a Gu immortal. Thus, Su Hao was very careful. He paid attention to Zhao Lianyan's situation at all times, and would help if anything went wrong. However, at this moment, even if Su Hao wanted to help, he could not do so. The 3 qi attracted, the entire process of fusing and controlling it had to be controlled by Zhao Lianyan personally. Others could not interfere. Fortunately, before the immortal ascension, Zhao Lianyan had done a lot of preparation and practice. With the guidance and training of a Gu immortal, she already knew the entire process of immortal ascension like the back of her hand. She could not be more familiar with it. The qi ball where the 3 qi converged became smaller and smaller. This was a joyous change. It proved that Zhao Lianyan was successfully compressing and condensing the 3 qi. A moment later, the 3 qi condensed and compressed to the limit. Zhao Lianyan opened her eyes and shouted, throwing her vital Gu into the center of the 3 qi. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, like a clap of thunder exploding in his ears. In an instant, Zhao Lianyan fell into a dazed state. Her eyes were in a daze. At the next moment, she woke up and looked at her aperture. The aperture was no longer there. It was replaced by an immortal aperture. Rank 6 immortal aperture. I succeeded. Zhao Lianyan cried tears of joy. Chapter 1450. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Talked.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land, Gu Refinement Hall. Love Gobe Small, say Netku. The refinement path Gu formation activated. The eerie blue ice fire had turned into an iceberg. Feng Yuan stood at the periphery of the refinement path immortal formation. He raised his hands and placed his palms on the surface of the iceberg. His eyes were shining brightly. He was concentrating on the Gu refinement. Almost all of his attention was on it. On his body, the auras of all sorts of Gu worms fluctuated. There were mortal Gu auras and immortal Gu auras. He was using a large number of refinement path methods, and even killer moves. Under Feng Yuan's hard work, there was still a blue ice fire burning quietly in the iceberg. The Gu materials were continuously refined in the fire. The impurities were all removed, only the essence was left. The embryonic form of an immortal Gu was forming bit by bit. Sixth Hair, who was standing at the side, was shining with joy. This progress had already surpassed his previous record. This was not because Feng Yuan's refinement path attainment was higher than Sixth Hair's, it was because of luck. The main reason was the refinement path method. To think that our sect also had the inheritance of the remote antiquity era's refinement path great expert, Bei Luo. Sixth Hair sighed inwardly. Bei Luo was a famous rank 8 refinement path Gu immortal. He was most skilled in ice refinement. Until now, his ice refinement attainment was at the peak of refinement path juniors. What Feng Yuan was using now was Bei Luo's ice refinement killer move. Thus he surpassed Sixth Hair's previous record. He was only a step away from refining Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. Even though Sixth Hair was a split soul, he was a member of Shadow Sect. But back then, Shadow Sect used the killer move Soul Replacement to place him in Langya Blessed Land. He did not have too many cultivation memories. Because once he had too many of these memories, it would be easy for him to be exposed during the cultivation process. In Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya was omniscient, and could sense every tiny change in every corner of the Blessed Land. Now that Feng Yuan became the leader of the Shadow Sect and inherited the entire Shadow Sect inheritance, his Gu cultivation foundation grew explosively. This level of growth could be said to be earth-shattering. Even Feng Yuan himself was a little numb. For example, if Feng Yuan's foundation was like a lake in the past, then the legacy of the Shadow Sect was like an ocean. Even the foundation of Langya Sect was second to the Shadow Sect. Even though Langya Blessed Land had been established for a very long time, its origin was only the rank 8 Gu immortal long-hair ancestor. And the founder of the Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had slaughtered the world. Thus, when Feng Yuan had a deep understanding of Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu's refinement steps, he chose the most suitable Gu refinement method from the sea of inheritances in his mind, Bei Luo Ice Refinement Method. Alright. The Immortal Gu's incomplete form is already more than half complete. Success is close at hand. As time passed, Sixth Hair became increasingly excited. His gaze moved towards Feng Yuan. This man. A complex light flashed in Sixth Hair's eyes. In terms of refinement path, his foundation is very solid and he has great talent. Most importantly, the ice refinement method seems to be especially suitable for him. Sixth Hair evaluated in his mind. There were countless refinement path methods: fire refinement, ice refinement, multiple person refinement, time refinement, and so on. Some people were suitable for fire refinement methods, while some people were extremely compatible with water refinement methods. Feng Yuan also found that the ice refinement method was very suitable for him. It seems that I can practice ice refinement methods in my free time. It seems to be more suitable for my temperament than blood refinement. While thinking, Feng Yuan mobilized Gu worms and prepared an immortal killer move. In his immortal aperture, there were already a large number of myriad self-strength path clones. These clones would help him construct killer moves when he refines Gu. It was very practical and convenient. When this immortal killer move was activated, Feng Yuan immediately felt a warm sensation coiling around his body, resisting the bone-chilling coldness from the outside world. The intense coldness continued to spread from the iceberg. This was the weakness of the ice refinement method. The Gu immortal had to resist the coldness while refining Gu. If Myriad Self did not advance, Feng Yuan would definitely have problems dealing with all aspects at the same time. But with his new self, he was able to overcome this hurdle easily. Just as Feng Yuan was refining Gu, far away in central continent, Feng Kim Hong climbed to the peak of a mountain. At dawn, the sky was still dark. There were only a few stars in the sky. Feng Jin Huang's breath turned into mist as she gazed into the distance. Her face was full of worry. In the past, she was young and did not know what it felt like to be worried. She had the protection of Gu immortal parents. But now, she tasted setbacks and experienced the hardships of life. Especially recently, Zhao Lianyun had successfully advanced to immortal. This greatly raised the reputation of the anti-Feng faction in Spirit Affinity House. While Feng Jioge was far away in Western Desert, Fairy Baiqing could not do anything alone. Su Hao and the rest won back a lot of people. From this, Feng Kim Hong experienced hardships and bitterness that she had never experienced before. The sect had a brand new image in her eyes. Sigh. She sat cross-legged on a rock sighing. She thought of Zhao Lianyun. This person came from behind and snatched away Feng Kim Huang's goal, Spirit Affinity House's fairy position. Now that he had successfully advanced to immortal, he was no longer immortal. The scene of Zhao Lianyun kneeling to Feng Kim Hong was still fresh in her mind. Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. Feng Yuan is also an otherworldly demon. Why do I always lose to otherworldly demons? Feng Kim Huang's thoughts wandered. An unforgettable scene appeared in the deepest part of her mind. At the peak of Danghun Mountain, she saw Feng Yuan for the first time. Feng Kim Huang's face heated up. She quickly shook her head, suppressing these scenes and memories into the deepest part of her mind. What's the point of thinking about this? Feng Kim Hong, oh Feng Kim Hong, you need to work harder. You need to work harder and become a Gu immortal in the future. You need to help father and mother. Feng Kim Hong calmed her mind and started to summarize her recent dream realm experience. That was the dream realm of the refinement path great expert Bei Luo. Through this dream realm, my refinement path attainment level has already broken through to great grandmaster level. Senior Bei Luo is most proficient in ice refinement methods. Why don't I give it a try? Feng Kim Hong stretched out her hands. Her 10 fingers moved rapidly, creating layers of finger phantoms. A gust of cold qi immediately circled around her palm, and it became more and more exuberant. Feng Kim Hong was a refinement path great grandmaster with outstanding attainment level. Soon, a Gu worm jumped out of the frost energy lump. This was an ice path rank 3 mortal Gu. After flying out, it landed on Feng Kim Huang's shoulder obediently, not moving at all. Next, a second and third Gu worm flew out. Moreover, the rotation speed also increased from rank 3 to rank 4 and rank 5. Feng Kim Hong showed joy on her face. Her eyes gradually brightened and her hands moved faster. But at the next moment, the frost energy exploded. The Gu refinement failed and Feng Kim Hong suffered a backlash. Oh no! Feng Kim Huang's heart sank. Her face turned pale. She subconsciously closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, enduring the incoming damage. But there was no movement. What's going on? Feng Kim Hong slowly opened her eyes. Next, she saw an expert stretch out his hand in front of her. That lump of frost that was about to explode actually condensed into an ice ball in his hand. The expert was really tall. Feng Kim Huang's head was slightly taller than his knees. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He had a majestic posture. His gaze was filled with wisdom. What attracted Feng Kim Huang's attention the most was the pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. Senior, who are you? Thank you for saving me. Feng Kim Hong quickly bowed. The expert smiled. There are countless refinement path methods, but ice refinement is not suitable for you, Feng Kim Hong. Your personality is lively and cheerful. It is suitable for metal refinement and fire refinement. As for ice refinement, those who are proficient in it have a tough and patient nature. Saying so, the expert lightly clenched his fist, directly extinguishing the frost energy in his palm. Feng Kim Hong was tongue-tied. She knew the power of this lump of frost energy. It could definitely heavily injure a rank 5 Gu master. Feng Kim Huang's eyes brightened. Senior, are you a Gu immortal? You know my parents? Feng Kim Hong had interacted with many Gu immortals. Thus she did not feel uncomfortable. Normally speaking, those Gu immortals were amiable. Most of them admired Feng Jioge's reputation. As expected, the expert nodded. Of course I know your parents, but I came here for you. For me? Feng Kim Hong was surprised. That's right. The expert continued. Feng Kim Hong, you will be the future great dream immortal venerable. You are destined to enter the celestial court. You will lead this era. You will shock the world and stand proudly at the peak of Gu immortals. I am the celestial court's Gu immortal Duke Long. I came here to take you as my disciple. I will lead you to the throne of a rank 9 venerable. What? Feng Kim Hong's mouth was wide open. She looked at the expert in front of her in a daze. Duke Long smiled at Feng Kim Hong with a kind and amiable expression. Feng Kim Hong, however, looked at this legendary person who defeated Spectral Soul with an expression of, I suspect you are a swindler. She did not know Duke Long. Duke Long's appearance was familiar to the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects. But Feng Kim Hong was immortal after all. There was a layer between them. Immortals and mortals were two different worlds. Uncle, do you know that since ancient times, only 10 people have become Gu venerables? I know about Great Dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy. But why am I Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Feng Kim Hong asked. Don't doubt yourself. Duke Long smiled. You are the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. When you were young, a Dream Path Immortal Gu came to you. That was a sign. Your life was supposed to be smooth sailing and dazzling. Unfortunately, there were some hiccups in the process. Those otherworldly demons who are not part of fate snatched your fortuitous encounters. For example, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, or the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But these are not important. Fate Immortal Gu will be completely restored after 10 years. You will definitely become Great Dream Immortal Venerable, because this is all predestined. Duke Long said this with a solemn expression. His gaze was firm, as if he was speaking the truth. No matter what kind of existence it was, it could not be shaken or changed. Chapter 1451. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. The shattered ice pieces were scattered on the ground. Cough, cough. Feng Yuan held his chest, forcefully coughing out the blood clots in his heart and lungs. These blood clots had condensed into a small lump, emitting an intense chill. Feng Yuan's expression was also not normal. His face was greenish-blue. He had suffered great injuries. The Gu refinement had failed. Just a moment ago, the huge iceberg had exploded. Feng Yuan had endured the backlash. Immortal Gu man as before. Feng Yuan immediately activated the Immortal Gu, and at the next moment he returned to the state before the accident occurred. The greenish-blue color on his face disappeared, and the injuries on his body were almost all gone. But there was still a large amount of frost energy condensed in his body, making him feel quite uncomfortable. This frost energy was not caused by the Gu refinement failure, but was formed by the corrosion of the frost energy during the entire Gu refinement process, accumulating. Because it took a long time, using man as before Immortal Gu did not have much effect. Speaking of which, my healing methods mainly rely on man as before Immortal Gu. This rank 6 Immortal Gu is very useful. Among the inheritances of Shadow Sect, there are many killer moves that use this as the core. In time, when I successfully construct these killer moves and train them to maturity, my healing ability will definitely rise sharply. Feng Yuan's thoughts wandered, when he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait. Since there is man as before Immortal Gu, why is there no Gu as before Immortal Gu? A Gu worm that healed Gu worms. This could be used. If there is an Immortal Gu like Gu as before, can I use it as the core to design an immortal killer move that can help me refine Gu? If I really had such a killer move, I could have used it just now to recover my losses and return to the last and most crucial step. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He started to investigate the Shadow Sect true inheritances stored in his mind. The contents of the Shadow Sect true inheritances could be said to be vast. After Feng Yuan read through them, he found that his idea had already been thought of by predecessors. There were many Gu immortals who thought of this. Most were refinement path Gu immortals, but there were also time path Gu immortals. In many inheritances, there were also the results of the seniors regarding Gu as before immortal Gu. They were all incomplete immortal Gu recipes. None of them had been successfully derived. Very difficult to achieve. For most Gu immortals, man as before immortal Gu's usage range was not very wide. Rank 6 man as before had very little effect on rank 7 Gu immortals. The activation often failed. The rank 7 man as before immortal Gu was not very effective for most rank 7 Gu immortals. Unless the target was a time path Gu immortal with time path Dao marks, not only would it not restrict man as before immortal Gu, it would also not amplify its power. Man as before immortal Gu was already like this. Gu as before was even more difficult. Using Gu as before to restore mortal Gu had little meaning to Gu immortals. Because at Gu immortals level, they did not lack mortal Gu. Mortal Gu were only a matter of quantity to Gu immortals. Of course, lifespan Gu was an exception. But using Gu as before to restore an immortal Gu was much more difficult than restoring a Gu immortal. Because every immortal Gu was a great Dao fragment of their respective path. The conflict between immortal Gu of different paths was very serious. Immortal Gu could cooperate with each other, but when used on immortal Gu, it was a different concept. Unless there was an advantage in terms of rank. For example, using rank 7 Gu as before immortal Gu to restore a rank 6 Gu worm was still possible. Regretfully, he had already tried over 10 times to refine cleanse soul immortal Gu, but they all ended in failure. Although the ice refinement method suits me, I have not spent much effort on refinement path. But I did not spend too much effort on refinement path. And these last few steps are too difficult. Feng Yuan sighed. That's right. Sixth hair came to Feng Yuan's side, sighing as he looked at the shattered ice on the ground. The success rate of refining immortal Gu was too low. It was a bottomless pit. Only the current Feng Yuan had the foundation and determination to refine cleanse soul immortal Gu with all his might. Feng Yuan had another concern now. Someone had already refined cleanse soul immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique. He would not be able to refine it no matter what. However, this situation could also be detected to a certain extent. That was, the entire process of refining the immortal Gu was flawless, but at the moment of success, the immortal Gu would mysteriously fail and collapse. This situation meant that cleanse soul immortal Gu had already been refined by someone else. But cleanse soul immortal Gu's immortal Gu recipe was rather secretive. It had a limited range of circulation. And it had not been long since it died, so Feng Yuan's hope was quite high. Maybe we can modify the last few steps. We can use snow lotus essence to replace those ice path immortal materials. Sixth hair muttered. Modify the immortal Gu recipe? Feng Yuan muttered, nodding slightly. The last few steps were too difficult. After changing the immortal materials, these few steps could be broken down in detail. Although it would prolong the entire Gu refinement process in time, the difficulty would be reduced by a lot. Then let's modify the immortal Gu recipe first. Feng Yuan thought for a while before making up his mind. Modifying an immortal Gu recipe was not something that could be done casually. It needed to be tested continuously. The process was very risky and would consume a lot of resources. But a rank 7 immortal material like snow lotus essence is very rare. It is rarely seen in the market of jewel yellow skies. Feng Yuan was slightly worried. Sixth hair laughed. No worries, this immortal material is abundant in snowman tribes. Don't forget that we have already joined the Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance. I have already inquired about it. The snowman tribe in the Northern Icy Plain has many snow lotus essence. Then let's purchase as much as we can. Feng Yuan relaxed and his brows relaxed. Although he had few immortal Yuan stones now, Shadow Sex inheritances were simply too vast. Taking out some of them could cause a bloodbath. Thus, Feng Yuan was not afraid that the snowman tribe would not be moved. I must get the snow lotus essence. A sharp light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Once he said this, the hall immediately went into a commotion. All the Gu immortals smiled happily. Even Su Hao and Li Juning were no exception. Play the immortal music. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder lightly called out. At the next moment, bright and beautiful immortal music started playing. It did not lose its majesty and grandeur. Disciple pays respects to master. Feng Kim Hong kowtowed on the ground again. This time, he could call Duke Long master and call himself disciple. At this point, the apprenticeship ceremony that lasted for over 2 hours finally ended. The significance of the ceremony was extremely huge. Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders were flushed with excitement. They could not conceal their expressions. This was the disciple of the leader of the Celestial Court, Lord Duke Long. The whole of Spirit Affinity House felt honored. Fairy Baiqing, as Feng Kim Huang's mother, shed tears of excitement on the spot. Feng Jioga stood beside her, lightly holding his wife's hand, feeling extremely gratified. From tomorrow onwards, Feng Kim Hong will follow me to the Celestial Court to cultivate. Feng Jioga and Baiqing, stay behind, the rest can leave. Duke Long waved the immortals away, leaving behind Feng Kim Huang's parents. Feng Jioga, Baiqing, pays respects to Lord Duke Long. The two came forward and bowed respectfully. Duke Long nodded slightly. After glancing at Fairy Baiqing, his gaze stopped on Feng Jioga. The mission to capture and kill Feng Yuan failed? Duke Long spoke with a plain tone. Feng Jioga, I am ashamed. Several months ago, Feng Jioga and the rest had been waiting at the tributary of the River of Time in Western Desert, but how could they have waited for Feng Yuan? As time passed, Fairy Myrtle also sensed something amiss, and because of the important matter of Feng Kim Hong becoming her disciple, she summoned Feng Jioga back to Central Continent. But the other two Celestial Court rank 8 Gu immortals remained in Western Desert, and started to set up an immortal Gu formation. Duke Long continued. Feng Yuan is an otherworldly demon, and the only complete otherworldly demon in the world. He is definitely a great enemy of the Celestial Court, and also a target that you, Feng Jioga, have to eliminate in your life. I have only taken in 2 disciples in my life. I am sure you know the meaning behind this. That's right, Feng Kim Hong is Great Dream Immortal Venerable Seed, and you, Feng Jioga, are her Tao protectors. What? I am Huang Er's Tao protectors? Feng Jioga was surprised. This is a heavenly secret, it cannot be revealed. But this matter has already been discovered by Shadow Sect. It does not matter. The great era is coming. Great Dream Immortal Venerable will be born this time, and there will be an unprecedented change in this world. Feng Yuan will be an obstacle to my Celestial Court, and also an unavoidable mortal enemy in your lives. It was Yi Lui clan's rank 7 expert, Yi Lui Kunxing. Perhaps sensing the danger of death, Yi Lui Kunxing's soul struggled, and let out an ear-piercing soul howl. But that was all. Not to mention the fact that Feng Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance now. Even the previous him could not deal with this mere soul. Although Yi Lui Kunxing was very strong when he was alive, now that he was only a soul, what could he do? Affection Immortal Goo and Self-Love Immortal Goo combined into an immortal killer move. It made Feng Yuan feel like he had immortal level self-will goo. He did not lack any will. This way, the light of wisdom was able to display its miraculous effect. Soon, Feng Yuan obtained a satisfactory answer. Immortal Killer Move, Ghost Official Garment. This was an entire set of immortal killer moves. It came from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Its effect was to defend against Providence and other Goo Immortals' deductions. It was a defensive killer move. It was divided into 4 layers corresponding to rank 6, rank 7, rank 8 and rank 9. Feng Yuan modified this immortal killer move on the original foundation. Even if he lacked the core immortal goo, he could use other immortal goo to replace it. These 2 moves complemented Ghost Official Garment. If they were activated, after Feng Yuan's soul leaves his body, not only would he be covered in a layer of Ghost Official Garment, he would also have weapons, Soul Shaking Flag in his right hand and Soul Binding Chain in his left. This way, Feng Yuan's soul would have offensive power. This was also one of the main characteristics of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It allowed a person's soul to possess powerful battle strength. However, Feng Yuan only chose Ghost Official Garment. He did not choose the 2 immortal killer moves, Soul Shaking Flag and Soul Binding Chain. After verifying the effect of Ghost Official Garment, Feng Yuan continued to bathe in the light of wisdom. Using the light of wisdom, he thought about his current situation. With Ghost Official Garment and Langya Blessed Land, I am temporarily safe. Even if the Celestial Court attacks, I can escape with my own strength. But what I need to do is to completely destroy the Celestial Court's Fate Immortal Goo. 10 years. 10 years later, the Celestial Court will definitely be able to restore Fate. By then, I might not be able to win. This was the problem that gave Feng Yuan the biggest headache. The Celestial Court had terrifying strength, not to mention attacking the Celestial Court. Even if Feng Yuan entered Central Continent, it would be very dangerous. The Celestial Court only needed 1 or 2 rank 8 Goo Immortals to make it difficult for Feng Yuan to advance or retreat. Even with the light of wisdom, Feng Yuan could not think of a way to resolve this biggest problem. Thankfully, I still have Red Lotus True Inheritance. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to destroy Fate Goo back then. He also left behind a true inheritance. I have the crucial key, Spring Autumn Cicada. I have a high chance of inheriting the true inheritance. Feng Yuan used Red Lotus True Inheritance to eliminate the rank 8 Celestial Court's Time Path Goo Immortal Lord Huangshi. Then maybe with the help of other Red Lotus True Inheritances, he might have a chance of destroying Fate Immortal Goo. Relying on Fate Goo, the Celestial Court stood tall until now. Relying on Fate Goo and Star Constellation's plans, the Celestial Court resisted the 3 Demon Venerables. Relying on Fate Goo, the Celestial Court remained the #1 Goo Immortal force in the world, unmoving and unbreakable. There was no doubt that destroying Fate Immortal Goo was the key to defeating the Celestial Court. If he did not use this chance to destroy Fate, 10 years later, the Celestial Court would take away Feng Yuan's life. Feng Yuan had inherited Shadow Sex inheritance. He had a deep understanding of this point. But now is not the best time to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. The Celestial Court failed once and obtained a large amount of precious information. Next time, they will definitely send out stronger battle strength and even more rank 8 Goo Immortals. I can only develop first and raise my battle strength before inheriting Red Lotus True Inheritance. Only then can I have a slight hope of destroying Fate Goo. There was no doubt about such a general plan. Feng Yuan lacked Immortal Essence now. His Immortal Yuan Stone reserves were almost depleted. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was already being targeted. In the battle earlier, Feng Jioga's Sound Path Killer move had already passed through Reverse Flow Protection Seal and affected Feng Yuan's main body. In the battle in the River of Time, he barely managed to kill Lord Huangshi with the help of the Stone Lotus Island. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan had Spectral Soul's True Inheritance and countless inheritances. He had Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and the light of wisdom. This information path Gu Worm was sent by Feng Yuan. He wanted to borrow immortal Yuan stone from him. Feng Yuan had once used Lu Guanyi's alias and cooperated with Chu Du for a period of time. Their relationship was not shallow. Not long ago, Celestial Court assassinated Gu Immortal Yunliang and destroyed Longevity Heaven's political scheme. They also announced the secret that Feng Yuan and Lu Guanyi were the same person, framing Feng Yuan. Thus, Chu Du already knew that Lu Guanyi was Feng Yuan. However, Domination Immortal Chu Du was not very surprised. In fact, he had once suspected this. He even sang a poem to probe Feng Yuan. Be it Lu Guanyi or Feng Yuan, Chu Du wanted to cooperate with them. But now Chu Du's status was completely different. He was now the first supreme elder of Chu clan. He had many Gu immortals under him. He was already a member of the Righteous Path. As a Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu immortal, if he continued to cooperate with Feng Yuan, once it was exposed, all his efforts in building up his forces would be for naught. There was a huge risk in cooperating with Feng Yuan. Originally, Chu Du wanted to ignore it and maintain a vague attitude, but Feng Yuan did not give him the chance. He directly sent a letter to borrow immortal Yuan stone. And in the letter, Feng Yuan only said to borrow immortal Yuan stone. He purposely did not say the exact amount. He wanted Chu Du to decide. This made Chu Du feel even more troubled. At this rate of accumulation, I simply cannot catch up to Feng Yuan. I might even be left behind by him. Damn it. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth. But right at this time, for some reason, there was a commotion ahead. Large numbers of Gu immortal wills that were scattered all around jewel yellow skies were now gathering towards that direction. Zhao Lianyun's heart jumped. Is there a huge transaction? I heard from Li Juning that such a huge transaction that can cause such a commotion is rare in jewel yellow skies. Last time, someone was selling large numbers of year beasts. To think that my luck is so good, I can see it not long after I advance to an immortal. Zhao Lianyun naturally did not want to give up this opportunity to broaden her horizons. She also sent her divine sense over to take a look. Soon she arrived at the scene. Here, a huge Gu immortal will with the appearance of a fatty was sitting in the air. Around him were Year Gu. A vast number of Year Gu. So many Year Gu, there are at least 100,000 of them. Zhao Lianyun was shocked. This was the first time she had seen so many Year Gu piled up together. The huge number and scale had a huge visual impact. Sister Li Juning is right. Mortal Gu only differ in quantity to Gu immortals. Zhao Lianyun sighed internally. How much are you selling these Year Gu? Immediately, a Gu immortal will asked for the price. The fatty will smiled and answered he gave a very fair price. The other Gu immortals immediately conversed. If there are no problems with these Year Gu, I will definitely buy a batch. These are time path mortal Gu. They have a wide range of uses, be it Gu refinement or other aspects. They have a common demand. And the price is so fair, I might need to charge more. Even if I cannot use them, I can sell them in the future. I don't have to worry about not being able to sell them. Who is the seller? Selling Year Gu at this time is a very good timing. According to convention, the biggest sellers of Year Gu in the market have not started selling yet. The Gu immortals discussed. All sorts of divine senses and wills conversed. It was not a secret. Zhao Lianyun learned a lot of things. She listened attentively and soon found out that the seller of Year Gu was likely a newcomer. Although the timing of the sale was brought forward, it was inevitable that there would be a fierce collision with the previous seller. If this seller was just a one-time deal, it would be fine, but if they wanted to enter the market of jewel yellow skies for a long time, there would be a bloodbath. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun's eyes brightened. If it was the latter, then this would be a great lesson. I will sell my resources in the future and enter the market of jewel yellow skies. My resources are not unique in the world. I will need to go through this stage. How many monopolistic businesses are there in the entire Gu immortal world? Not everyone is as lucky as Fang Yuan. I need to learn and pay attention to this sale of Year Gu. Maybe I can learn a lot from it. Chapter 1463. Wang Mingyu sold her goods. Originally, in the market of jewel yellow skies, only Fang Yuan was selling Year Gu in bulk. Now that there was a competitor, it caused a huge commotion. Women will always be women. They have no patience at all. Central Continent's Rong Xian scoffed after getting the news. This way many Gu immortals will choose to watch. He was experienced in selling Year Gu. He immediately guessed the change in the market. As expected, the popularity of jewel yellow skies' Year Gu market slowed down. Wang Mingyu became Fang Yuan's competitor. The market's supply of Year Gu exceeded the demand. The Gu immortals held back, waiting for the show to start. Jewel yellow skies was filled with the feeling of an impending storm. In the past, when they sold Year Gu, their business was always booming, but this year they were sold early. The situation was bleak. Almost no one was interested. Regarding this, Wang Mingyu was helpless. There was no helping it. She had a lot of Year Gu. If she did not sell them now and waited for the other two sellers to sell, her market share would shrink. Wang Mingyu actually sold early. Different from Rong Xian, who was unmoved, Xie Baoshu was hesitating. Xie Baoshu understood Wang Mingyu. She was an experienced seller. How could she not see the disadvantage of selling early? The biggest possibility is that she has a lot of Year Gu in her inventory. Xie Baoshu did not show it on the surface, but he was getting more worried internally. A day later, he finally decided to make a move. He sold Year Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Xie Baoshu is making a move too. Among the three giants, two have already sold early. That's because today is different from the past. A fourth wolf has entered the original grassland. In jewel yellow skies, the Gu immortals discussed. Damn it! These two. Central Continent's Rong Xian heard the news and gritted his teeth. He could only follow. The situation was different from before. Earlier, when Fang Yuan sold alone, Rong Xian could endure it. He was unmoved. With Wang Mingyu, Rong Xian was only slightly nervous. However, if Xie Baoshu also sold his goods, Rong Xian would be under a lot of pressure. Of the four major sellers, if he was the only one who didn't make a move, then the one who would suffer the most was undoubtedly him. However, Rong Xian had her own difficulties. His Year Gu was refined from Gu. Because it wasn't the time limit of previous years, he didn't have enough stock in his hands. Therefore, among the four major sellers, he had the least inventory. Without a choice, Rong Xian could only grit his teeth and sell Year Gu in jewel yellow skies. I have the least goods in my hands, so I can't use force. Rong Xian had a feeling that what he needed now was time to refine more Year Gu. After some thought, he took the initiative to contact Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu. These three had known each other for many years. In terms of Year Gu, they competed and interacted with each other. They naturally had information path Gu worms that connected them. Even though there are newcomers, I believe that the three of us should still abide by the old agreement, right? Rong Xian reminded the two of them. Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu naturally agreed without hesitation. Originally, by selling Year Gu in advance, they had already broken some old agreements. But because it was a special situation, it was understandable. But if they broke other agreements, especially the price of Year Gu, they would be breaking the rules. When there were too many sellers, there would naturally be a price war. This was a powerful method in a business war. But if it was too powerful, it would hurt both sides. Xie Baoshu, Wang Mingyu, and Rong Xian had fought against each other many times already. They did not change the price. Other than not being able to do anything to each other, it was also to protect their own benefits. Xie Baoshu had a cold expression. In this situation, I am afraid that person has a lot of stock. If we do not lower our prices, we will not be able to sell them. Indeed, Wang Mingyu added. This person has extraordinary methods. He lowered his prices perfectly. We are at a disadvantage now. Rong Xian snorted coldly. Whether we lose or not depends on the year-gu sales. If we lower our prices too much and sell too much, we will suffer losses. What is the point? He did not agree with this method. He wanted to endure it for a while longer. He had no choice. He didn't have many goods on hand. If he lowered the price, more people would buy them. If he didn't sell the goods and ran out of stock, it would damage his image and reputation. But in history he is famous for his battle strength, but his immortal aperture management skills are not good. Ren Xiaoping shook his head and said in a certain tone, Fairy, you are wrong. The reason why you have such an impression is because Kue Wuzi's battle strength is too dazzling. It overshadowed his immortal aperture management skills. In truth, he is not bad. Without the foundation of his immortal aperture, no matter how strong his battle strength is, it will only last for a moment. Furthermore, even if his management skills are not good, he is still a rank 8 Gu Immortal, and a Woodpath Gu Immortal. He will be of great help to you. There is no doubt about this. Tong Hua was moved, she thought. My previous modification of the light shine fungus was obstructed not because of my light path attainment level, but because my wood path attainment level is not high. If I can obtain this incomplete true inheritance, it might help me. Maybe I can succeed in modifying the light shine fungus. Thinking of this, Tong Hua hesitated before asking Ren Xiaoping, what is the price of this Kue Wuzi true inheritance? Ren Xiaoping thought the fish has taken the bait, but he said, not high, not high. Both sides negotiated for a while. Eventually, Fairy Tong Hua bought Kue Wuzi's true inheritance from Ren Xiaoping and left the nameless island. The moment she left, A storm started. The sky and sea were both dark and gloomy. Crack. With a loud sound of thunder, snake-like lightning flashed in the sky. At this moment, the lightning shined on Ren Xiaoping's face. His face was filled with a smile. It was the smile of someone whose scheme succeeded. This plan succeeded. Tong Hua has already been deceived by Kuei Wuzi's reputation. His true inheritance cannot help her as much as she imagined, especially after I purposely cut out a lot of crucial information. Lightshine fungus is a desolate plant. How can it be so easy to modify a desolate plant? Especially when Tong Hua is not a Woodpath Gu immortal. She cultivates light path. Without years of research, how can she succeed? Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan's divine sense entered the sovereign immortal aperture. Immortal killer move. Fungal light illumination. Feng Yuan activated his immortal killer move, creating a dazzling orange-yellow light. The orange light shined on the green light shine fungus in front of him. It started to transform. At an observable speed, the green light shine fungus seemed to be dyed with paint. It started to change color from green to pure white. A moment later, the immortal killer move was activated. Feng Yuan could only see the pure white light shine fungus in front of him. These light shine fungus were different from before. They were no longer weak. They were shining brightly. Feng Yuan used his investigative method to inspect them. He nodded in satisfaction. Good, now the light shine fungus modification is a success. I can plant them on a large scale. Because after the modified pure white light shine fungi were sold for a long time, people would unravel the profundity within and modify it themselves. And guts goo could only be obtained by those with Dang Hun Mountain.